Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. So good to see everybody. I hope you are doing well. I hope your day is going good. It's so good to see everyone on this Sunday morning. As Tyler Perry says, praise the Lord and hallelujah. Hallelujah. How's everybody doing? I see Melissa Jones in the building. Good to see you, Melissa. God bless you. Darlene Bramble, good morning to you as well. Good morning, Errol Simmengall from Pompano Beach. Deborah Gross, good morning. New York City, very nice. Veronica, Jermaine, Gordon, James Keller, good morning. Katrina, Stephen Gordon, Allery, Tara, Calvin, Irma, Willa, Justin Pender. I see you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It's so great to see you. I did this morning. I'm proud to say I was in the 5 a.m. club, but I did not get up and work out. My wife ran. I felt really guilty because my wife actually ran a half marathon today, and I just told her I was like, I don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. And but I said I'll support you. So we came downtown so that she could run her race, and we spent the night at a hotel. And I said I will get up in the morning with you and make sure that you get to the little bus. They have these little shuttle buses that take them back and forth to the race. And so I said I will make sure you get there safely. And we missed the bus because we woke up. It's crazy when you wake up at 5:15 and your first thought is like, oh crap, we overslept, right? So we got up at 5:15, we had overslept. We're walking through downtown Chicago, and we finally found some other runners, and they took the train. And it was interesting. I went down to the train station. I hadn't taken the train in Chicago in a while, and it was interesting. I saw a brother who was talking very loudly to himself. He was really aggressively speaking, like almost like he had a really good voice. He was very coherent and it sounded intelligent, but maybe a little schizophrenia hit him, and he was like, and then what you do is you have to make sure that you understand that the way you get it done like this is like blah blah, blah. And he's just talking, and when nobody else there. And I just said, man, this is so interesting. It made me think about, what it made me think about? It made me think about how we don't do enough in terms of mental health in our country. We just kind of ignore that. He clearly could have probably benefited from a facility, and he was probably scaring the white folks that were in there, I'm sure. And I was just kind of thinking about it, and I really thought about it also because it made me think about some of the black men I know in my own family who had potential that for whatever reason things happen, right? I was thinking about my father. My biological father got, I guess he got introduced to drugs. And that is, and you know that part of the story, so I'm not going to bore you with it. But he got into the drug stuff, and so he was never my father. He wasn't there when I was born. My brother and sister, who were raised by him, they didn't seem to say a lot of great things. They weren't really raised by him, like he was around for a little while, and but I'm not going to talk too much about them because they didn't ask to be discussed here, so I'm not going to dig into their private stuff. But it's just kind of like I would hear stories about him being a pretty smart guy that just didn't reach his potential, and I think the drugs played a big part in that. Possibly, I know that he did some prison time and whatnot, and it just reiterates what I've mentioned to you all, that I just think it's so unfortunate that we have not fully processed what drugs have done to the black community. Drugs to me are the worst thing to happen to black people since slavery. I will stick to that point. I believe, because that's what I believe. It's also probably about 5 to 10 trillion dollars in lost human potential. Like if you think about what a really smart black boy could be if he's not on drugs versus what he becomes if he's on drugs, it's just not even a comparison. When you because you're literally going from being a tremendous asset. The league, you could be the league MVP, but instead you're the worst person on the team. You go from being, the Michael Jordan to being the guy at the end of the bench. And you go from being an asset to your family to being a complete liability. Your family's afraid of you. They're scared you're gonna come to the house and steal from everybody. I know a few moms that have 22-year-old sons that are getting out of rehab, and one mom told me that she had to move away from her house. She had to move because she was scared her son was going to come to the house and rob her. So I just thought about the pain that that mother must feel. to know that my baby boy that I thought was going to be this asset for my life, that's supposed to be around helping me, cutting the grass, saying, "Hey, mama, how can I help you? How can I protect you?" To literally her becoming like the biggest threat and menace in his life. So, besides just saying, just making that simple statement of saying no to drugs, I think it goes deeper than that in the sense that we have to really ask ourselves, like, how does that happen? Like, to really understand something, to solve a problem, you have to understand the process. You have to reverse engineer that, right? Like, so whenever you see a great black child grow up and become some prodigy, like I heard on the brighter note, I heard today from Dr. What's his name? He texted me this morning. He texted me an old picture we took at the All Black National Convention. His name is Dr. Let's see, here we go. Dr. Sean Harris. And Dr. Sean texted me this morning a picture of me and his son, Caden, who's 14 now, at InvestFest. I ran into them at InvestFest, and then he has a picture of his of that I took with his son and his daughter 8 years ago when they were both little tiny kids. And both of his children now at in their early teens are pretty. Caden has graduated high school at the age of 14. He couldn't talk for 5 years, but now he's graduated high school. His little sister is also on her way to becoming a millionaire at an early age. Caden's already a millionaire. Caden was at the White House a couple months ago, and he basically just sort of just said, "I'm not putting my kids on the white man's plan. The masses plan is not going to infect my children. Other people's plan is not going to affect my children. I'm the father. Man is short for manifest. I'm going to manifest my plan with these damn kids. That's what I'm going to do." And that's what he did. And now his kids are doing amazing things. And so really, in my view, pay attention now. You have to reverse engineer the things that are working. Like just like a basketball or football team. Like I watched Alabama and Georgia play an amazing game last night. And if your team is good, or if you see a great team, you reverse engineer. How does the team get that good? What do they do? What's the culture? How do they train their athletes? How do they set up their plays? What kinds of coaches do they hire? Right? We've got our team loses sometimes because we have bad coaches, right? We let little white ladies from the suburbs educate our kids in the Chicago public school system, and 90% of them come out and they can't read because you got bad coaches. You got bad coaches, you got bad culture, and that's why your team ends up losing. And then next thing you know, this little black boy who could have become a millionaire by the age of 14, could have finished high school like Caden at the age of 14, could have been changing the world. He's talking to himself 30 years later in a subway and scaring the white folks, right? Just kind of, it's scaring the black folks too, right? I wasn't really scared of them because I got uncles like that. I got relatives that got called strung out on drugs and alcohol. So I wasn't afraid, but I could tell that they were afraid. They got a little bit nervous, but still at the same time, my heart, I had empathy for him because I said, man, this is mental illness. My wife and I were sitting there and I said, "What do you think that is?" She said, "It looks like it might be schizophrenia." And I said, "How much of schizophrenia is linked to drug usage?" And she said, "Yeah, they're deeply connected." And so really when you have a culture, pay attention now. You got rappers. I just saw something the other day where there was a black man on a podcast by a guy that I respect named 19 Keys. He was on 19 Keys podcast. I think it's called High Level Conversations or something like that, which I love. I love anything that's high level. I think that's good. And he was basically talking about this rapper named Future, who is very, very influential amongst young black men. And he said, I was really surprised that Future literally has been rapping about taking drugs for about the last 12 or 13 years. He said, I couldn't understand how this man is over 40 something years old enough to be a grandfather now, and he's still rapping like a 20-year-old. He said, he mentioned something about how he had a friend that died from a fentanyl overdose, and he was so sad. He said, I'm so sad that he died that I got pills in my own system that will help me with my tears. It was something like that. It wasn't like, hey, black men are dying from drugs. Say no, stay away from that stuff. Fentanyl's killing everybody. It wasn't nothing like that. It was like, I took pills because I'm sad that you took pills. So I'm going to take pills and die to express my grief for the fact that you took pills and died. That's what you call stupidity. That's what you call complete ignorance. That's what you call not learning a damn thing from any of the horrible things that have happened to you. And that kind of idiocy, in my belief, is built on low vibrational, sort of unintelligent, just significant, not just a lack of consciousness, but just a lack of even basic human thoughtfulness. Yeah, Like you're literally living like a dog. You're living like a dog because dogs will do that. Dogs will eat poison food and then eat poison food again. But even some dogs are smarter than that, and they don't keep repeating the same thing over and over again. So my thought is, why would in the world would we just sort of sit here like dumber than dogs? Because even dogs eventually learn, like, okay, I'm not doing that no more because that was bad. Why would in the world will we continue to perpetuate? Again, this is a multi-billion dollar culture they're promoting. They're making plenty of money by getting us to behave in goofy ways. But why would we continuously repeat that? That doesn't make any sense to me. So really, when you want to know where black wealth went, if you want to know where black wealth went, you got to go look at the black family. If you go look at the black family, then you got to go look at the what's happened to the black male. Not every black male, not everybody. I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about you know who I'm talking about. You might have men like that in your own family. And then when you look at the black male, you got to say, well, what's influenced that male? What made him? Just like you reverse engineer, you can look at a Caden who's 14 years old, going to be a multimillionaire, going to be an asset to his family, is going to build generational wealth that's going to last for several generations. You got to go reverse engineer the thug. You got to go reverse engineer, the nigga mentality. You got to go reverse engineer the guy who became the 19-year-old drug addict. You got to reverse engineer that too. Or the 20-year-old who really is looking forward to going to prison, who thinks that prison is some sort of badge of honor. You got to reverse engineer that too, because they all started off in the same kindergarten. They all started off as sweet, cute little kids who could have become anything. They were little kids who were just sponges. They were taking in the world. They were looking around and saying, who do I want to be? What should I become? And the adults, the coaches, we're the coaches. You got to understand, we're the coaches of this football team, this team that's got a losing record. We're the coaches. So they're looking at the coach saying, Coach, what play you want me to run? And we're throwing it. We're like, we want you to go run full speed and jump in the toilet. Right? We want you to go. The white man said that he wants you to grow up and want to kill other black people, get hooked on drugs, throw away all your money, and be as ignorant as possible. And then the next thing you know, that's what happens. We end up getting to a point where we're looking around like, oh, what's wrong with these kids? What are they doing? Well, you got to look at the coach. If you look at the player, when I watched Alabama and Georgia play last night, I saw two excellent football teams on the field, and both of those teams have excellent coaches. If they didn't have excellent coaches, they wouldn't have been an excellent team. So that's one of my first thoughts on today is literally something that I just saw in the train station this morning. And just to reiterate, these are all wealth conversations. Wealth is a culture. Right. Wealth is a culture. If this man that I saw in the train station who was talking to himself at the age of 55, he looked like he's about 55 years old. I bet you that if he was raised in a different space, he'd probably be a different person. He'd probably be a different, maybe he'd be a rich white man who was doing weird stuff. I have no idea. But in a different space, I think he would have had a different outcome. I bet if I look in that man's past, there's probably tons and tons of trauma, tons of terrible stories he could tell about horrible things that happened to him. DMX, when DMX died from a drug overdose at the age of 40 something, throwing away billions of dollars in generational wealth that could have been created if he'd had his stuff together, right? DMX's story was really sad. He talked about his mother taking him to visit an orphanage, and then she left him there. She took him to visit, like, we're going to go visit this orphanage and baby to give gifts to the kids. And then you become one of the kids. His mama left him at the damn orphanage. So that if that if I mean, so we keep breaking the kids and you're gonna have broken adults, right? You got a lot of broken adults because we broke the kids. And so this means that I think that we have to really sort of ask ourselves, what's our value system? What do we value? Right? I'm gonna tell you what we do value and what we tend to take really good care of is we take really good care of the white man's businesses. We value those businesses. We value our little black jobs. We will show up on time, do what we're told, be very disciplined, be very committed, be very loyal, work for the same company every day consistently for 30 or 40 years. Well, that's what we value. And that's what succeeds. See, what you pour into is what grows. What you invest in is what will become successful. What you what you're committed to is what's going to succeed. If you're committed to your marriage, then you're going to be married 30 or 40 years. If you're not committed, unfortunately, it doesn't quite work out like that. If you're committed to fitness, then you're going to be in good shape. If you're committed to overeating, then you're going to become obese. If you're committed to dance, then you're going to be a great dancer. So I think that we're committed to that to Massa's businesses because they give us enough money to get by, and we pour our energy into that consistently, and then and then these businesses grow into these trillion-dollar corporations. What I don't know if we're committed to is our other asset called our children. I don't know. I would dare to say that we're not as thoughtful. We don't spend as much time thinking and planning and training and preparing to get black children ready for the world as we spend thinking, planning, training, going to school, and preparing to get that job. Think about it. Think about it. Most of y'all went to a lot of y'all went to college. A lot of y'all went to school to get that job you got. You know, you a nurse's aide, you had to get trained for that. You're a medical doctor, you're a lawyer, you work for UPS. I don't care. I don't give a damn what job you got. I bet you, how many of you had to get training for the current position that you hold? For those, and again, I don't job shame on this platform. As long as the job's treating you right, I'm happy for you. Okay, so I'm never one to tell anybody that they should quit their jobs, right? How many of you had to get training to do what you do every day? You had to get training. Well, who gives people training on how to raise black children properly to serve the black community? Can you tell me any place other than maybe here? I try to give some training on this, but where do you get training from when it comes to those precious babies in your house? Where do we get training when it comes to mentoring these young minds, these young people that have all the potential in the world? Don't nobody train us on that shit. Nobody talks about it. Nobody cares about the kids. Nobody cares. People don't really care about, especially if it ain't your kids. People, and a lot of people, we kind of care about our own kids, right? But we don't give a damn. A lot of people don't give a damn about nobody else. Have you seen how many people are on the internet doing entire podcasts about how they hate single mothers and would never take care of another man's kids? Like screw those kids. That's a liability. Why the hell do I want to be around? And that's the part that I just never understood. I don't get that. Doesn't That's not logical to me, honestly. I understand it's logical to me. Like if you say, guys, kids are expensive and time consuming, and that's just not in my plan right now. I get that. But when you go out of your way and make it your agenda to explain how you don't ever want to ever be involved with taking care of anybody's kids when these kids are in our community, when that kid on the street with no mentorship might come up and shoot your child in the head because he's so angry. I don't understand why we don't understand that. I just don't get it. I understand if you explain to me why you don't want to do it, but when you are going out of your way to speak ill about that, I find that fascinating. And I didn't know that that culture was even out there until I married a woman that had kids. I married a woman that had kids, and I was like, "Oh, she's got three kids. Kids are great. I get to mentor three more minds. This is exciting for me." And I had all these men that were like, "You a simp?" I'm like, "What am I a simp for? What did I do?" Well, you were taking care of somebody's kids. Yeah, but I like it. It's fun. The kid. Am I supposed to hate them? Am I supposed to just hate black kids and just like throw them in the garbage, like call the police? Like what am I supposed to do? Because and I didn't get it. I didn't understand it. It was very strange. So I just personally think overall, if you look at if you go out in the streets of Chicago, Philadelphia, other places, you see all these lost children, all these people, all the way from the 20-year-old who's messing around with fentanyl because nobody told him not, told him not to, or the 45, 50-year-old man who's walking through the train station talking to himself. All that to me is the result of extreme neglect. It's somebody neglected those people. Somebody didn't take the time to sit there and say and give some words of encouragement. You are special. You can do this, young man. You can do it. You are a beautiful black child, girl. You can do anything you want to do. We don't do that. And I just don't understand why we don't. We will cheerlead all day. We'll go work at Walmart and literally be like employee of the month and dedicate all this energy to that kind of thing. But when it comes to our own kids, which is our asset, that's our asset. That's the future. I mean, if you're pro-black, then you have to care about the black community. If you care about the black community, then you have to care about the kids because the kids are going to be all that you have after you're gone. After we're gone, that's all that's going to be left. So I just don't understand. And here's the thing: I think that part of that we learn from society. We learn that from America. America neglects its children too. If you look at the difference between what the Chinese government does with their kids versus what the American government does with our children, it's like night and day. I told you all about. Have I told y'all? I'm gonna be a little less serious right now. I'm gonna tell y'all a story, a terrible story where I lost a lot of money. Have I told y'all the Tekadu story? How many of y'all know my story about Tekadu? Tekadu is a Chinese company that I invested in a long time ago. And I made so much money off this company. I think I'm not kidding. I remember one time making like $50,000 in a week from this investment, right? So I had this company and I told you I like to buy stock and sell the options on the stock. So I would sell these options on this company. I was making $3,000 or $4,000 a week selling stock options on this stock. And it just kept going up and up and up and up and up. And anyway, one thing I did not do was I wasn't smart. That I did. Well, I would say I wasn't smart. I knew to do it. I just didn't do it. Sometimes you know what to do, but you didn't do it. And so basically, I just didn't buy put options on the asset. I didn't protect my investment. So one day, this stock, it was trading at $31 a share. It suddenly dropped to $3 a share. I kid you not, $3. So my investment, which was maybe $150,000, dropped to maybe 15, 20,000 bucks. It was, you talk about being mad that day. I wanted to kick something. I was mad as hell. And let me tell you why it dropped. It dropped because the Chinese government made a new rule where they said these companies in the same industry as Tekadu. Tekadu was one of those companies that would teach kids after school and help them get ready for college. They said these companies are putting too much pressure on the kids, it's stressing the kids out. So we're going to force all these companies to become nonprofits. You will not profit by disrupting the mental health of our children. We're not going to let you do that. And so they said, we don't care how much money you're making. We're going to literally right now go through this industry and make every company in this industry become a nonprofit. You cannot be a for-profit company and operate in this space. So on one hand, while I was cussing and screaming about the money I lost, on the other hand, I have so much respect for the fact that they were able to come in and do that. I'd never seen a company or a country do this. It wasn't even on my radar. Like I talk about risk a lot, right? Risk was something I studied extensively in my doctoral program. And the thing about risk is that you have your knowns, your unknowns, and your unknown unknowns. Your unknown unknowns are things you don't even think about. Like I'm sitting here talking to you. I'm not even thinking about the possibility somebody could sneak up behind me and hit me in the head with a shovel because that's not even in my radar. You understand? Or that an earthquake can make this whole building fall down. I'm not even thinking about that, right? So that's kind of what this was. It was an unknown unknown. I had no idea that the Chinese government would be audacious enough to go into an industry and be that gangster to just literally obliterate an entire industry and destroy $1 trillion in economic value just for the kids. Because I don't live in a country that would ever do that for children. There are so many things that happen in our society that are unhealthy that will continue to be allowed to exist because of money. You have the stuff that goes on in big pharma. Very disturbing things happen in big pharma. Well, because of the money. Very disturbing things happen in the educational system because of the money. There are so many things that we do in this country that are so unhealthy and terrible because of the money. So I just thought, well, they're not going to really think about that, but they did, right? So I thought that was really remarkable. Now, if you want to know the more specific lesson I was reminded of is to always get your put options, right? Never, greed will always get you in trouble with investing. So if you get greedy, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna say I got greedy, but I got comfortable, right? You're like, oh wow, look, this is a great investment. Look at all this money. I mean, I'm so smart. And but no matter who you are, you can lose money. And what happened was I was thinking so much about the upside that I forgot about the downside. And also the reason some people don't invest is because they're thinking so much about the downside that they forget about the upside. You're so scared to lose money that you never make any money. But then sometimes you can be so obsessed with making money that you forget that you can still lose money. So really, in hindsight, whenever I build that time machine and go back and fix it, all I'm going to do is buy some really cheap put options and make sure that I maintain. Thank you, Calvin. There you go. There he goes again. Smartest black man on earth. Find that balance as an investor. You have to be balanced when it comes to your investing. That's the more specific message about that Tekadu story, and it's fine. I calculated that the amount of money I made by selling the options every week it was about equal to the amount that I lost when the stock went down to almost nothing. So I kind of came out almost even, right? But still, at the same time, I could have came out way ahead if I had been a little more balanced in my thinking. But going back to that though, I think that when you're talking about kids, and this has nothing to do with how rich you are, how poor you are, has nothing to do with how educated you are, or uneducated. I really think that just that basic idea of understanding um, how our children are an asset is extremely important. And someone made a very good point. They said, well, Dr. Boyce, someone with your income level doesn't have to think about, stuff like that with kids and or worry about the cost of taking care of somebody else's kids. I completely get that. I completely get that. 100%. Because when I married my wife, yeah, you're right. Money was not an issue. She had money, I had money. We worked, we're both hardworking people. So that wasn't really a factor. And it does make a difference, right? At 45, it was much easier for me to say, oh, it don't matter. Let's just do this with the kids. But let me tell you a little secret. The same way I would scoop up all the kids and and make sure they were all good, even if they weren't my kids. The same way I did that at 45. Oh, I did that at 25. When I was 25 and I was so broke I could barely pay the rent, when I had to literally leave my apartment in the middle of the night because and break my lease because I couldn't afford it. Oh, I did the same thing with kids. I would go pick up my daughter, and she has a brother that's not my child. And I never ever thought to myself ever like that I was going to pick up my daughter and leave him behind. Because I said if I love her, I gotta love who she loves. You understand? I can't say I love you and then force you to leave your little brother sitting there sad because he can't go to Disney World too, or he can't go, he can't go shopping with us too. I it just did it. It just doesn't. It's to me, it's just basic common sense, and also it's culture too. Remember, some of it's culture. My father did that for me. The father that raised me, did that for me when I was a kid. He easily could have been out. So remember, the culture has shifted a little bit in that regard. At that time when my dad did it for me, most people thought that was an honorable thing. They said, that's good. You're taking care of this kid so he don't grow up and become a menace to society, and you're showing love to this child. But there were some people though who were like, who is this lady and who is this baby? Because my mother was a single mother when because I told you my father he had the drug thing, so he wasn't there. And my father, I'm sure when he brought me home, somebody was like, who is this kid? He's not one of us. And I didn't even realize that I was treated a little bit differently because I wasn't a blood relative. I never noticed it. And so that led me to reflect on childhood where children don't know the difference. Like, that's why, like we make fun of kids. Like, if you date a nice lady or something and she's got kids and the kids are like, one of the kids is like, are you my daddy? Right. And you're like, I'm not your daddy. I'm not your, right. And I get that. Right. That's kind of sad when that happens, but kids just don't know. Right? Kids, that old hip hop song, a child is born with no state of mind, blind to the ways of mankind. Right? God is smiling on you, but he's frowning too, because only God knows what you'll go through. So I look at those kids and they come into this world with no state of mind. They're blind to the ways of mankind. They kids are loving, kids want to share, kids want to help. Right. But then God is smiling on the child, but God is frowning because God's like, man, when the world gets a hold of this child, if they don't understand their responsibility, if they get bad coaches in this game of life, it's going to be really painful for them, right? So whenever I see a young black man or young black woman doing crazy stuff or whatever, I reverse engineer their life. I go backward. Remember, I'm a mathematician, and I told you all about that technique we have called dynamic optimization, where you solve a problem by looking at the end and working backward. So when I see a 20-something-year-old kid that's doing some crazy stuff, I want to go back. Like, what was going on in your life when you were 16, when you were 15, when you were 12, when you were 9, when you were in kindergarten, and you could have been anything, but yet somebody guided you in this direction. There was a culture that embraced you and made you into whatever it is that you are right now. I still remember when and here's the thing. Here's where this is impactful in the black community from an economic standpoint, but it also costs you things that are more valuable than money. One time, I picked up one of my girls, and she was really sad. And I said, "Well, what's going on? Are you all right?" And she said the baby I used to babysit got killed. And I said, who, which baby? She said he was 3 years old. And I said, how did a 3-year-old get killed? Like, what happened? And she said that the mother got into an argument with a guy next door, 19-year-old wannabe thug, type of guy. And he came back and he just decided, because he was angry, he was going to like unload the whole clip of his gun into the house. He just shot into the house, didn't care about who he hit or whatever. And the problem is there were like 7 or 8 kids in the house and they were all playing. And the little 3-year-old got hit in the head with a bullet. And when I heard that story, I cried. I cried. And I didn't just cry for the baby that died. I cried for the baby that killed him, right? Because in my mind, I saw both of them as babies. I saw a 19-year-old. I know that don't get me wrong, he's responsible for what he did, and I was angry toward him. But if you get to my age, you know that if you see a 19-year-old, think about it like this: most a 19-year-old today was born in what, 2005. So you ain't really been here that long. You think you know stuff, but you don't really know nothing, right? We didn't know nothing when we were 19. We just knew what we were told. We knew what we were taught, right? And I just said, who turned the sweet little kid? When he was 3 or 4, he was probably like a kind little baby. He didn't want to kill anybody. He wanted to help. He wanted to help wash the dishes. He wanted you to tell him he was a good boy. He wanted you to give him a kiss and a hug. And what I realized is that every time he engaged the world, instead of somebody lifting him up, somebody tore him down. Right? Instead of making him complete, they cut him into pieces. He had to go through, I'm sure, a lot of pain to even become the kind of person who would even think it makes sense to unload a clip full of bullets into a house full of kids. right? And so to some extent, what that says is that everything is made in America. Our geniuses are made in America. Our thugs are made in America. Good dads are made in America. Horrible mothers are made in America, right? And so we got to think about what product we're manufacturing. We have to ask ourselves, when you think about, especially the kids that are in your sphere of influence. Now, again, it's perfectly fine if your focus is on your kids. I get it. Me and my wife got 3 kids. It's hard to focus on other stuff outside of those 3 kids. I understand. But some of you maybe were ordained by God. It's Sunday, so let's bring God into conversation. Some of you were ordained by God to influence kids outside of your own. Some of you may not have any kids, but that don't mean you can't be a parent, right? It doesn't. You don't have to have kids to be a parent. You can be a parent any day of the week. There are millions of our children out here that don't have a parent. That was my life. That was my thought. I was like, well, I could go out and find some young. When I was thinking about getting married, I was like, I could go find some young girl and start having babies again. But I was like, damn, I don't want to change diapers and all that stuff. I don't want to start all over. So I actually had a preference. Like it actually would be nice if she's already got kids. That way I can get the fatherhood experience without having to go change stinky diapers for another 18 years. Or well, not that you would be changing diapers for 18 years, but you get the point, right? So it's a preference thing. Everybody's got their preference, and I completely understood anybody who didn't have the same preference as me because we're not the same. What I didn't understand was just kind of the vitriol of of really speaking negatively about children as if they're some type of rodent or if there's some type of liability. That speaks to, in my view, a lack of vision. Because at some point, these individuals, these little nuisances that are in your life, these people that are getting in the way of your ability to go out and have sex with whoever you want and all this other stuff, these are the people that are going to be around taking care of us. They're going to be the ones who are going to be, we're going to be dependent on these little rodents, 15, 20 years from now. And I just don't think it necessarily plays out well when you mistreat the children, when we neglect our babies while they're young. Because when you get older, they're not going to come visit you in the nursing home. They're not going to care that you're sitting in your house starving to death. They're not going to care that you fell down and you can't get up. They're not going to give a damn. Why? Well, because you didn't give a damn about them. You let them know that it's all for self. It's a free for all, right? And I kind of think when you talk about investing, let's you just so we can be specific and make sure we understand this is a financial conversation. This is not Boyce telling people how to live their life. This is not what it is. So do not think I am judging your life on any level. But I stand 10 toes down on my life. I stand 10 toes down on what I believe in. When it comes to what I do, I do stand on business with that. So don't ask me to change. I'm not going to ask you to change. But one area where there appeared to be a conflict with me and the late Kevin Samuels, and I don't have any problem with the man. I didn't. I liked a lot of what he did. I thought he was smart and articulate and everything else. But when we got to the point where he would make blanket statements about single mothers with kids, or that having children somehow made you just a lesser woman to spend time with, I just said that's not true, brother. What are you talking about, man? There's so many millions of us who were raised by mothers who did their absolute best, who were by themselves. My mother was raising me by herself, not because she was some raggedy hoe who just decided she wanted to go and do stupid things. She was 16, and the boyfriend that she was in love with didn't want anything to do with her. and so it was just her, this 16-year-old lady with this little big head baby that Planned Parenthood told her to get rid of because the daddy ain't crap. So you might as well kill his son too, right? And she did her best. That's what she did. And then a man came along who said that woman's gorgeous. My mother said, okay, well, if you want me, if you want all of this, then you got to take this little boy too. And my father, rather than saying, yeah, all right, well, in order for me to get in your pants, I'll take the little Negro to McDonald's. He didn't do that. He said, oh, wow, I've been blessed with a son. This is awesome. And so he treated me like I was his own son. And what he didn't realize at the time was it wasn't just him doing the right thing and being a loving man and a protector and provider. It was a great investment. I think I was a pretty damn good investment. I was a great investment because I paid the man's house off when he got older. He ain't young and healthy like he used to be. He needs help. Oh, guess who's right there by his side saying, Daddy, what you need? Oh, you want a new truck? I bought you a truck with cash. It's brand new. Tell me what you want. So kids are an investment. if you do it right. But see, your problem is you have been trained to believe that that white man's business is your biggest investment, and he ain't giving you jack. He ain't even giving you enough money to retire properly. He's not giving you any loyalty. He's not giving you job security. He's not helping you get ahead financially. There's nothing about that loyalty you have to that job. I'm not disrespecting anybody who's doing it. So please just understand I'm just feeling passion right now. So forgive me if I say something wrong. I'm just gonna let it out. But that loyalty we show to those damn corporations, I don't think that's properly placed. My loyalty to a corporation will never be as great as the loyalty I have to my black wife. My loyalty to a job will never be as great as my loyalty to the children that are under my protection and responsibility. My loyalty to institutions created by that man who thinks he owns me will never be as great as my loyalty to the people in this room. I am here with you all every day, 7 days a week, because I'm connected to you. I care about what's happening in here. I don't give a shit about what they're doing in their business. That's their stuff. They get my spare time. You get my main time. And I really think that this is something we have to examine as black people, because there's a million examples of white folks getting up and saying, we want to say thanks to the black community because you built America. You're damn right we did. We should have been building the black community, but we was building your shit. Excuse my French. I'm gonna stop cussing this Sunday. I need to stop that. I apologize. Donald Trump. Well, you black people, you built America, and you're just now getting credit for that. Anybody remember when Trump said that? He was talking about how black people built America. He's like, well, we all built it, but you played a really big part, and you're just now getting credit for it. And all these black people are like, yeah, that's right. Thank you for acknowledging us, sir. And then Joe Biden gets elected, and Joe Biden's like, well, I just want to say thank you to black women, because without black women, we never could have gotten elected. And I'm like, ain't that something? He's like telling you, without you, we wouldn't have all this power. Without you, we wouldn't have access to trillions of dollars that we can give away to defense contractors and big pharmaceutical companies and all these other people who are not looking like you. Like, without you, we wouldn't have trillions of assets and power in our community. But your community doesn't have much of anything. Your family's broken. Your kids are out here in the street doing God knows what. You can't walk. You can't go to your grandma's house without worrying about getting shot. 90% of your kids are coming out of the public school system and can't even read, write, and do math at grade level. So what are you getting out of the deal? And seriously, I mean, what are you getting out of the deal? So what I really want you to do is I want us to do a meditation and an examination. This is a financial consciousness exercise, because this involves things that relate to investing, involves things that relate to money and all things that are more valuable than money. A financial consciousness exercise, in my view, should be where you sit down and you say, where have I dedicated the most hours of my life? And how much have I benefited, as well as the people that I care about? Do that, right? Sit down and I want you to calculate, okay, there's 24 hours in a day, 168 hours in a week, 8,760 hours in a year. There's 87,600 hours in a decade. Over 50 years that you're working, you're putting in approximately about somewhere around 500,000 hours, let's say. 87,000 times 5 is about 400, or 80,000 times 5 is 400,000. You add another 35,000, about 435,000 hours of time that you've been on this earth. Of that 435,000 hours, you probably spent about 150,000 of those hours working, like at a job. A third of your life, actually. A third you spend sleeping. And then maybe part of that last third, you get to do whatever you want. And I want you to just ask yourself, where am I putting most of my time? If I go through a typical day or a typical week, where am I spending most of my time? Where am I putting most of my energy? When I'm getting educated, what am I being educated about? Education. See, people make a mistake. They think education is the same as going to school. That's not true. A lot of people go to school, they're not educated. They also think that education is the same as knowledge. They think knowledge is the same as wisdom. All four of those things are very, very different. I don't know if we really value wisdom the way that we should, because if we did, I think that we would really think carefully about a lot of the things that we do. Wisdom comes from experience and deep thought, meditation, almost like consciousness. Not many people are conscious. Knowledge comes from just gathering information about anything that you need to know that's going to help you to live a better life and achieve the goals that matter to you. Um, Going to school and education are kind of linked to like whatever you do in your job. And I bet you that if you look at how much formal education you may have had in your life, I guarantee you that 90% or more of that education has gone toward you serving the white man and his companies. You went to school, you went to law school so you could go and become a lawyer at a law firm. You went to nursing school so you can learn how to be a nurse. And I want you to imagine, or you maybe went to basketball camp to learn how to be a better basketball player. And I want you to imagine what if we spent that same time, we spent learning how to be doctors, lawyers, and nurses, and spent that same amount of time learning how to build a community, or learning how to raise healthy kids, or learning how to have a good marriage, or learning how to be healthy, period, mentally and physically. I guarantee you that that second investment would pay off much at a much higher level than the previous investment where you're specifically being trained to specifically serve somebody else. In a way, the way I think a lot of us are end up being raised is similar to Coming to America, where you had that point where the prince in the beginning was going to get married, and this beautiful girl comes in and she's like, she's your queen to be, right? And she's absolutely gorgeous. And this gorgeous woman, without knowing like the fact that she's so pretty, she could get all kinds of men. She's focused on one man and serving one man, and that's it. So he's like, well, so what do you like to do? She's like, whatever you like. Right? Like what so tell me about your life. And she says, I've been trained to serve you. That's it. That's what I've been raised to do. And so that means that um number one, she doesn't realize her worth. She doesn't know that she could be a wonderful woman to a lot of men. She doesn't know that she's also the prize too. But then number two, when he says, I don't want you, then she has no purpose. She literally has no purpose. She's depressed. Like, what am I going to do now? I spent all my time preparing to serve this person, and I don't know anything else. I don't know any other options for myself. That's what I see when I see a black person who gets laid off from their job. And so because they can't get a job, they just sit there and do nothing because you've been trained your whole life to basically serve this other person. And when they don't serve you, or when they don't accept your service and they don't want you anymore, you end up in this position that I think is beneath you. You're in a position where we end up looking so desperate. We end up wasting a lot of time. You waste a lot of resources. So this beautiful woman, because the prince did not want her, she wasted a ton of beauty. A lot of y'all saw that movie. That was a beautiful black woman, right? But so really the best pivot she could have done, the best thing her dad could have done for her is to say, look, hey, we're gonna get you ready to marry the prince. That's the plan. But just know you got a plan B, a plan C, and a plan D. We got lots of other amazing men you could be married to, lots of things you could do with your life beyond just this. This skill that you've acquired is not focused on one outcome. There's not one thing you can do with the skill. I have to have this conversation with a lot of PhDs, believe it or not. I know a lot of PhDs who are super smart people, super highly trained at the absolute highest level. But when the university doesn't want them or the university mistreats them, all they can do is sit and be sad about it. All they can do is complain. All they can do is get on food stamps and say, look at how bad they're treating me. This ain't right. Or I wish I could get a job, or I'll take any job I can get. And I'm the guy that says, well, just leave the damn industry. You're smart, you're hardworking, you got all this skill. If you figured out how to do microbiology at the highest levels, you could probably learn how to start a business too. Like it takes less skill to learn how to be an entrepreneur or an investor than it takes to get a PhD in nuclear physics, for God's sake. Good Lord Jesus, what happened to your self-esteem? This is where I really learned that self-esteem is so important. You got to know your worth, man. You got to always know you have value. Whether it's dating or job seeking or anything, if you really know your worth and you have really made the investment in yourself and the things that you care about, the people you care about, then you're going to have the value around you. You will be surrounded by untold amounts of riches in your life because you're going to know that you're sitting in the sweet spot. You're going to know, look, if they're not interested, that's okay because somebody else will be because what we build over here is nice. You understand? I wake up with that thought every single day. I don't really look for anybody to accept what I am and what I do. I just don't care because I know how good I am. I know that I am a ninja when it comes to black economics. I'm good at I well, how do I know? Well, because I've invested 30 years in understanding this stuff. So if you don't see my value, I'm not even offended. I'm like, well, okay, well, that's your loss. Good luck to you now. I don't care. So find your thing that you own, and you start ownership can start even with your family. You own your family. That's your black owned business. That's your opportunity, man. So same thing. Like, brother, if you're checking out a nice lady and she happens to have a child, I'm not saying you should go and just say, oh yeah, I want to go and take care of some of these kids. You don't have to do that. I'm not telling you to be like me, but I am saying, that is an opportunity to some extent. If those kids are looking for somebody to guide them and somebody they're going to be loyal to for the next 50 years, you might want to consider making an investment, because here's what I want to, and I'll end on this point. I mentioned to you all that there's a retirement crisis in America. Most people in America are not prepared to get old. They're going to work until they die. They're going to work until they're 80, 90 years old if they live that long. Why does that happen? Why does that happen? Well, it's partly society, right? Society is not built for that kind of thing. They kind of trick you a lot, right? And they put you in these tough spots. But it's also mentality. A lot of people who are retiring with no money, if you go back 30 years, they thought they were never going to get old. If you tried to sit them down and say, hey, you got to put something to the side now, you got to make some sacrifices now so you can have long-term benefits, they can't see it. Why? Well, because they don't have the consciousness to see beyond the next 2 or 3 weeks, or they don't have the consciousness to see beyond the year 2002. It's 2002. Why are you talking to me about 2024? 2024 is never going to get here. Well, guess what? Surprise, right? The future kind of pops out and shows you. They're like, I'm here. Remember, I'm the future that you thought was never getting here. Now I'm right here and I'm in your face, and I'm going to punish the shit out of you for your lack of preparation. That's what I'm going to do. The future is coming. It is coming. The Grim Reaper is coming. Old age is coming. All that's coming. And if you can't stop for a minute and meditate and say, yeah, it's coming, I need to prepare, then you're going to lose. And here's the reason why most people are not prepared. It's because we live in a society that encourages selfishness and gratification. Those are two values that work very well for a capitalist society, because they keep you on edge. They keep you financially insecure. They keep you in debt. People go into debt because they can't see the future. They're like, oh, it's free money. It's not free money. It's going to pay. You're going to pay, but you're like, oh, I don't give a shit. Not only do people not even care about other people, pay attention now. They don't even care about other people. They don't even care about themselves, their future self. Like that's what's crazy. Like, not only do you not care about people around you, but you don't even care about your future self. Like they're gonna baby oil you down like a Diddy party in 5 years. Your financial choices are gonna have you screwed in 5 years, and you can't even see that. It's because somebody convinced you to live as if 2029 is never going to arrive. Who taught you to think that way? Who trained you to have that such a low level of consciousness about your life? So the same mentality, this is what I'm getting to. The same mentality that has led to the majority of Americans not being prepared for retirement is the exact same mentality that's led to the fall of the black community. It's the exact same mentality that leads to so much economic and social desperation. It's the same mentality that leads to broken families and divorce and children who hate their parents and all that. All that's connected. All that's connected. I still remember in college just talking to dudes around me and saying, if we don't study and get a degree, we're gonna have a really hard life. And it's like, yeah, but I want to go to the party and the step show, and I want to go and smoke and drink and do. I'm like, yeah, but if we don't sacrifice something now, we're gonna spend the next 30 years in a prison, basically, a prison of our own choices. So I'd rather struggle a little bit now in the next 3 or 4 years and then live good for the next 30 or 40 years than to have fun for the next 2 or 3 years and struggle for the next 30 or 40 years. Do you understand? That's simply investing. That's all investing is. All investing is the ability to sacrifice something now so you can have more later on down the road. That's it. That's all it really is. So investing isn't just money. You invest when it comes to health. You invest when it comes to relationships, right? You invest like so I see a little 8-year-old kid who is looking for me to mentor him. And I could say, screw you, kid. I don't, you're not mine. I ain't got time. Or I could say, if I invest in you now, then maybe later on down the road, it'll pay off for me. I used to invest what my greatest investment is. Some of y'all that have been listening for a while, you'll know what my greatest investment was. My number one investment in my life, it had nothing to do with money. My number one investment in my life was my baby brother. When my parents gave birth to my brother, I was 13 years old. And my mother and father, I guess because money was tight, they didn't have the ability to hire a babysitter. And this is back in the 80s when you can get away with stuff like this. I don't think you can do this now. So they used to have me take care of my brother. I used to babysit my brother all summer long, 5 days a week. And I would have to watch him from 7 a.m. until about 4 or 5 when mama got home from work. And when I tell you I hated it, I absolutely hated it. Because I think I got something the equivalent of about 50 cents an hour or something. So every 2 weeks, mama would give me $40. So I get $20 a week to babysit my brother. And he would wake up early. The diapers were stinky. I'd have to be in there making bottles and just all kinds of. I'm 13. This summertime. I'm supposed to be out here running around, right? I'm literally a baby. So I'm nurturing this baby at 13 years old. It was very difficult. Let me tell you, when I say to you that that was the best investment I ever made, oh, I'm not lying. Because what I did not know is that when you pour into people when they're vulnerable, they're connected to you. My brother has been the most loyal business partner I have ever had in my life. When I was at Syracuse University and I was the one that was struggling, I was the one trying to figure out my next move because it was getting hot. I had to move. I had to find something else to do. I was like, I want to start this business, but I don't have any money. Guess who came to my side and worked with me full time without even asking for a paycheck? It was my little brother. My brother literally was responsible for helping me make millions of dollars over the course of my career. It could not have happened without him because he gave me the kind of loyalty that money cannot buy. I've hired people, I've fired people, I've had people betray me, I've had people ups and downs, I've had people that were fly by nights, I've had a lot of people come and go. He never left. Even when I was at my craziest, even when we made mistakes, even when we lost money, even when it blew up in our face, he was always right there by my side with a type of loyalty that money cannot buy. So when I tell you that I believe to the core of my soul that the best investments we can make in our lives are people, I mean that. If you spend time with those kids, you got those 3, 4 kids, that's the greatest blessing. How the hell you gonna act like getting a damn job at the Westin Hotel or something? I'm looking at the Westin out the window. We're actually having the convention at the Westin. Nothing against the Westin, but how the hell are you gonna act like getting a job or working for Nike or something is more valuable than the time you're supposed to spend with those kids? I just don't understand it. I just don't get it. Right. And I think that this is part of the mystery in terms of what happened to Black wealth. It's mentality, it's where we're investing our resources. And it's not the money. I'm not talking about investing the money. I'm talking about investing the time, investing the energy, investing the love, investing the attention. You're investing it in all the wrong things. So I guarantee you that most people know more about what's happening at their job than they know what's going on in the lives of their own damn children. And that is a problem. That is not going to work out for you. So that's it, guys. I'm done. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you giving me your time. And by the way, if you want to, you guys know I'm doing the retirement event on Tuesday, and also I created something called Retire Rich and Early, kind of a blueprint on retirement. The lifetime access fee is $299. For the rest of the day, you can actually get access for life for $99. So here's the link. I'm gonna put this link in the chat if you guys want to take a look. Some of you got the link via text, and for those of you that are interested, today you still have one more day. So I'm gonna put this in here if you guys want to take a look at that. And we're gonna do the event on Tuesday night at 8 o'clock. I'll send you a link to join us. So here we go. There's the link inside the chat. Let me know if you see it. And so retirement is something that like I said, most Americans are getting it wrong Because I want you to just think about it. I mean, I want you to think about in school, like at what point in your public high school did they ever even teach you the fundamentals of what it means to even prepare for retirement? Like nobody gets taught that, right? So how can people be good at something that we don't teach them how to do? And again, I think that that's ironic, interesting, and intentional because when you go get a job somewhere, you go when you go work at UPS or something, they make sure you're well trained for that job. But when it comes to the game of life and the job of life and the job of raising children and taking care of yourself, nobody gives you formal training on that. I personally think there should be like life school, like literally like a school of life where you're learning everything that you need to know about how to survive in this world, especially if you're black. I think because when you're black, it's very complicated and there's a lot of stuff you need to learn. But instead, a lot of people are learning this stuff now on the internet. And some of the internet advice is absolutely horrible. So anyway, that's it. So Junaville says, yes, life school. Maybe that would be something fun to put together. I don't know. Let me think about that. But anyway, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. And I will see you all tomorrow morning. And don't forget, if you want to be notified when we start class in the morning, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Also, the All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, actually at the Westin, which actually is a nice hotel. There's nothing wrong with working at the Westin. But anyway, if you want to join us for the convention, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So have a good day, everybody. I'll see you guys soon.
Hey everybody, how you doing? I hope you guys can hear me okay. I see a few of you are already in here. I see Pivotal Move. How you doing from ATL? Larry Doherty, good to see you. Tara Redmond, B1 for Rosa CM. Anyway, can you guys, let's do a quick audio check before we begin. Let me know if you guys can hear me because I'm actually going to be driving while I do this conversation, which is the reason why it's going to be audio. It's not going to be video because I ain't trying to crash to do a podcast episode. But I actually wanted to share some thoughts about economics that I think can benefit you. So let me know. Give me a quick yes in the chat if you can hear me okay. And what I'll do is I'll kind of queue up in terms of letting you guys know what we're going to talk about today. Uh, Today, I want to talk a little bit about this stuff with Diddy in terms of the economic side of it all, and help you see some economic variables that maybe you might have missed. Basically, there's a lot to really talk about here because Diddy is a guy that has a lot of money. Lawyers are very expensive. RICO cases cost a lot. And they're repossessing a lot of his assets, things like that. So there's financial angles all over the place. But actually, before I begin, can you guys do me a quick favor? Let me know if you can hear me as you hit the thumbs up button. Give me a yes in the chat to let me know that my audio's coming through all right. And I'm gonna basically be on the move here, so I'm not going to be on camera today. So forgive me for that, but just give me a yes to let me know my audio's coming through all right. All right. So here is my thought that I wanted to share with you guys. So basically, with this Diddy stuff, a lot of us have been following this, right? And a lot of us are in it for the spectacle of it all. It's really interesting. Actually, I don't blame you if you find it interesting because we've been following Diddy for a long time. He's been around for over 30 years, and he's really almost, you would say he's iconic in the hip hop music industry. I mean, he is a walking corporation. He's a massive brand. He's probably a multi-billion-dollar asset, right? And that's what he is, right? And he's also a guy who is controversial. I ain't gonna lie, I never really liked him that much. He kind of always got on my nerves because I have my little pet peeve. If you want to know my personal pet peeve, so we can get that out of the way, is I have a big problem with black men who don't grow up. Black men who act like children until they're like 40, 50 years old. Diddy's been doing the same little dances, the same little goofball stuff for many, many years. He does a lot of talking. It isn't usually followed up with action. And what's worse is that this is how they keep the black community distracted. This is how they harm the black community. Is they take the clown and they put the clown in the position of the king. You understand? They take the clown and they'll say we're going to make the clown into the king, and then guess what happens? Guess what happens when they make the clown into a king? There's a saying that says if you put the clown in where the king is supposed to be, the circus doesn't turn into a kingdom. the kingdom turns into a circus. Do you understand? Do you get what I'm saying? So when you put the clown in the position of the king, which they did with Diddy, they would put him on the cover of magazines as some example of black excellence, black wealth. In fact, he was one of the people that helped to popularize the term black excellence, even though there was nothing really excellent there. Um, they made him into a political leader. Anybody remember Vote or Die? How many of y'all remember the Vote or Die campaigns where they were telling you that if you don't vote for the Democrats, you're going to be dead or something? I don't know what the hell that was, but that's what in politics, that's what you might call a scare tactic, right? That's literally a scare tactic. We're going to scare black people into voting for them instead of offering them something that they deserve. We're going to basically just scare the shit out of them and force them to believe that if they don't vote for us, then the Republicans are going to put us in chains. I literally remember Joe Biden specifically using the terms, they going to put y'all back in chains. And I remember him saying, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black, and all that stuff. And I hope that you weren't dumb enough to fall for that nonsense. I'm not telling you who to vote for. I'm not saying that you're dumb if you voted for a Democrat. I'm just saying that it's almost like sleeping with somebody. If you're going to sleep with somebody, don't sleep with somebody because somebody tricked you into it or forced you into it. Sleep with them because that's who you selected, right? So it's just like it's my body, my choice. It's also your vote, your choice, your life, your choice, your economics, your choice. And give me a yes if we can at least agree on that. We can agree that I'm not here to tell you who to vote for. I'm not here to tell you what your opinion should be. I just want to make sure that your opinion is your opinion and not the opinion somebody gave to you. Because there is a consistent effort to control the black community by putting the clowns in the driver's seat of the community. They will take a Diddy, they will elevate him, they will make him into a fake black leader when he's really not a black leader. He's really just a Negro manager. Or they'll take an Al Sharpton, who I saw Al Sharpton dancing with a bunch of white politicians the other day. I don't know if any of y'all saw that, but Sharpton was at having his 70th birthday party, and he was out there dancing with all these Democratic politicians, and there's always all this dancing, Roland Martin dancing, Al Sharpton dancing, Diddy dancing, right? And this is Dr. Claude Anderson has been talking to y'all about this for a long time. Dr. Anderson talks about how the singing, dancing Negro is always the one that they put out front. Malcolm X used to say that. Malcolm X used to talk about the idea that they would put clowns in the position of black leaders, and then they would look at the black community and say, well, they're just a bunch of clowns. Look at them following clowns, imitating the clown, sitting behind the clown. And I'm like, and a lot of us are sitting there like, we're not clowns. We're serious people. But if you don't put serious people in serious positions, then you'll never be taken seriously. Do you get what I'm saying? I hope you get what I'm saying. So Diddy, I'm going to give my perspective on that part is that Diddy's existence was always problematic, not just because of all the other stuff he may have done, but just what he represented in black culture. And I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like this. If you want to know the real deal on why Diddy's going down, in fact, let me ask y'all a question. Let's do a straw poll. How many of y'all think that Diddy going down is deeper than just some guy who committed crimes? How many of y'all think that there's something bigger happening here? How many of y'all think that he pissed off the wrong person? Give me a yes if you think that, he fell out of favor with his bosses. Let me know if you agree with me that Diddy's whole prosecution, this whole parade and charade that's really going on it's all about basically the fact that they couldn't use him anymore. He wasn't an asset to them anymore. He was costing somebody some money. He made somebody mad. Give me a yes if you agree, because I'm gonna tell you that's what I think. And the crazy part is that it's not to say that I've ever felt that Diddy was this excellent role model or this amazing human being. I've never felt that way. I told y'all how I feel about the guy, but I think that there's some shenanigans going on. I think that this is a selective prosecution. I think that the people prosecuting him are probably just as guilty as him. If you, in fact, I remember when the R. Kelly documentary came out. I happen to know one of the key producers on the R. Kelly documentary, and if I was to tell you what I know about her, if I was to tell you what I know about her, because I know some celebrities, I'm in the grapevine a little bit. If I told you what I knew about her, it would blow your mind. I just don't want to get into that nonsense because I'm not out here trying to defend R. Kelly, right? That's not what I'm interested in doing. But believe me, these are games, people. These are all games. That's what it is. It's all games. It's not it's not black and white like it is. The thing is, what they're doing is they're leaning on this expectation that human beings are just not that smart. That's what they're doing. They're leaning on this idea that basically people are too dumb to really think about it. They're not going to process it. Like they're really going to think that a whole criminal conspiracy was done by one man. That literally, if we get rid of this one guy, that's going to clean up all of Hollywood. That if we get rid of this one guy, then all the badness in the entertainment industry is going to disappear. That this one guy is responsible for all the terrible things that are happening in the music industry. And y'all know that's nonsense, right? We all know that that's silly. We all know that it's deeper than that. But I'm not here to go into that too much just because I'm not out here in the business of defending Diddy. Because I told you, I've always thought he was a clown anyway. I just see what a lot of y'all see, what intelligent black people see. Now, with that said, what? Let me talk about just the idea of Diddy parties. Right now, it's fascinating. When you're 53, like I am. And by the way, I'm driving now. I'm actually in motion. Can y'all still hear me? Okay, give me a yes. I get real self conscious about the audio when I'm on the move, and I apologize for doing this. Conversation via audio while I'm driving. I wanted to do Money in the Morning, our morning financial consciousness class, and I couldn't do it because the freaking hotel Wi-Fi was terrible. I was staying at a damn Hilton. You would think if you're a Hilton Honors member, they'd be able to give you some good Wi-Fi, but man, the Wi-Fi was garbage, so I couldn't actually talk to you guys. And I apologize for those of you that were going to meet me in class. If you want to get invited to our free Money in the Morning financial consciousness class, it's free to the community. I'm a finance PhD. I like to just talk about economics in a variety of ways to help you understand money because I want you to have some. So if you want to join us for free, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. Somebody type 87948 in the chat so others can have it. So anyway, so back to Diddy. Okay, so we've established that Diddy was used and manipulated to basically become a false figurehead for the black community. He was empowered, I believe, for a number of years and really allowed to get away with crimes, I believe, because he served a different purpose. He served a purpose for mostly politicians. I don't think I think that it's not a coincidence that a lot of the people that you see that are black entertainers or black people that are working closely at a high level of the Democratic Party. In many cases, these are individuals that have high profile criminal or court cases in front of them. I know that, we know about Al Sharpton and his whole situation as an informant. This is not me making things up. This is not me trying to smear him. You can go Google this. Go look up Al Sharpton informant, and you'll find that there was also this situation where he was caught on camera trying to do a drug deal. Now, most of y'all, just so you know, don't ever let the FBI catch you on camera doing a drug deal because you won't be sitting next to the president in the White House. You'll be sitting next to Big Pookie in cell block A. Okay, so just know, don't you try to do that. But there's that video out there. Go look it up. Just look it up. Don't believe me. Just go look it up. And so you can't tell me that some deals aren't being done in the background. When Cardi B interviewed Joe Biden last year, remember they could have talked to they could have talked to a lot of black people who know a lot of things. They could have talked to political scientists, they could have talked to experts, they could have talked to community activists, but they don't want to talk to people that know things. They don't want to talk to people that have facts and information. They want to talk to entertainers. So he interviewed with Cardi B. She gave him a softball interview, and at that time, I remember Cardi B had a big court case. If you remember, she was in court or in the club, and she threw a bottle. It was something about a bottle and thrown at a girl's head or something, which is a felony, right? And she was dealing with that. And then also, if you recall, Cardi B admitted on Instagram that she used to drug men and rob them, right? She used to just say that. And then I'll just say this. If Cardi was a man, tell me if you agree with this. I want to find out where we can agree so that because people get mad at me when I lay out facts and truth. They just say, oh, you're a hater, you're a bad person, and you're a coon, yeah, blah, blah. It's like, no, 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 no. Tell me if we can agree that if Cardi had been a man, if she had been a dude who went on Instagram one day drunk or something, high or something, and said, hey, yeah, I used to drug women and take stuff from them, rob them, sleep with them, whatever. Do you think that she would have gone to prison? What do you think? Do you think that they uh, went after her a little bit? Do you think that maybe something would have come from that? I don't know. So here's the thing. So a lot of times, individuals who get wrapped up with the high level politicians, they have things happening that where they scratch each other's backs. Way back, this goes back like 80 years. J. Edgar Hoover, J. Edgar Hoover in the FBI used to do this all the time with the mafia. They used to let the mafia get away with crimes in exchange for them helping them to achieve their government objectives. They did. Yeah, yeah, I mean, y'all know how the CIA put crack in the black community. How you think all those drugs got into the black community? They didn't get into the white neighborhoods, but they got into the black neighborhoods. because every time the LAPD would try to stop it, good cops in the LAPD, and I believe that there were a few who wanted to do the right thing. Every time police captains, there was a police sergeant who actually testified to this. He said every time we would try to stop the drugs and stop the big kahunas, we would get interrupted and disrupted by the feds. So this is all, this is all consistent with a tradition. That's what I'm saying. And, when I see this, I connect the dots. I can't make myself stupid enough to just fall for the okey doke. So I connect the dots. The dots say that, in my opinion, it is not inconceivable that Diddy was allowed to Diddy his way through life. He was allowed to be the diddler. He was allowed to do all kinds of Diddy type stuff, and that they didn't touch him because he had high level connections that were protecting him, and not just entertainment industry people, but also government officials. Because remember, the government's relationship with the mafia goes way back. In fact, there are people that even believe the mafia used government assistance to take out Kennedy. I don't know if that's true or not, but there was a lot, or that the mafia was involved with the assassination of Martin Luther King, where they helped him get that done. I think Dr. King's one of his buddies, spent many years writing a book and investigating his murder, and he connected it back to the government and to the mob. He did that. Go look it up. I forgot the name of the book. But the point is, here's my point I'm making. I want y'all to kind of understand this. There's been a long connection between the government and the mafia. And if you go into the entertainment industry, where you go back to the Clive Davises and the Leor Cohens and the people running the music industry, many of those individuals are mob affiliated. Many of the people in the music industry are, funded their operation with criminal money. That, do you understand the connect? Are you seeing where I'm connecting the dots here? I don't want to talk too fast. I want to make sure you understand what I'm saying. Death Row Records was funded by a lot of criminal money. Bad Boy Records, I believe, was funded by a lot of criminal money. You have Murder Inc. over there. I think they done dealt with some stuff with the feds and all that, right? So it's not a coincidence, right? So here's what I'm saying is that I believe that Diddy's whole prosecution really is a matter of making him the fall guy. Maybe because they're protecting other people, but at the very least, because perhaps he went rogue on them. I think that he did that goofy ass vote or die campaign, which I never supported any of that nonsense, because I was like, stop telling people they're going to vote, they got to vote for you or they're going to die. Like, let's stop re traumatizing black people. Everybody uses your trauma for their economic benefit. Everybody knows how traumatized black people are. Everybody knows how broke black people are. Everybody knows how economically vulnerable black people are. And what they do is they rely on the fact that you feel consistently unsafe and insecure, and they use that to suck things out of you. They use you like the poor little girl with low self-esteem who was sexually abused by her daddy, and they take that little girl and pimp her on the street. The same way a pimp can identify the little girl that's got no support, no love, no financial security, and no education, and maybe a drug addiction. The same way the pimp eyeballs that little girl and says, I'm gonna get this hoe, I'm gonna use her up, is the same way they use you up. It's the same way they identify black people as a group of people, such that when they re-traumatize us, instead of helping us heal, they re-traumatize us every damn election by making you think that if you don't do what they say, bad things are going to happen to you. And I reject that. Like my mama is a praying woman. She's a praying, godly woman. And she would say, what she say? I reject you in the name of Jesus. Or I rebuke you. She would say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. So when you coming in with all that nonsense, trying to get black people to serve you out of fear, I reject you. I rebuke you in the name of everything decent, because what you're doing is wrong. What these people are doing is wrong. And so if you want to know why I'm talking today, it's because I just kind of want somebody to hear this. I need us to really think about these things. We don't process. We need to have these conversations on a different level. We need to stop with letting people just get us doing the same thing over and over again and thinking that that's going to make a difference. It's not going to make a difference. Or somehow making us believe that the people who are exploiting us are the ones who are going to elevate us. If somebody just know, just a simple rule about pimping and exploitation: if you are exploiting someone, you're not supposed to empower them. The pimp will never empower the hoe. The drug dealer will never empower the drug addict. The drug addict's gonna have to go somewhere else for rehab. The hoe's gonna have to go somewhere else for support. She's tempted to go to the pimp, because the pimp is the one that she's closest to. The pimp is the one she's had the relationship with. But she can't turn to the pimp because all the pimp is going to do is do what he's always done, which is play with her head. So this is one of the reasons why I don't go to white folks for my liberation. I don't go to the Democratic Party looking for solutions. I just don't. I don't go to our allies. I don't go to corporate America. I don't look for I look for other spaces where we can be free and truly have our best interests at heart. So anyway, so let's get back to the Diddy thing. If you could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. And can y'all still hear me okay? Let me know if you can still hear me okay. I want to make sure my audio's good because I am actually in transit and I'm driving through Indiana right now. And sometimes the Wi-Fi gets a little weird. So I hope you guys can hear me enough for us to continue the conversation. Also, I have a book. It's called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. It's a bestseller. A lot of people like it. It's on Amazon, of course, but also if you'd like to get a copy, you can go to drboycebooks.com. And also, my wife is a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. We created the first ever Black financial therapy department where we actually study as research scientists both of us have doctorates, real doctorates, not those honorary fake PhDs, but we have real doctorates. And basically, we've studied the psychological barriers to Black wealth. So she's an expert in human behavior and the subconscious mind. I'm an expert in finance. And so our marriage has allowed us to work together to find solutions that you're not going to find in any university that I know of. So anyway, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. Some of my wife's workbooks are there as well on things like financial anxiety and building stronger families, having better relationships, working on your mental health. And we also have financial flashcards for your children because I've mentioned to you guys that the number one key to avoid some of these traps that are set for you is you got to be financially secure. A financially insecure person is completely incapable in many cases of making righteous and independent decisions. Let me say that again. A financially insecure person is, in most cases, completely incapable of always making righteous and independent decisions. It doesn't mean he doesn't want to do the right thing, and it doesn't mean that it's impossible to do the right thing. What I'm saying is that when your pockets are empty, when your children are hungry, when you are in fear of losing your job, it is much harder for you to make decisions that you really want to make. It's much harder for you to leave that abusive relationship when you don't have a place to stay. It's much harder for you to quit that job, even though your boss called you the N word at work and you really need to walk out that door. It's much harder for you to turn down the opportunity to go to a Diddy party when you just met Diddy, who just flashed a couple $1 million in your face and said, "Hey, I can make all your financial problems go away if you just get on your knees for about 15 minutes." So this is where I want to get to with the Diddy party thing. See, here's the thing about the diddler. The Diddy, some people have compared Diddy to the devil, right? I even saw an image where he's dressed in all red and sitting in a big red throne looking like the devil. Now, do I know if Diddy is the devil or not? I don't know. But I will say this. He uses a lot of the devil's tricks. And this is putting aside any of the, accusations or allegations against him. I don't know. I believe in innocent till proven guilty. That'll be settled in the court of law. But even if you talk about the fact that so many people were eager to go into the devil's playground, like you had Oprah who was eager to come to a Diddy party, Barack Obama was eager to come to a Diddy party. I'm sure the John Legends and a lot of other people. Ashton Kutcher was eager to go to a Diddy party. Chris Brown was eager to go to the Diddy parties. The politicians were eager to go to the Diddy parties, right? Why were so many people, if this man was the devil and these rumors about him have been floating around for 20 years, 25 years really. I mean, Tupac died, ever since Tupac died in the 90s, there was always idea that Diddy may have and could have, and some people believe probably did, have something to do with it. So it ain't nothing new. This is R. Kelly to some extent. This is R. Kelly all over again. It ain't like you didn't know. No. Don't act like you didn't know. You just wanted to believe the best. You wanted to believe that he didn't do it. You wanted to believe that he didn't kill Pac because it would be hard to explain to your kids why you're going to a party hosted by a murderer. So why did all these people want to go to Diddy parties? Well, because money is a drug. Money is a funny thing. Money can make an ugly man look handsome. Money can make a bad person look like a good person. Money can fool people into wanting to do things that they might not normally do. When we see people with money, when that millionaire walks in the room, all the ladies' eyes kind of brighten up. Like they smile, start fixing their hair, make sure their makeup's ready. Girl, he's worth $20 million, girl. And then even the dudes, even the guys are like, oh man, this is my big break. I met Diddy, and I got invited to a Diddy party, and so this gonna be my big opportunity. This is my big break, man. Yo, I'm gonna get that record deal, dog. I'm gonna get the side of a bad boy, cause I've been waiting on Jesus to bless me with an opportunity to pursue my dream. So I'm going to that Diddy party, yo. That's gonna be what's up, right? And here's the thing. Here's where money tricks you. So Diddy dangles his money and his wealth and his power in front of you and get you all geeked up because you thinking you going to a Diddy party. You like, man, my life is about to change. Well, yeah, it's about to change, all right. It's about to change, all right. You just ways that you would expect because the devil can be sneaky. Like D1 says, the devil can bless you too. If a Diddy wants to earn instant trust from you, all he's got to do is find out what your problems are and write a check to solve them. All he's got to do is find out, are you behind in your mortgage? Here you go. I'm hanging out with Bishop Jakes, and we decided we want to bless you, yo, with some black excellence, yo, and write this. We gonna write this check for 100,000 so we can make sure that you and the kids are good. Oh my God, Giddy, you're such a good man. Oh my goodness, I was praying to Jesus, and I was hoping the Lord was gonna bless me, and He put you in my life. So you got blessed, all right. You definitely got blessed. But your mistake is that you think you got blessed by God, but you didn't get God. You got a blessing from Satan. Because next thing you know, you're signing up for things that you didn't plan to sign up for. You're in situations that you did not anticipate. And don't act like you didn't know. Don't act like you had no idea. Because people been connecting Diddy to a murder. They've been connecting Diddy to murders since the 90s. So don't act like, well, we just went to the party. We had no idea this was happening. I didn't participate. No. Yeah, I get it. I know you didn't. I believe 99% of the people that came to a Diddy party were not really at the after party, right? I believe that 90+% of the people who came to that party wasn't doing no drugging, no sexing, none of that. I think that 90% of the people that went to the Diddy party just went and left, right? And I believe that the reason that so many people lined up to go is because money and power are very seductive. Money and power are a drug. Money and power are the things you want to get close to. And if you don't have financial consciousness, there's that word consciousness. If you don't have financial consciousness, if you don't have discernment, if you don't have the ability to say no, if you don't understand all the things in your life that are more important than money, then you're an easy target. You're easy. We just got to get her at the party and put something in her drink. And next thing you know, she's going to participate in the freak offs, and we're going to get it all on tape. So we're going to have this tape for the rest of her life. So she better not say nothing, or we're going to threaten to release the tape. Let me give y'all, let me give y'all a real story. I'm gonna be open and vulnerable and share this story with you in hopes that you'll understand why I felt compelled to share this conversation today. Before we do that, could y'all please do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button? Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name's Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to remind everybody that if you want to come and kick it with us, the All Black National Convention is going to be October 25th to the 27th in Chicago. It's actually in Lombard, which is a suburb of Chicago, and that is right outside of the city, but it's very close to Chicago, and it's a beautiful hotel. And we're going to get together with as many black experts as we can find who are not scared to be black, and we're solving our own problems. We're building our own institutions, we're developing our own infrastructure, and also we're connecting and loving each other, supporting each other. Basically, the best word to describe the convention is love and support and peace and intelligence. So if your goal is to learn more about real estate or relationships or crypto or politics or stock market investing or how to raise a better family, how to raise black boys, whatever it is you're trying to do, we're gathering experts for that. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you'd like to join us. We got just a couple more weeks before the convention. So let me tell you all a story about this Diddy stuff and why I felt compelled to share this message. And I don't really talk a lot about my personal interactions with celebrities that often, just because it's not that important. Or if I talk about it, I'll talk about it in general. I don't give specifics all the time. But let me tell you about something that specifically happened to me specifically, um, where discernment I felt was very important in that situation. So I mentioned to you all before that Kanye West called me 2 years ago during the All Black National Convention. I was very busy with the convention. At the time, Kanye was literally the most talked about human being on the entire planet because he'd made the whole Jewish community mad. Wells Fargo's about to put take all of his money out of the bank. Not Wells Fargo. I'm sorry, J.P. Morgan Chase, which they did. Um, and I was right. He called me a couple times and we talked for many hours about what he was dealing with, what he was trying to figure out. I shared what I knew. I tried to support whatever. Right? He was actually going to come to the convention that year, which would have been a logistical nightmare. I don't. That's why I'm not even sure if I really like when big name celebrities come to the convention because there's so much to worry about in terms of security and media and all that. I don't really want all that. I don't. I don't. That's not important to me. But anyway, so when we were talking, there was a point where he asked me to come to his house. He said, he sent me his address. He was staying at some fancy hotel in Beverly Hills. It was in a I don't know if it was the Beverly Wilshire or something. And he sent me his address, and I was gonna go out there, and he wanted to sit with me to talk about his situation or make plans or something. I have no idea. And so I was gonna go, but I remember noticing peculiar parts of his behavior. I remember, my wife is a mental health expert. She was kind of listening as we were talking, and she was deeply concerned about the state of his mental health. And while we would love to have given him the help that he needed, he's very resistant to getting help. I think that he's got a lot of his trust level isn't very high. So even though I was like, I think maybe talking to a therapist might help, that only causes like another tirade. So, long story short, it got to the point where I remember thinking to myself, I really don't know if I want to go into a private space that I'm not familiar with in that way. I don't know what he's got going on. I don't know if there's stuff going on with drugs, hookers, illegal activity, weapons. I don't know if he's going to get mad and go off and then we're going to end up fighting and whatever, because my wife was concerned about that too. She's like, Boyce, you need to take some security with you or at least take me with you as a mental health expert. And and I remember and I ended up basically saying no thank you. I was like, no, I really don't think that's really what I want to do. And it was kind of like one of those things where I felt like, okay, oh, because on one hand you're thinking, okay, maybe if we can come up with some sort of agreement, he can actually help us to achieve our goal. I mean, the man has a ton of money. He has a lot of money. It's easy to get money when white people like you and they love your music and you're selling shoes all around the world. So he's making plenty of money, and the fact that he called means he understands some element of what we're doing. I told him about B1 culture. I told him about what our core values are. Like we believe that black people should educate our own children, create our own jobs, and support black owned businesses. So he got that part, but there was a part of him that was a little unhinged. And I did not feel comfortable even going in that space because I said, what if I go in that space and he drugs me? I just didn't know. I remember thinking that way. And I remember when I told him he wasn't happy, he got pissed off, like, how dare you say no to me, that kind of thing. And I remember that at that point we had a very tense conversation, and the conversation was tense because my action was, remember, I'm a black man too, right? So I was kind of like, I don't know who you think you're talking to, but I don't care who you are. I don't care that all these white people like your shoes and your music. That's they white people have always loved rappers. Asian people have always bought ugly ass rapper shoes and whatever. Like I like what you have with them does not mean a whole lot in my space. I said I respect you, but don't get it twisted. You know, white people validating you does not make you more relevant and more successful than all the hardworking black people who have been rejected by white society because they're so committed to the black community. Like you know, being on TV, a white man putting you on TV does not make you better than other black people. And that's one thing I've always really helped try to help people understand because you can't get caught up in that mindset. So what I remember telling him was I said, look, I don't have as much money as you. I'll never make $100 million in a year. I wish I could have talked to you about that money because there's a lot of good work that could have been done with that money. But you want to go spend $2-3 million on your daughter's birthday party. I can't stop you from doing that, but it concerns me. I wish I could talk you out of it, but I have enough money that I'm financially secure. There is nothing that you have that I need, and there's really nothing that you have that I want. Right? I would love to partner with you because we could accelerate the mission. We could get a lot done, but I can walk away from all that I got. So let's get that off the table right now. And let me explain this to you. What allowed me to really say that to him, and I said it respectfully, I wasn't trying to cuss nobody out or be a jerk or nothing, but I was able to say that because it was true. I am financially secure. Also, I know who the hell I am. You know, also, so I don't need to be on TV to feel like I'm more successful. I feel like the most successful man in the world when I got a wife and kids who honor me because I am a great father for them. I feel like the most successful man in the world when I walked across that stage and got my PhD when no other black person on the planet was able to achieve that doctorate that year. I was able to pull it off. It was really hard. I felt like the most successful man in the world when I talk to y'all every day, and you tell me how my words are shifting your life and really elevating you and black families and black children. Like, that's the sweet spot. That's the win. That's what, in my view, that's in my value system. That's what matters. A white man putting you on TV ain't shit to me. That means nothing. In fact, sometimes we think that the most successful black people are the ones they put on TV, when really sometimes they put you on TV because you are a complete failure. They didn't put you on TV because you're strong and black and proud. They put you on TV because you're willing to let things go. They didn't celebrate you and give you that Grammy and that Oscar because you're really repping for the black community 24/7. They gave you the Grammy and the Oscar because you're willing to play the game and to be the kind of Negro that they need to see in order for them to continue to move forward in whatever rapey traditions they already have with casting couches and Diddy parties and all that. I mean, Diddy ain't the first one. He ain't the first person in the entertainment industry to sleep with people in exchange for a potential opportunity. Think about that. I mean, this is the part that I really want you to think about because I want you to really warn your children about this. There are so many people in our community who would do anything to be a star. That's very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. There's so many people in our community who would do anything to be able to be on TV and make $1 million. That kind of desperation is very, very dangerous. Hip hop artists get murdered every other week. Hip hop artists die from drug overdoses every other week. Hip hop artists get Fed charges every other week. So why in the hell are you so excited about signing that record deal when you know all it's gonna do is bring you trouble? Even Diddy used to say, "More money, more problems." Did he not? Anybody remember that? How many of y'all remember Diddy said, "More money, more problems"? Because Diddy got a lot of problems, and he probably wouldn't have these problems if he didn't have so much money. Because being a black man who thinks he's above the law, that's also very dangerous. Because you're not above the law. You're always black. You're just a great tool. You're an asset. Right? That's why they put the money in your pocket. But you always black. And so, to some extent, Diddy is getting his Paul Mooney wake up call. If you remember the Paul Mooney wake up call, right? That's what it was, right? So here's the thing. I'm gonna say this. I'm not here to judge whether or not Diddy is guilty or innocent. I don't think I am. I know I don't have what is required to say that definitively. I will say that when I talk to people in the industry, I know a few rappers. There was one rapper I talked to. I said, "What is it? Tell me about Diddy. Is Diddy like what kind of guy is he? Like what's going on over there?" And I remember he said, "Man, I don't know what they got going over at Bad Boy, but it's some dark shit." He just said it's some dark shit. That's all he said. So I knew enough at that point to say I don't want to be in that space. But you got to remember though, most people that came to Diddy parties, he didn't make them come. A lot of people that came to Diddy parties were begging to come to the party. Now again, this mean that he never trafficked anybody, never killed anybody, never harmed anybody? I don't know that part, right? That part is something that has to be settled in the court of law. So my job is not to judge him. But I can say that most of the people that came to that party or any of those parties begged to come to the parties, and really there was an element of where I suspect that it was done strategically to lure celebrities in so you can catch them in compromising situations and use that for blackmail. And that's how you get all of Hollywood on board when you need them to support something that you're trying to do. It's, in my view, it's similar to the Epstein play. In fact, I'm gonna share this little story, and then I'm gonna finish up. I knew a young lady who went to school in Atlanta, and when she went to college, she said she didn't study very much. She made C's all through her freshman sophomore year. And I said, well, why didn't you study? Let me tell you what she said. This is how poisoned the minds of some of our kids are. She said, well, I just knew that I didn't have to study because I was going to go in the music industry. And I knew that I was going to meet Diddy or Jay-Z, and he was going to hire me. And then I was going to drop out of school anyway. That was her plan. That was her plan for success. So her plan for success was to get invited to some Diddy parties. And fortunately, she was smart enough such that first of all, she never hung out with Diddy or Jay Z. I think she gave her resume to Jay Z, and he just handed it to somebody, and that was it. But she got into the music industry. She said she worked at a local radio station, and she started to see how women were treated in that space. And she said that the way women are treated in the space of hip hop is terrible. She said, I learned it just from my time in there. I didn't want to be a part of that. And when I remember talking to her about that, I remember saying to her, wait, but 10, 12 years ago, I said, at some point, the world is going to catch up to the debaucherous culture that they created within the hip hop space. At some point, the world's going to become aware of what they're doing to women and what they're doing to men. The world's gonna figure it out. There were some people who figured it out early. Wendy Williams was telling y'all about all the boy on boy stuff going on in hip hop 20 some years ago. Shout out to Wendy Williams. I was on the Wendy Williams show. Wendy was very respectful to me. She was a very intelligent host, one of the best hosts I ever did an interview with, much better than people like Tom Joyner. No disrespect to Tom, but the interviews I did with him were terrible. Wendy, professional, solid, smart, did her homework on point every time. And I remember Wendy got ran. Anybody remember that? Wendy got ran out of New York because she was telling the truth about hip hop back in 01, 02. She was talking about it back when R. Kelly got caught with the little girl. She was calling it out. There were people calling this out many years ago. But because everybody wants to dance along to whatever's popular, nobody paid attention. Because we tend to honor and love and admire and damn near worship anybody with a couple of nickels in their pocket, nobody paid attention. Because we think a black leader is any Negro that white folks put on TV who has a Democratic Party hat on, nobody paid attention. And now look at you. Now look at what you got. See, Malcolm X used to say the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being drunk. He'll sell you the liquor bottle and then he'll lock you up after you get drunk. What does that mean in this context? Diddy is probably a criminal. There's a good chance he's a criminal. I believe it. I'm sorry. I would bet money on that. I believe he took out Pac. Right? I do believe the stuff about Kid Cudi's car getting blown. I believe. But here's the other thing I believe. This man was created. He was a product of an environment. Monsters like him are created. The industry created him. The environment created him. The culture empowered him. Black people endorsed him. White people paid him money. Like the people in the music industry gave him assets, right? Just like with R. Kelly. And the reality, here's the thing, the reality is that 20 years ago, if you took away all of Diddy's money and you stripped R. Kelly of all of his money and all of his fame and forced him to listen to somebody like, say, a Louis Farrakhan or even me, and somebody like me sat down and said, look, brother, they're going to pull you in this trap. They're going to lure you in. They're going to keep on telling you you can have any woman you want. They're going to tell you you can have any man you want. They're going to tell you that you can have all the money you want. They're going to tell you you got that you're above the law. If you let them pull you in, eventually they're going to lift you up real high just so they can drop you on your head. They make you big just so they can pop the pig. In China, they have a saying that the fattest pig always gets slaughtered. So they're going to carry you 20,000 feet in the air just so they can drop you down on your head and watch your body explode. But you don't know this if you don't have discernment and some degree of financial consciousness. A lot of hip hop artists have this. I had a 2 hour conversation with Immortal Technique, one of the greatest rappers of all time. People sleep on him, but a lot of people don't. He's a great artist and a great man. And one thing Immortal Technique always said that I really respect is he said, all money ain't good money. All money ain't good money. And this is so if you want to know what the solution is, how we can wrap this up, what the conclusion would be, is number one, financial consciousness is an absolute must. Just like I'm driving this car right now, I need to be conscious of the power of the car. I need to be safety conscious as I drive this car. I need to be conscious of what would happen if I'm irresponsible with this car. I cannot drive this car with my eyes closed. I cannot drive this car while I'm sleeping. I have to be conscious in order to control this power that lies beneath me. Well, the same thing is true with the power of money. If you get access to lots of money and you don't have financial consciousness of the power of money, that money, like this car, will destroy you, become your worst nightmare, and possibly end your life. The second lesson is, if you want to call it that, is that you got to teach this stuff to your kids. The Diddy case is a great learning opportunity for a 10-year-old boy who wants to be a baller or a rapper. It's a great learning lesson for a teenager that thinks him and his homies are going to get a record deal. It's a great case study for the black male in America. Don't be running off with the dudes that got the most money and the most flash and whatever. It's a case study for any little black girl who's thinking about what kind of man she wants to have a relationship with. You got to understand, these are case studies delivered to you by God. This is a freaking case study better than anything you will ever get at Harvard Business School. So you got to talk to your kids about this. What am I telling my child? Number one, I'm telling them everything that glitters ain't gold. Substance over flash. What am I telling them? I'm telling them consciousness is critical. What am I telling that you got to know what environment you're walking into? What am I telling them? I'm telling them that you got to know who the hell you are so that when you get in the space of wealthy, powerful people who can change your life, you're not going to let them have you pulled in directions that you should not go. What am I telling my child? I'm telling you, baby, we're going to get you financially secure so that you will never make a decision out of desperation. So we're going to buy stock for you at the age of 2 so that by the time you're 22, you're going to have a couple $100,000 in the bank. What are we going to do? We're going to teach you how to start your own business so that if you are disrespected or if you are in a space where you're being asked to compromise your values, you can walk away because you know that you're not going to be homeless. You're not living paycheck to paycheck. A free black man, free black woman cannot live paycheck to paycheck. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? A free black man, free black woman cannot live paycheck to paycheck. So do not raise your children and groom them for slavery. Because if you do not prepare them, if you do not teach them how to acquire wealth in the proper way, if you don't give them access to wealth, if you don't help them understand who they are and what financial consciousness looks like, then this world will eat them up. Your daughter's going to be dating some thug with a pocket full of money who's gonna get her shot, or your son could be hanging out with his new buddy, the millionaire, who's gonna get him incarcerated because and part of a RICO charge. I'm not wishing this on you. I'm not saying this is gonna happen. I'm just saying I see it all the time. It's always linked to money. Think about this. If Diddy did not have any money, do you think Diddy could have been kicking it with Barack Obama? If Diddy didn't have any money, do you think Diddy would have had Oprah marketing his Diddy parties? If Diddy didn't have any money, do you think that Ashton Kutcher would have been kicking it with him in his mansion in the Hamptons? This is all about money, man. This ain't nothing but a financial lesson. This is what it is. Money can take you to heaven or it can take you to hell, but you have to be the driver of that car. That's my 2 cents. I have nothing else to say about this. I'm going to go ahead and go. I appreciate you for listening to me, and thank you for letting me know. I know I'm driving while I talk. I hope that this was still beneficial to you. We do financial consciousness training every morning for free in the Black Business School. So if you want to learn economics and want to talk to a finance professor every single day so you can get on top of your money game, get money in your pocket, build the generational wealth, build the legacy, learn to invest, all these things, then just go to b1moneytips.com. That's b1moneytips.com, and I will invite you into class, and you can be a part of this. Okay. All right, because what we're doing is a movement, and what we're doing is 100% real. This is all substance. I ain't trying to be flashy. I'm just trying to get it done. I ain't trying to be liked. I'm trying to make sure we're respected. I'm not trying to fit in. I'm trying to get out. You understand? I don't want to fit in. I want to get out. So anybody who wants to get out with me, then you're welcome to join us in class. And thousands of you have signed up, and I believe you're benefiting. So we're going to keep on doing this, and I'll be with you every single morning, 7 days a week at 10 a.m. Eastern. Just go to b1moneytips.com, or also if you want to get a copy of my book, you can go to drboycebooks.com as well. My books are all there as well. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care now. Peace.
As we are making reparations a topic of discussion, we're forcing the issue. Politicians are required to talk about it. And I haven't talked to Dr. Anderson for a couple of weeks, but I'm going to call him, and I'm sure he's going to talk about how proud he is of the fact that we are demanding some of the things that we deserve. Oops, sorry. And we are, that was my phone. You know how phones just jump out and start doing stuff on their own. Anyway, and I think that this is something where the momentum's there. The politicians act like they don't hear it and they don't see it, but I think it's worth pushing forward with this because even things that seem impossible right now, can become quite doable in a short period of time. So, so first thing I'll say is if you want to know my opinion on reparations, it's very simple. If you take something, you're supposed to give it back. If you owe something, you're supposed to pay your debt. What we went through was unique and terrible, and somebody should be paying the piper for that, right? That's something I hope you agree with that. Give me a yes if you agree that reparations should be on the table for discussion, and we should just consistently talk about it. I'll give you an example of a topic that I talked about for a long time that was very far away from becoming a reality, but now it's a reality. Over 25 years ago, I used to write articles regularly about why college athletes should be paid. And I used to say this all the time, and it was very logical, it's very simple. And again, just repetition really makes a difference. I just kept repeating the talking points over and over. I was like, it's very simple. They are doing a job that's really hard and they're generating millions of dollars. They deserve some of that money. You should not be able to keep all that money. It makes no sense that the coach and his family that they're showing up in the games in private jets and they got a mansion and a yacht, and the star player's mother is living in a housing project. That doesn't make any sense. And in fact, there was a basketball player named Fernando Garcia that played for the University of Louisville. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. Shout out to Louisville and Muhammad Ali and Lamar Jackson. He went to school there. So we produce some of the greatest athletes ever. We get to claim Lamar, even though he's not from Louisville. We still get to claim him because he's one of the great ones. Allen Houston, people like that. Anyway, the one thing about that is why did I bring up Louisville? Oh gosh. Oh, you know what? I lost my train of thought. Holy crap. That was so bad. That was just terrible. I can't even remember why I brought up Louisville. Maybe I was just bringing it up just because. Oh, well, Okay, I'm gonna swivel back into it, and y'all gotta just bear with me and pretend like I didn't mess that up. Okay, got it? All right, so that's the game we're gonna play. We're just gonna pretend like I didn't mess it up. So anyway, let's go back to Louisville, and I'm gonna go right down the road to University of Kentucky. And so I was writing these articles and explaining why athletes should get paid. And I remember when I was at the University of Kentucky, which is near Louisville. Maybe that can be my excuse for why I brought up my hometown, other than the fact that I just like talking about my city. And I remember it seemed weird, it seemed radical. It made me into kind of a troublemaker. Fernando Garcia, thank you, Elizabeth. God bless you, Lord. You know, I'm too young to be having these senior moments, y'all. Y'all got to help me. So Fernando Garcia actually played down the street at the University of Louisville. I went to Kentucky, but he played at Louisville. I was a big Louisville fan, and I remember while he was playing for the University of Louisville, the athletic department that year I think made about $20 million. And I remember his brother got murdered in a housing project while he was playing for Louisville. And I remember saying it's crazy that this kid is making millions of dollars for these people, and he's got family members getting shot in the projects. Rick Pitino, who was the coach at Louisville at that time, I believe. I was like, his kids ain't getting shot in the projects. His family members aren't dodging bullets. Why should his star players be going through that? And I just stayed with it consistently. That's what I talked about all through my years at Syracuse. I did a lot of television appearances to make the point. It was very logical. I remember even checking. I was like, well, maybe I'm the only person. Maybe common sense is just strange for people. Maybe people just don't know that 2 plus 2 is 4 anymore. And I saw Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the airport in Syracuse. And I was on my way to go give a speech actually about why I think college athletes should be paid. And I remember asking him, I said, do you think, I said, I'm about to go speak about whether or not college athletes should be paid. What do you think? And he sat there. He's a real serious guy. He looks real mean. He's very serious. And he thought about it. He said, well, of course we should get paid. He said, we made millions of dollars for UCLA when I played for UCLA. And I said, well, thank you for confirming that. And you know what would happen is every time, this is how you know when you get people on the ropes is when they just don't want to talk about it anymore. And so I remember when I would have debates about that topic on a show, they would always say, well, we invited someone from the NCAA to defend their perspective. And unfortunately, they didn't send a representative. And I remember thinking, well, of course they didn't, because they don't want to sit and try to defend this. Definitely not to a professor who's a black man who understands both education and economics. Like I understood a few things that they didn't want brought up, like the racial aspect of it, the fact that you're stealing billions of dollars from the black community. I understood the educational aspect of it. I saw students in my classes flunk out of college because their athletic schedules were so grueling that they couldn't come to class. And also, and don't touch me when it comes to finance. I mean, I'll dunk on you when it comes to finance. I've done the Michael Jordan Tupac of finance. I have the skill, and I will talk crazy to you while I tear you down and break you into little pieces, because what you're doing is wrong. You're stealing money from the black community, and that is not appropriate behavior. That is not cool. And I know that maybe for some people this is okay. Maybe some people think it's great. Maybe some people are just appreciative for whatever little crumbs you're giving them. But some of us got to be crazy enough to get in your face and kind of pop out and show you and say, "Look, this ain't right. You need to stop this. This is ridiculous." And here's the crazy thing about the NCAA that was interesting to me is I said it's so sad that they're that greedy. Remember, I told you all this is why I'm not a capitalist. You got to be careful about labeling yourself a capitalist, because capitalism, unfortunately, in its most extreme form, becomes a type of really nasty greed. The NCAA was always greedy. I was like, you could literally just give these guys $1,000 a month, and they would be really grateful. And literally, they're bringing in the kind of revenue that an NBA player brings in. So imagine if you took LeBron James and only paid him $1,000 a month, and you got to keep the rest of the money. That's a pretty damn good deal. I said, so if they would just give the athletes a little something, something, not let them starve to death, not let their mamas be in the projects, send their mama a damn plane ticket for the championship game, you could at least do that. But they were so extreme that it was just sad, and it was very ridiculous. So that was one of those things where I remember when I would talk about it, I just sort of hung on to what I felt was right, even though most people did not. I'd have to argue with people, and I'd be like, why am I arguing with you about this? You wouldn't work for free. You don't work for free. You get up and you go to work at UPS or McDonald's or wherever you work. You're expecting your paycheck. So what about the athletes? And so through the years, what happened was the argument gained momentum. I wasn't the only one. There were others who kind of picked up on it. I shared my argument with millions of people because I probably wrote 1,000 articles about this topic. I gave probably 500 speeches about it. And then there were others though as well who talked about it. And now the athletes are being paid. Now you got college. Now they got another problem that money can cause. Now you got coaches that have to coach a quarterback who, it lives in $1 million house or something, which is a whole different dynamic for college sports. And that's a whole nother conversation. We can hit that in Money in the Morning. And by the way, if you're not invited to Money in the Morning, I think you guys would like it. It's our morning financial consciousness training. It's 100% free. We do this in the Black Business School for anybody that wants to learn. You don't have to pay money. You just got to pay attention. So if you'd like to join Money in the Morning, you can go to b1moneytips.com, be the number one moneytips.com, or you can also text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. So so the second area that really took a lot of time, a lot of repetition to kind of get to the point that we are now is really the whole conversation about generational wealth. And I've talked to you guys about this, so I'm not going to belabor this point, but I want to get to the third point in a second, which is what we're going to read about with Dr. Anderson. So the second thing with that generational wealth thing, if you go back to about 2006, when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I would go on radio stations and say, we need to talk about Black wealth. We need to get Black folks invested. We need to start talking about generational wealth. And at that time, not many people were talking about it. Not many people were interested in it. I would go on to urban radio stations and they would say, that's stupid. Black people don't care about wealth. You should be talking to Chinese people, Jewish people, and white people. And I said, well, I teach white people, Asian people, and Jewish people at Syracuse University. I'd rather talk to Black people and keep repeating myself until they finally get what I'm saying. And so literally for 16, 17 years, I've been repeating myself on the generational wealth thing. And over time, I saw the changes. I saw the transformations. I saw when Jay-Z put out 444. And it was interesting because that happened, that song came out shortly after I had a 3-hour conversation with Beyonce's road manager. And I said, why is it that you have rappers here that are living in an intelligent life, but they are promoting a stupid life? Like, why would he not talk about his business decisions? Why would he not talk about how he's building his family and making these moves? Why are you keeping our people on the street while you're going to the penthouse? And he said, well, don't worry about it. Doc, actually, Jay-Z's really conscious. You just don't see it. And I'm like, well, if I don't see it, then it don't exist. If you don't see it, I mean, if you're not showing people what you are, then you are whatever they see. Right. So I said, if you're rapping about ignorant things, if you're rapping about things that are going to get young people sent to prison, that are going to ruin the lives of young Black men, that are going to destroy Black families, destroy Black communities, then you might as well be the devil or the joker. Like you may pretending to be a devil pretty much means you're gonna do devilish demonic shit. So you might as well be the devil. Don't say, well, I'm really an angel. I'm just pretending to be the devil, and I'm going through the world wreaking havoc on people. No, if you whatever you're acting as, whatever you're doing in front of the world, that's what you are. That's what you so we had a long conversation, about 3 hours. I don't even remember the guy's name, but he was like a road manager for Beyonce. He did something with the Beyonce tour. And then later on, like that 444 song came out. And I was like, I wonder if our conversation had an impact on that. Maybe it didn't, though. I can't take credit for that, but I was really happy because that was part of the shift in the culture. That was about maybe 2014. And then over time, I think that just that repetition, talking to millions of people and repeating myself about fundamentals of wealth and why wealth matters. And I really had always concluded that if we get our wealth thing together, we're going to solve about 80% of the problems that we have in our community. Not all of them, not every problem can be solved with money, but money helps. Being broke definitely makes it harder to fix the other problems that you may have. So if we really, really as a community, really embrace economics, like just hold it tight, like squeeze it and grab it and embrace it as much as we embrace basketball, football, rapping, and everything else, then I guarantee you we'll be the best in the world at this. We're not done. Like this is the beginning. This is not even, we're not even halfway there. Halfway there. In 2013, I remember thinking, okay, let's create something like Project 2070. That was something I wrote up in 2013. And I said, okay, we got 57 years to do this. Is that right? Yeah, that's the math. And we're literally only in like year 11. So I personally will tell you that whatever we've done so far, you haven't seen nothing yet. Just wait until you see what your kids do. Wait till you see what your grandkids do. They're going to take it to the absolute next level because they're not playing catch up like the rest of us are. A lot of us went through a school system where we were miseducated. A lot of us didn't even learn about investing until we were 40. A lot of us didn't have any wealth to work with because the only thing people left us were generational curses. I talked to a young brother today. I had a consultation with him and he was 33 years old. I had so much respect for him. Hope he doesn't mind me bringing him up. I'm not going to say his name, but he was a veteran. He'd done 10 years in the military. and he had three sons, and he was really, really, really motivated to nail the generational wealth thing. And we talked about his sons, and he got really emotional. He started to cry when he talked about his sons, and I respected that. And I said, "Well, what's going on? Why are you emotional?" He said, "Because I don't want my sons to go through what I went through. I refuse to allow them to have the same experience I had. I refuse to allow them to feel unloved like I did. I refuse to allow them to go through the abuse that I went through. I refuse to allow them to go through the trauma like I went through. I refuse to pass down generational curses to my sons. I refuse to leave them broke the way somebody left me broke. That ain't going to happen." And I said, "Exactly. That's exactly what you do as a man. That's exactly what you do as a black man. You are on the right path." So everybody who has the same mindset, if you have the same mindset, if you agree with what I just said about this young man, raise your hand. Let's be intentional. Raise your hand. Say yes in the chat if you align with his views. If you feel the same way, if you're tired of it, you ain't letting it happen no more. It ain't happening with your kids. The buck stops with you. You're not going to let it continue. You are going to elevate no matter what it takes. If you are in that category, raise your hand. And I want to applaud you because you are the foundation of this community. You are the backbone of the black community. You're the backbone. That you are literally like the whole buck stops with you. I mean, who you think's gonna do it? You think these celebrities gonna do it? I mean, the celebrities, they all been running back and forth to Diddy parties, and now they all scared because they don't want the videos to get out. You think the politicians are gonna do it? No, these politicians, they don't even give a damn about America. They're destroying their own country. What makes you think they're gonna come and do anything for you? So you are it. You are the solution to your own problem, and that's both a blessing and a curse. It's an opportunity and it's a burden. It's an opportunity because you got the juice. You have the right ideas. You're focused. You're in it. You're locked in. You're putting your energy into it. You're pouring into the bucket. Everybody else is missing the bucket because they're trying to do everything else. They're trying to make everybody else happy. Celebrities out here trying to kiss Hollywood's ass. The rappers are trying to do whatever these record label owners are telling them to do. The politicians are out here just trying to get. They're trying to serve the corporations. So you're the only ones actually who are really sitting around thinking about what's going to happen with black men, black women, and black children. You're the only ones. So that's a burden, but it's an opportunity. And I encourage you to embrace that opportunity and keep doing what you're doing. Okay. Now, the third area where repetition and consistent conversation is really going to benefit us, in addition to what we mentioned earlier about athletes getting paid, in addition to the conversation about generational wealth, there is that discussion about reparations. And the thing about it is that it's one of those things where there were people long before us who were talking about it, and it was almost like talking about colonizing Mars. It was such a foreign idea. It was so far-fetched, but they were smart because they just said, well, let's keep bringing the issue up. Well, now it's really reaching, it's bubbling to the surface now. I think the politicians are a little bit concerned because they're sitting here thinking, okay, we used to be able to control the black community. Now we've got these people that we can't control. And so now you hear people at the very top, whether it's Trump, Kamala, or anything in between, they're kind of talking about it now, which is to me a great first step. And so I think this is where Dr. Anderson's guidance on these issues can be extremely beneficial. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read on page out of Dr. Anderson's book. It's called The Black History Reader. I'm on page 199, the Black History Reader, page 199. His website is powernomics.com. So I hope you'll go to powernomics.com and get copies of his books for you and your family because these are the best books out here. All right, so here's what he was talking last time. We were talking last time about why black unemployment tends to be higher than white unemployment, and one of it is that he just believes that the unemployment rate is just structural. That there is just a structure that keeps black people more unemployed than other people. He talks about race. He says race is the second structural economic factor. Andrew Hacker, in his book Two Nations: Black, White, Separate, Hostile, and Unequal, highlights the major role that racism plays in keeping black unemployment high. Hacker wrote, quote, "For as long as records have been kept in good times and bad times, white America has ensured that the black unemployment rate imposed on blacks, that the unemployment rate imposed on blacks will be approximately double that experienced by whites. Stated simply, if you are black in America, you will find it twice as hard to find or keep a job." Hacker underscored the familiar rule that blacks are the last hired and the first fired. Throughout the nation's history, if whites or other business owners had job openings, they would first hire members of their own group. Unfortunately, there are no incentives or benefits for whites or others to gain from providing jobs for blacks. In the public sector, nearly 70% of the nation's employed blacks work in some level of government, federal, state, and local. The trend of downsizing government has resulted in many blacks being downsized out of work or forced into retirement. As blacks are forced out, positions are filled by incoming immigrant groups. Downsizing government meant de-employing blacks and helped to increase black unemployment. So a lot of the reason your unemployment rate is high is because America is a racist country and the infrastructure is managed and controlled by people who don't look like you, and you have to be conscious of that. The third point he brings up, which is really important, this is where these HBCUs need to pay attention. Anybody who's part of an HBCU, please share this video with them. Share this part of the video with them so they'll hopefully bring some of this into their curriculum. He says that a lack of black business ownership is a big part of the reason black unemployment is so high. He says the third structural factor that drives up black unemployment, and perhaps the most important, results from the failure of black Americans to own businesses, a natural source of employment for their own people. Only 2% of blacks find jobs in the few black businesses. Moreover, the few black businesses that do exist typically employ only 1.5 people. An important cultural trait that holds down the unemployment rate for whites, Asians, Arabs, and other immigrant groups is that they hire their own people in their own businesses. They do not need to seek employment outside their group. Their businesses, on average, employ 5 or 6 people. Compare that set of facts to the circumstances of blacks. Black Americans have some control over this unemployment factor. They could do they could do what other groups do normally, build businesses and hire members of their own group. While immigrant group behavior can be instructive to blacks in America, building a business has its own set of problems. The majority of whites, Asians, Arabs, and Hispanics work in their own businesses within their own communities. Blacks live in neighborhoods, not communities, and they are conditioned to look for jobs rather than to make jobs. Blacks look for jobs outside of their neighborhoods. So how many of you had that experience where when you were coming through school, the biggest thing, best thing people thought they could do for you was teach you how to apply for a job? Anybody remember going through that where you'd have mock interviews and they explained to you how to fill out the job application? They explained to you how to dress for the job, how to code switch properly so you can make sure that you get the job. Right? We all went through that. That was the dominant training. So what I really think is, what if we supplemented that? Or what if we said for every second we spend teaching our kids how to get a job, we're going to spend 2 seconds teaching them how to create a job. Like, what if you did that? I mean, I want you to really think about the math here. It's very basic math. It's really simple stuff here. Look, there's 24 hours in a day, 8,760 hours in a year. In the course of a 10-year period, you have 87,600 hours with that child. Over a 20-year period, you have about 174,000, about 175,000 hours that you get to spend that this child is on this earth. Now, a big chunk of that time, they're asleep. So out of 175,000 hours, the kid has about 100,000 hours of time where his little brain is taking in information. And for whatever reason, after he spends his 100,000 hours of time taking in information, a lot of our kids, for whatever reason, never learned how to read, write, do math, never learned how to start a business, but they know how to dribble basketballs, throw footballs, and repeat lyrics from Cardi B or or whoever, or Offset, right? And I personally think that this is something that we should be very conscious about. This is more what I would refer to in our class as an economic consciousness exercise, because I've always told you all that time is not money. Time is not money. Time is more valuable than money. So when I say that you're wasting time, that's worse than me saying you're wasting money. Money you can kind of get back. Money's a piece of paper that has questionable value, but time always has value, and time is always something that can be invested just like you invest money. So even if you don't have money to invest, you do have time to invest. And that kid who's a big ball of time, 100,000 hours approximately, is something that we're not investing in. We're under investing in it. And any asset, and your children are an asset, whether you know this or not. Every financial theory on earth I can put up a chalkboard and explain to you why your children are an asset and why some of your kids are multi-million-dollar assets. Every asset requires investment. Every asset is designed such that if you don't invest in that asset, the asset is going to fail. If you look at even a major corporation, Starbucks, for example, is struggling because they invested incorrectly and now the company is having problems. So it's a big asset where the investment was done very poorly, and now Starbucks is in repair mode. That's why they fired their CEO and got a new one. Nike is struggling. They just fired their CEO because Nike's this big multi-billion-dollar asset that did not receive proper investment. So whatever you don't invest in, you will not get a payoff, but the things you do invest in will come back and have an ROI for you. So when I was talking to this young brother today who's a veteran, a father. He had three sons, and he moved to a certain city so he could be with his sons because unfortunately he went through a divorce. I had so much respect for him, and I said, you got to understand that your sons are an asset to your family. You are their hero. You are their superhero, and ain't nothing you can do about it. And until you decide to mess it up, which you're not going to, but understand this: that if you're pouring into these boys and you're teaching them to be smart, strong, and loyal, then guess who's going to be sitting next to you in 10 years helping you run that business? Guess who is going to be able to give the family business millions of dollars worth of free labor or low cost labor every single year just out of sheer loyalty? That's exactly how the Rothschilds became very wealthy. He had one asset. His asset was he had five sons, and he told all his sons a couple of things. One, you always help each other out. Number two, you always remain loyal to the family. And then he sent them all out to form banks in different parts of Europe. Next thing you know, the Rothschild name is so powerful that people shake in fear when they hear it. It's the name scares people. Okay, so ultimately, what I'm saying to you is that these kids are assets, right? And unfortunately, the corporate plantation and our capitalist backward society taught us to stop investing in our own asset and start investing in the corporate plantation, right? So what happens now is you spend more time at your job than you spend with your kids. So your job gets an overinvestment. You know, that's the place that's stressing you out. That's the place that's getting all your time. That's the place that's getting your labor. That's the place that's going to send you to an early grave. And then you come back and your kids are sitting at home getting into only God knows what because mommy and daddy was at work all day, right? Now I'm not judging that dynamic. I know we got to do what we got to do, but I think that sort of just analyzing that and at least understanding the sacrifice might help us make a different decision in terms of how we invest going forward. Okay, so I hope that it's okay for me to bring that up. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just telling you what it is. That's all I can do is tell you the truth. So the lack of black business ownership is, according to Dr. Anderson, the number one reason why black people don't get jobs as much as other people do. So, what does that mean? Well, part of it means he talks specifically about not just increasing the number of businesses, but expanding the number of jobs that can be created within those businesses. That's where in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, where we talk about building sturdy children, STERDY. Sturdy stands for Systems, Technology, Entrepreneurship, Relationships, Delegation for the youth. The delegation piece, the D, means having that ability to delegate tasks to other people so you can get more done, basically creating jobs. You pay for people's time, you give them a task, they do that task. Next thing you know, instead of working 60 hours a week, you're working 6,000 hours a week because you've got help. You got other people working with you. Also, the R, the relationships piece, which is often ignored, is a critical aspect of being able to build that kind of infrastructure because it's hard to delegate to people and run a business with people if you don't have a good relationship with people. And then also the S, systems, is very important because if you think in terms of systems, then you're in a better position to confront systematic racism or you have a better ability to make money. Most people that make lots of money make money with a system. They don't make money with labor or trading time for money and all this other stuff that we're trained to do. They have a system. They say, oh, I make 50 boxes of cookies and I sell all 50 boxes and I can sell them in 5 minutes. So I can make more money in 5 minutes than a lot of people make in a week, right? That's systematic thinking. So these are things that can be taught to kids at a very early age. And by the way, if you want to take a look at our Black Business School for Kids, feel free. The URL is blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. And then also we have financial flashcards and workbooks. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can take a look at all that. So drboycebooks.com is where we have our stuff for kids. So, all right, so let me keep reading here. I'm on page 199 of the Black History Reader. He says, these trends and public policies ensure that the unemployment rate of blacks will be twice that of whites. This nation needs a positive race-specific employment policy to correct these structural defects and to protect blacks in accordance with the equal protection provision of the 14th Amendment. Question 69 is this. Should blacks withdraw from affirmative action programs and instead pursue racial reparations? Well, you don't have a choice about withdrawing from affirmative action or DEI programs. They kind of took that away from you. So that's not even on the table anymore. And that really sort of, I think, reflects the flaws in depending on other people to give you freedom. Freedom isn't something that others will give you. And if they give it to you, then they can easily take it away. So the person who has the ability to feed you also has that ability to starve you. So if you let somebody feed you and that's the only food you eat, then unfortunately you could actually be nominated for sucker of the week. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just telling you we're not trying to be boo-boo the fool up in here. And I'm not here to say things in a way that is going to make you feel better about a decision that I don't agree with. I personally think that little basic things like saving money, investing money, having multiple streams of income is not just a matter of building wealth and buying a new Ferrari. It's really a matter of survival. It's really a matter of insulating yourself from economic stress. And it's really also something that needs to be taught to kids, and also preparing for the future has to be a critical aspect of how you raise children. Preparing them for the future isn't just feeding them and taking them to cheerleading camp and and making sure they go to school. Preparing for the future also means investing for them so they have some capital and some resources, because when that child is 30 years old, they're gonna have to pay some bills. They're gonna, in fact, check this out. My wife, my wife is a relationship therapist slash mental health professional. She's good with she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. That's how heavy she is in the game. She's a full professor, all this stuff. She was mentioning today, she showed me a stat. She said, "Come here, boys, look at this." I said, "What?" And she showed me something that said that by the year 2030, 45% of all women are going to be single. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? That by the year 2030, nearly half of all women are not gonna have a husband, and husbands ain't gonna have a wife. And I'm gonna tell you, I was like, "Ooh, that's bad." Now, there's different interpretations. But what the scientists in that particular statement said was they said that it's because women are making more money and they have more higher relationship standards, and they're able to pursue their own needs and their own goals more actively than they could in the past. And all that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It is what it is. And because I think men have always had that ability to do that to some extent as well. But what I thought about was, I said, this is interesting. So what's going to happen in this society is that you're going to continuously see more and more of the breakdown of the family. And the reason I believe that capitalists really love this is because if the family unit is broken into pieces, they can control you and extract wealth from you much easier as a split up unit than they can if you are a unit that's been able to work together. And why is that? Well, because if I have my wife and me and my wife and our three kids, if we all split up, if I tell my wife I'm getting out of here, and I tell the kids you get the hell up out of here, you go, you go, you go, then all five of us are going to end up working for our own individual white man. We all got to go find a sponsor to take care of us, and so we're going to serve the corporate plantation. But then after that, after we get our money, we'll all have our own separate set of bills. Every one of us is going to have rent, utilities, cell phone, car note, all these bills to pay, which is going to stimulate the economy because consumer spending is 70% of the economy. And then all of us are also going to have our own separate landlords and all that. Well, that's part of it too, right? So, oh, and then also all of us are going to have our own separate consumer spending when we go out and buy stuff, right? So you won't have the economies of scale that occur when you pull together a family where the cost of the bills go down because you can have kind of like the same amount of stuff for two people that you would have had for one person, but instead you got to kind of get duplicates of everything. And I kind of think it's interesting because I told you all about how I noticed on TikTok there's that trend of people going on TikTok and crying because they cannot pay the bills. And I guarantee you that 99.9% of the time, 99% of the TikTok criers who can't pay the bills, who are struggling, are usually single people. Now, I'm not telling you that there's something wrong with you if you're single. I'm not saying go out and find some terrible person to get into bed with. I'm saying that pursuing and choosing the right relationship and managing that relationship is a skill that has a huge impact on your economic survival. That's what I'm saying. I told this brother, I said, I'm sorry that you had your divorce. And I said, but you're a great man. You're an amazing guy. And I could tell, and you're doing therapy and you're doing the work. I said, I want you to keep going to therapy, not because something's wrong with you, but because I need you to be the best person you can be. And then after that, I want you to do your due diligence when you invest in a woman, because a relationship is an investment. Pick the right woman, and then also you work on yourself so you can show up and be the best man you can be in that relationship, because your relationship will be one of the biggest economic investments that you ever make. If you don't believe me, look at how many people get wiped out, in a divorce, wiped out financially, emotionally, and otherwise, right? So ultimately, I personally think that the relationship stuff, I don't really know if we meditate on it enough to understand that it's about more than just finding somebody cute to have sex with or having a lot of fun or feeling loved and all these other things. These things are nice. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying these things are not important, but you got bills to pay and you got kids to raise. Like I love my wife. She's really great and all that, and she's the sexiest thing I ever saw. But on a day-to-day basis, we're sitting down having business meetings basically about stuff that has to get paid, stuff that's going on with the kids, stuff that's going on with the family, delegating tasks and responsibilities, and kind of running the household, right? So I don't I personally just think that that trend of most Americans being single, I think that's exactly what they want. I really do. I really don't think they want men and women really getting along and becoming unified and building family units that are going to override the government programming. I just don't. And so I just will say, wherever you want to be in that process, just be intentional about it, right? So if you just ignore what I just said, that's fine. But if you feel different, then be different, do different. So anyway, let me keep reading here. He says affirmative action, one of the most contentious policy issues for nearly 50 years, provides benefits to women, immigrants, LGBT, the handicapped, American Indians, and religious groups, but only minimal benefits to blacks. Reparations should be corrective actions framed only for blacks. The initial intent of affirmative action was to correct the government approved acts that damage blacks as a group of people. To date, affirmative action has defended and preserved the inherited privileges, wealth, and advantages of the dominant white society, especially white women. According to Sally Cohn in her article in Time magazine on June 17, 2013, affirmative action has helped white women more than any other group. They have received more benefits even though they are not a minority. They are a majority. Consequently, present day affirmative action programs and policies are on questionable legal grounds because they intentionally target women and class groups that are more socially acceptable than blacks. These groups receive unearned and greater benefits from these programs than blacks, resulting in the debt to blacks remaining unpaid and making them invisible instead of a top public policy priority. Gender and ethnic groups profit from the exclusion and maltreatment of black Americans. How about that? What do y'all think? Y'all agree with that? It was crazy. I mean, it's just kind of one of these things where I think that a lack of political courage kind of comes back and bites us in the butt. I think that because we will let somebody come in and just tell us what to do, tell us who to vote for, and tell us to shut up, sit down, shut up, and vote, and don't ask questions and just be scared, or we gonna punish you for not doing what we tell you. I just think that that's all just terrible. I think it's horrible. I think it's absolutely horrible. It's racist. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing, and it's pathetic. It's truly pathetic. And this is without regard to me telling you anything about who you're voting for. You know, I also get a kick out of how I was watching MSNBC and they were talking about the Diddy stuff, and I thought it was really funny that they were sort of condemning him and saying he did this and he did that, which I'm not going to say he did or didn't. It's up to you to make that decision. But I said, man, it's so crazy because just 5 years ago, the liberals were parading Diddy, like they were literally using him as a black leader. He ran a vote or die campaign, and they were saying everyone should vote for us because Diddy said so, and we were supposed to listen to Diddy. Now it's like, no, 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 Diddy's bad. He's evil. He's a bad black man. And it's like, but wait, a few years ago you told me he was a great black man. You told me he was Martin Luther King a few years ago. You were holding him up as a role model, and again ignoring all the hardworking people, ignoring all the teachers and the scientists and all the people in the community that have accomplished so much. You were just parading this rapper and telling us to all go vote for whoever the rapper told us to vote for. And now that that toxic culture has caught up with him to some extent, because he's got a lot to answer for. I'm not gonna say if he's guilty or innocent. I'll let you decide how you feel. Now it's like, oh no, we don't want nothing to do with that. And it kind of takes me back. Like speaking of rap, I remember the rapper E40 had a song called "To Whom It May Concern," and the chorus was, "They'll find a new Igga next year." And basically with Diddy, it's like, oh yeah, now we're done with him. We've used him. He's not usable anymore. Now we're gonna find somebody else to use. And so personally, I don't think you should let people use you. I think you should be the first one to use yourself. How about that? I hope that you can agree with me on that. All right, so let's keep reading here on page 200 of the Black History Reader. The copy of these books are at powernomics.com if you want to get books from Dr. Anderson. The fact that the historical maltreatment of blacks was authorized and legalized by government is the moral basis and justification for preferential treatment to correct the damages inflicted on blacks. Government has no historical practice of excluding, maltreating, and systematically exploiting women and immigrants. Consequently, blacks should not have to queue up in affirmative action programs with fabricated classes of gender and ethnic minorities. Blacks should be restored to the protected class status they had when the Freedmen's Bureau was established. Conservative whites, the primary beneficiaries of black subjection, are the primary opposition to affirmative action specifically for blacks. They argue that slavery was not that bad and that blacks benefited from the enslavement system, were treated well as well as other immigrants, and the nation has already gone too far in its social commitments to blacks. If blacks were not the victims of 360 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow semi-slavery, then who were the victims? Who benefited from the exploitation of blacks and the maldistribution of the nation's resources? These questions are rarely asked or answered. So, in the context of affirmative action, blacks are the only legitimate beneficiary group. At the same time, the unearned structural racial preferences and skin color advantages for whites should not go unchallenged and unquestioned. Affirmative action has not worked for Black Americans for several reasons. One, the targeted group for affirmative action benefits are intentionally nonspecific and ambiguous. Two, women were intentionally included in affirmative action to become the dominant beneficiary group, even though historically they have been in a protected class as stipulated by the U.S. Supreme Court in the 1860s. Women constitute a majority in terms of population, wealth, educational achievement, and voting power. Women are not a minority in a majority win society. White women receive the largest proportion of affirmative action benefits. Three, newly arriving immigrants are included in affirmative action, even though there is no record of them being abused nor exploited by the U.S. government. Affirmative action policies, and this is number four, affirmative action policies are intentionally targeted to areas such as higher education admissions, contract bids, and representation in employment, rather than to correction of the maldistribution of the nation's land, wealth, material resources, preferences, privileges, and controls of all levels of government in white society. Five, this is another reason why affirmative action has not worked. Black leaders and liberals surrendered to the realities of racism and political correctness and abandoned blacks for inclusion in a movement for all people, irrespective of how they have been treated historically. Number six, most importantly, the number of benefit groups was intentionally expanded, not unintentionally, intentionally expanded because white society was unwilling to surrender or share its inherited privileges or the wealth received from black enslavement and the preferential treatment of whites. In other words, they took your money and they don't want to give it back. He just said a lot right there. So they use ambiguous groups. They included women, all women. Newly arrived immigrants were included for no particular reason. They targeted places like higher education, contract bids, and representation in employment, but said nothing about the redistribution of land, wealth, material resources. Okay. Black leaders and liberals sold you out. Your black leadership is non-existent. And number six, the number of groups was intentionally expanded because they were unwilling to surrender or share inherited privileges. In other words, they didn't want to give you your stuff back. And that's what Dr. Anderson says is the reason affirmative action did not work. So even when you had it, it wasn't very effective. It wasn't getting the job done. For a little while, it wasn't bad. I remember it being in college, and I remember knowing that because I had a high GPA, that I had a lot of opportunities coming my way. I got great internship opportunities, scholarships, all that because I was black. That was in the past. I don't think that would have happened later. I don't think that would have happened later. And so while there was a little space for African Americans in affirmative action, it wasn't enough to elevate the community because even though we had a lot of black faces in high places, we had a lot of black people that were being elected to public office. We had lots of black people that were becoming CEOs of major corporations. You had lots of fancy black people that had fancy jobs working for big white law firms or working for universities and things like that. None of that had a structural impact and a broad-based impact on the economic condition of the black community at large. And part of that is because you really can't elevate a community without infrastructure specifically designed to elevate that community. In a way, when I visualize affirmative action, even when it was at its best, it's almost like you've got 50,000 people that are in the water. And someone pulls up and they say, "We've got a boat and we've got 300 seats on this boat that, and we're going to let y'all compete amongst each other to get these seats. But after that, we can't bring in any more of you." So in as a result of you have with the 50,000 people in the water, now you got 49,700 people still in the water and 300 Negroes on a boat. That's what happens. And then even worse than that, you get crabs in a barrel syndrome. Has anybody ever had a competition with a black person who needed to be the only black person to get the position or got jealous because they wanted to be the only black person in the department, or ever seen that, right? Like, because you're basically positioned in what I refer to as the Hunger Games. It's the Hunger Games because you're basically they're throwing you a little piece of meat and you are fighting to the death to get that one little piece of meat. And so ultimately, this creates a space where Black people are competitive with each other instead of being collaborative. See, collaborative energy requires you to have an abundance mindset. But in order for you to have an abundance mindset, it kind of helps for you to have an abundance of resources, right? It's hard to have an abundance mindset when you know there's a scarcity. It's hard for me to act like there's plenty of food when there ain't nothing but one piece of chicken and we both hungry, right? So what we're gonna have to do, so what has to occur, this is why consciousness is so important. Economic consciousness, black consciousness, that's a big term, right? Because if I'm conscious, I step back and I say, oh, wait a minute, what's going on right here? What's happening right here? What did you just do? You threw the piece of chicken out here, and now you over eating good, and you got me fighting against my sibling, my brother. Me and my brother are about to fight to the death over a little piece of chicken that you just dropped on the floor and it dropped it in the dirt. And we supposed to be happy about that. Something I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So here's what's gonna happen. First off, I see all that food you have back there that you're keeping for yourself. That's the first thing. So I just know I've noticed that. And we might get together and beat your ass and take your big piece of chicken because we both are going to eat. I'd rather feed him. And I'm willing to fight you so I can feed him. Right. That's the first thing. The second thing this is also where they get nervous is I might say, we're not even going to play this game with you. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to fight my brother for a piece of chicken you dropped in the dirt. Me and him gonna get in the car. We heard this, like we went to school and we got some knowledge, and the knowledge told us that there's a KFC around the corner. So I'm gonna get in the car with my brother. We're gonna go around the corner and get us some chicken so we can both eat good. You're not the only person who has chicken availability in this neighborhood. So this is the same thing with economics. When they get you sort of seeing the world through a lens of unconsciousness, when they get you seeing the world through a one-dimensional straw, then what can happen is you look at what's in front of you, and that it seems like that's all that's there. A lot of us were raised in a world where all there was jobs. And if there wasn't enough jobs, you would turn to master and say, "You need to give us more jobs. We need more jobs." But business owners are able to think outside of that. They have a consciousness. They can go to multiple dimensions. They say, no, actually, we can develop an economic engine that allows us to create jobs. So we're not all fighting each other for literally for literally something that isn't even going to give us enough to survive anyway. That's the interesting thing, right? To process this. When you have a community where 99% of your economic consciousness stops at the word job, that is a horrible condition to be in. That's just depressing. Why is that depressing, boys? Why would you ask? I'm glad you asked. It's depressing because jobs in America don't really pay you enough money to really build any wealth or really live your best life. They don't. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me if you agree. Most jobs in America are not designed to give you any type of economic surplus. They are designed to basically feed you crumbs of food while you in the trap so that you don't die. So you got just enough energy to bring your black ass back to work. That's all most jobs do. Some jobs are the exception for sure, but most jobs don't pay people what they did. I looked up, I saw the Boeing workers are going to go on strike. I'm very pro union, by the way, because they deliberately destroyed the unions because they didn't want the unions getting together and collaborating, right? They want the workers kind of scattering individually. I couldn't believe when I wonder how much they make. I bet a Boeing machinist probably makes good money. That's a hard job. Very, very skilled. The company makes a lot of money. They said the machinists were making like $22 an hour in living in Seattle. And I was like, who the hell can survive in Seattle on $22 an hour, especially when everybody's single? As a single person making $22 an hour living in Seattle, I mean, I guess it works if you're homeless or something, right? So again, if you're anywhere near this condition, please don't think that I'm in any way like trying to push my finger into the wound. I'm not doing that. I'm just here to tell you that really just the way we were kind of trained to even think about this economic game was screwed up from the jump. And what I really hope in terms of breaking generational curses is that we don't do that to our kids. We just don't do that. Don't even have them play that suckers game. No, with the game we're gonna play, sons, we're gonna talk about real estate. Sweetie, we're gonna talk about owning a business. We're gonna talk about the hair care industry and how much money there is and all the people that got to get their hair done and owning a hair salon. We're gonna talk about owning stock. We're not gonna look to work for Boeing. We're gonna go buy stock in Boeing, right? Yeah, whatever it is. Well, don't buy stock in Boeing. I don't reckon Boeing is a terrible company right now. But still, you get the point. You get the point, right? So it's really a different mindset. And maybe that's the gift I can give you as somebody who's thought about these things for a very long time, is to say that you cannot forget that despite the racism, despite all the oppression, you live in the richest country on earth. That's what you do. That's what you got. That's what you got to work with. But the thing is that you got to let go of the Negro package. Don't let them sell you the Negro package of economics. The Negro package of economics is Negro, be happy with what we give you. Make sure you show up to work every day. Be on time. Do what we say, and then maybe we'll keep you on this job. That doesn't work. The Negro package doesn't work. You want the wealth builders package, whatever that looks like for you. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read a little bit more from Dr. Anderson's book, and then actually, I admit I have a tiny headache, probably from all this yelling. So I probably need to go and lay down next to my wife or something. She can rub my head and calm me down. And I want to remind everybody that we do have something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate that we're going to do on Friday. And we're bringing in a brother that I met named Daniel Jennings. And Daniel Jennings he makes these tiny homes and he ships them all throughout the country. And I was really fascinated. I met him. I went down when I was down in Atlanta, and I went to Invest Fest, and I also went to the Black Business League conference headed by the great Dr. Ken Harris, one of the greatest leaders out here. Smart, smart brother. He has a PhD in economics from Michigan State. I just love this guy. He's going to join us at the All Black National Convention, by the way. And I met Daniel, and he's in his 30s, and he's literally making these tiny homes, and he can ship the houses like to wherever you want to go. So anyway, so he's coming into Dr. Boyce Real Estate, and so if you want to try to participate or do a month free trial or something like that, then make sure you get on the text list. I'll text you guys a link to see if you want to join us. It's up to you. Make sure you get on the text list. The way you get on the text list is you text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link. And if you can't do it that way, just go to b1moneytips.com and you can get invited to Money in the Morning. It's B1, be the number one, moneytips.com. And I know some of you were mentioning about tiny homes, and I know there are a lot of people doing them. What I liked about what Daniel's doing with tiny homes is that they didn't cost that much. I mean, some people have tiny homes that they're selling for quite a bit of money. And I hadn't seen anything also that was mobile. So he makes them in Mississippi where he can keep the cost down, and then he can ship it to wherever you are. So it's worth looking into, not just as something you may want to buy at some point, but also an investment. I mean, I don't know. I personally think that it's interesting that we have so many smart people. This is what always happens whenever I go to conferences like the Black Business League and stuff like that. I just meet all these amazing people from our community that are doing these extraordinary things, that have figured out the solution, that know the answers. But these are not the people you see on TV. For years, all you would see is, when they talk about black wealth, they talk about Diddy, or something, right? And I personally think that that's a huge injustice to the community. So anyway, if you want to get a notification, just make sure you're on the text list, and I'll send you a link. And if you guys want to do a free trial in Dr. Boyce Real Estate, you can. There's also other trainings of experts that have come through for the last several months. So there's plenty of stuff in there. All right, so let me read this last couple paragraphs, and then we will finish up. I'm reading The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. I'm on page 202. II. His website is powernomics.com. That's where you can get his book. It says here, as evidence that affirmative action was not corrective action for blacks, racial disparities between blacks and whites continue to widen in the 21st century, and Black America is sinking deeper into a permanent underclass status. An underclass group is one which, by nature, is at the very bottom of socioeconomic conditions and has no means of escape. Black Americans and their unique socioeconomic dilemma have been rendered invisible by various decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court, the de facto guardians of the nation's racial status quo, with conservatives historically dominating the bench. The court has narrowly interpreted the U.S. Constitution and civil rights laws to strip out the nation's debt to blacks. Blacks have never been any more or any less than what white society has wanted to or made them to be. If blacks are going to change their status and become self-sufficient and competitive, it is time to use a new strategy. They must begin to demand correction for injustices of the past based upon group exceptionality and unique historical experiences in America with no religious, ethnic, gender, or immigrant group can claim. Exceptionality must become the base for black reparations, black American descendants of slaves, separate from everyone else. That's what he's saying. So don't just throw a black person in front of us and say, "Hey, this is for you." You have to address our specific issue, our specific claim. Black Americans should extract their group out of sham programs and policies that are not corrective action for them. Until race is reinserted as the primary corrective focus, blacks ought to boldly disengage and withdraw from affirmative action and diversity programs. Until race is reinserted as the primary corrective focus, blacks should jam up the system by filing lawsuits and staging nationwide protests, then proceed directly to mobilizing a new strategic movement to demand national reparations for Native Black Americans, or foundational Black Americans is another term that's been used. I've heard people say American descendants of slaves. I don't have a problem with that term. B1, whatever it is, right? Well, B1 is more Black first, but still, to me, if you are a descendant of slavery, you are different from other people. It doesn't mean that we don't love everybody, but you have to make sure you get what you deserve. White America owes a debt to Black Americans. Reparations is payment made in compensation for wrongs committed against a group of people, such as reparations paid to Jews for the Holocaust or American Japanese for their internment camps during World War II. Reparations for blacks should be in the form of cash rewards, community redevelopment funds, redevelopment banks, land grants, and fulfillment of the Adams-Onis Treaty. Reparations based upon the exceptional historical experiences of blacks and only blacks is a more specific way for America to repay its debt to blacks than affirmative action programs that benefit nearly everyone. There we go. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. He's given us something to think about. I don't tell you what to think. That's not my job. I do encourage you to think about something and I will say, that what I would add to what Dr. Anderson said is I do believe that there's a way out. I do. I think that it's the thing is it's not going to be, all black people sort of getting on the same agenda and all doing the same thing. I don't know if that's really completely possible, but I do know that there are millions and millions and millions of black people who understand things like building wealth. You understand the flaws of the educational system, and so you understand, and you also are learning the value of family, right? And I think that if you study these things and become very intentional about this, about breaking those generational curses, I think that you can actually create an extraordinary race of people. Remember, tough times create tough people. There's no tough experience I've ever had that when I took the right attitude did not make me stronger or better. And in fact, there's no great person, no great man, no great woman who did not become great by going through tough experiences. So who's gone through an experience tougher than yours? Nobody. Nobody's gone through anything tougher than what you've gone through. So in my view, you are positioned, you are very well positioned to be the most exceptional, most impactful, most powerful group of people on the entire earth. It's just going to take time, and I think that it's so we have to be patient. I don't think you should judge the future of Black America by looking at where we are in the year 2024. Remember, you got the year 2034, the year 2044, 2054, 64, 74, 84, 94, 04, 14, 24. You've got this game is not nearly over. So don't give up hope. That's what I'm saying. Don't give up hope. Definitely don't give up hope on yourself. because I know all of you are special because that's why you're here. I mean, why else would you be investing the time that you're spending right now hearing what I have to say about this if you weren't already committed and 10 toes down into certain ideas? So you're already exceptional. You are the talented 10th. The buck stops with you. You're the ones that are going to make black people great again. And so I want you to keep on doing what you're doing. Keep raising them kids, keep building that business, keep working hard every day, keep reading those books, keep taking in the knowledge, keep breaking the curses, and I guarantee you it will pay off. It always pays off. Why? Well, because you are investing directly in you. You are making you and your community the top priority. You are representing the essence of what it means to be B1, black first. You're putting yourself at the top of the priority list. That which you invest in is what will pay off. The things you don't invest in don't pay off, but you're investing in you. So you can't help but to have a greater version of you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I hope that you get what I'm saying. So anyway, guys, that's it. Let's bounce out for tonight. Tomorrow we meet at 10 a.m. We do this 7 days a week. The class is free. If you want to join us for financial consciousness training, just go to b1moneytips.com, be the number one moneytips.com if you are not registered yet. Also, tomorrow we're going to do stock options. If you are interested in generating income from stock options, we have a great program for that. So you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime, prime.com if that's of interest to you. Also, don't forget, last but not least, in 1 month, the All Black National Convention is where we gather once a year. It's going to be our ninth one. We did this. We didn't get no help from nobody. Like we paid, and this it cost millions of dollars to do this thing over several years. So we've raised this money. We've made it happen. We've gotten it done. This is an institution now. So year nine is coming up in Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. We have 60 experts in a wide range of topics that are coming together. It's a big black family reunion for anybody that wants to be pro-black and proud of that. And also we have the B1 ball, which is a lot of fun. So we're going to do fun stuff. We're going to have a spades tournament and all that. And I'm going to win, by the way, because I'm damn good. And I will always have, I'm going to make sure I get all the big jokers I'm playing. But anyway, what I am going to play with my wife, I just said I had to pick my partner because you know how spades is. You get a bad partner, you'd be ready to hurt somebody. And also on top of that, though, there's going to be a ton of learning, networking, lots of business gets done there, and you're around the right people. So I hope you'll join us. The URL to take a look and see what's on the agenda this year is allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So feel free to take a look and join us in Chicago. And I hope you guys have a good night. God bless you. I'll see you in the morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope everybody's having a great day. I hope that we're all feeling good. I hope that our lives are where we want them to be. I hope you're achieving your goals. I hope you're feeling like $1 million. I know I am. I'm feeling like a trillion, a quadrillion. That's what I am, a quadrillion. There we go. So anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. As you come in, shout out your city. Let me know what city you're coming from. I'm always curious about that. Hey Donna, how are you? Junaville. I was gonna say juvenile, but not juvenile. It's Junaville. Let's see. I see Miami, New York, Philadelphia. Jermaine's out of Cali. Let's see. What else do I see? On YouTube, they are reading Kim Porter's memoirs. Yeah, I heard that the memoirs weren't real, actually, but you know what? I can only imagine what the memoirs would sound like. When you've been hanging out at Diddy parties, they're it's Diddy's an interesting guy, right? Renard, New Orleans. Let's see, Terrell Griffin from Norfolk, Virginia. Tasha out of Louisville. Is that Louisville? Are you spelling Louisville and really spelling it the way we really pronounce it, like Louisville? Like in Louisville, the joke is that you don't say Louisville or Louisville, you say Louisville. Like you got to kind of like blur the whole word together and kind of Louisville. It's got to come out like roll off the tongue real easy. It's a Louisville thing. If you go to Louisville, you'll understand. Anyway, a shout out to Muhammad Ali, who's actually from Louisville. He was one of my great inspirations growing up. And my grandmother used to live down the street from Muhammad Ali's family. And she said, yeah, his daddy used to come over there with his girlfriend. And now, mind you, he had a wife too, but he would come over with his girlfriend and they would get to fighting. And then what they was fighting in my house. And she said, and I told them Iggas to get the hell up out of my house and all that fighting. So those are the types of Louisville stories you get about Ali. It's kind of funny. And my grandmother actually went to high school with Muhammad Ali. She went I think she was a senior when he was a freshman. It was Central High School. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I hope you're doing good. I wanted to first off, I'm happy. I'm patting myself on the back. I was in the 5 a.m. club this morning. My wife rolled me out of bed. We went to the gym, pumped some iron, got ready to start the day. That's always a good way to start your day. Remember, health is wealth, and you want to take care of your health as you're building all this wealth and making all this money. If you exercise now, if you really start getting in shape now and do at least doing what you can, it's going to make a difference as you get older. You'll be able to enjoy that money. There are lots of people who hit, 65, 70, and their bodies can't do anything that they want them to do. And that's a tough spot to be in. So if you are in a space where you still have that ability to get up and do something, all of us can do something. Just do a little something, something every day. And that way, the medical system does not come and take all that wealth you've been building, because that's what they do. They wait for you to build all that wealth, and then they take it all from you. Capitalism is funny. That's how capitalism works. Capitalism capitalizes off of every opportunity. And that's the power of capitalism, but it's also the flaw of capitalism, right? So the power of capitalism is that capitalists can see the money everywhere. They understand how to go make the money, and that's good. But it's also kind of bad because not only can you see the money everywhere, but you see money everywhere. Do you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Like you don't just. It's not just that you have the ability to see money everywhere. You literally are obsessed with it to the point where money can kind of become your god. That's the problem in America. So don't ask me if I think America, if Americans worship Jesus Christ, or if they worship Allah or something different. I would say no, America worships money. That's what it's come. They worship money. And with money being our God, I don't think that ends well. I don't think that's going to be good for our country, nor has it been good for our country. And it becomes almost like a Diddy style drug addiction. I only say Diddy style because Diddy was on my mind. I'm actually bring up something that relates to financial theory. I got a whole list of notes that I'm gonna share with y'all. So you can believe me, these are some real legitimate financial theories that actually come up in that conversation. But the reason I say Diddy style is because I heard Suge Knight. Suge Knight, in case you don't know, Suge Knight ran kind of the Diddy rival on the West Coast. He ran something called Death Row Records back in the day, and they were sitting on a multi-billion-dollar empire. And we've talked about that in class, where unfortunately that was a lost opportunity. And we know what the word poor stands for. Poor stands for what? What does poor stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. Passing over opportunities repeatedly. So Death Row Records was a multi-billion-dollar opportunity that was passed over because, for some reason somebody said that if you're a black man, you're supposed to always be into some gangster stuff and do a lot of things in terms of breaking the law, things that'll get you sued, things that'll get your assets repossessed, things that'll eventually have you in jail. And I brought up Diddy style addictions, if you will, when I talked about capitalism, because right now I heard Suge Knight say something that I believe. He said that part of the reason that Diddy may not be eating in jail and all this is probably because he's dealing with withdrawal from drugs, right? He has a drug addiction, most likely, or at least that's what I suspect. And there's the withdrawal, right? From just the compilation of what happens when you are taking these substances in your body. Well, capitalism is a little bit like an addiction in the sense that if you look at America and you look at where America is right now, a couple things you want to think about on the financial side is number one. I just saw in the headline as I was on the treadmill. I run like 30% of the time, and then I walk the rest. So I'm walking on the treadmill or maybe running, I don't remember. And I look up at the screen and I saw that there's a news headline that says politicians work to avoid another government shutdown. And I was like, I'll be damned. These people, these idiots in Congress, these big dumb doofuses, every few months, there's always like they're always on the brink. They always take us on the brink of a government shutdown every few months. Tell me if you've noticed this. There's always like this risk of a shutdown, and the shutdown is you're taking the whole economy off a cliff. And you're playing chicken with each other. You can't get along with each other. You can't compromise for the sake of the country. And it just becomes this goofy nonsense. Every few months, we got to sit back and wonder if this is going to be the time where our whole economic system falls off a cliff. If thousands of government employees are going to lose their jobs. I don't know how many people the government employs. I assume it's maybe over 1 million, right? If all the services are going to be halted for people, millions of people that depend on this, it's ridiculous. It's ignorant. It's crazy. It's easily avoidable. but it's not avoidable if you have bad culture. So the same way Suge Knight and Diddy and all that went down because of bad culture, your government's going to go down because of bad culture. The difference is that the Diddies and the Sugs are into the street stuff, the gangster stuff. Well, in Capitol Hill, they're into a different type of gangster stuff, where the Democrats and the Republicans are basically the old school Crips and Bloods. And I say old school because even the Crips and Bloods got more sense than the Democrats and Republicans. Even the Crips and Bloods tried to come together for the sake of unity, right? Ice-T did it, and a lot of people, Kendrick Lamar, shout out to him, he's brought them together, right? So even the Crips and Bloods realize, hey, you know what? If we keep on trying to kill each other constantly, we can't make no progress. This is not fun. This is very traumatic, right? So the Crips and Bloods have more sense than the Democrats and Republicans, and as a result of the fact that they will spend more energy fighting each other than they spend defending the country, America's in trouble. America's really in trouble because not only are you averting yet another government shutdown, but also you have a debt that is spiraling out of control to the point where most economists are very concerned about the fact that we have $37 trillion worth of debt. I can tell you with clear affirmation that about 10 trillion of that 37 trillion was completely unnecessary. It was a lot of that debt was compiled during the pandemic. They took on a lot of unnecessary debt during the pandemic because the pandemic wasn't nothing but a big damn money grab. That's what it was. It was a big money grab. The pharmaceutical companies came along and said, "We can help you. We've got this jab with this medicine that doesn't even work, but we're going to tell you that it works. And and we want you to use your gangsterism of the government and do like Suge Knight did when he held Vanilla Ice over the ledge with his ankles and made him sign the contract. We want you to grab the American people, hold them over the balcony by their ankles, and threaten to throw them off if they don't take this shot. You're going to lose your job. You're going to lose your friends. You can't see your grandma ever again. They're not going to invite you to Thanksgiving dinner." Now, again, I'm not judging you if you took that shot. There were people in my family that did it. I didn't judge them. They didn't judge me. But Lord Jesus, it was ridiculous. And then when everything comes out where they're like, well, it's not as effective as we thought it was. We thought it was going to be great because we put it together in 35 seconds. And we thought that 35 seconds of work would be enough. No, you was in for a damn money grab. You were in it for a money grab. Who paid for all those shots? Who paid for that? In economics, we have a phrase that says there's no such thing as a free lunch. Somebody paid for that damn thing. Who paid? Who do you think paid for all those shots they were giving out? You, the taxpayer. But the government was the intermediary. That about 5 to 10 trillion of that debt, I bet you, came from the fact that they literally did a money grab and a wealth transfer straight to the pharmaceutical companies, straight to the pharmaceutical. Merck and Pfizer and Johnson rubbing their hands like Birdman. We about to get paid today, dog. We about to get paid today, player. And they made trillions off of a drug that barely even worked, that wasn't even all that effective, right? And they were gangster with it because anybody who disagreed, anybody who questioned it, any Harvard educated scientist who said, hey, wait a minute, hold on, maybe this isn't the right way to go, they literally went in and they would ban that person. They would take down their Twitter account, get them fired from their job, chastise them in public. And that was wrong. That was wrong. I don't care what side of the debate you're on, that was wrong. And not only was it wrong, but that bad culture, instead of it costing, the Suge and Diddy are going to lose a couple $1 billion off their bad culture. The U.S. government probably lost 5 to 10 trillion off of that. That debt spiraled largely because of all the money that was wasted in the pandemic. It was completely unnecessary. The Federal Reserve made terrible mistakes that caused an insane amount of inflation. Inflation is like letting the cat out the front door. Once the cat gets out the front door, you ain't catching that cat. That inflation goes up. It does not come down. Deflation rarely ever happens. The best you're ever going to have with inflation is what they call disinflation. Disinflation is not deflation. Deflation is when prices come down. Disinflation means prices are still going up. It just the rate of increase just slows down a little bit, like a car, like a car moving forward is like inflation. So if it's going 80 miles an hour and you slow it down to 40 miles an hour, that's better, but that's not the same as driving backwards. That's not the same as going back to where you were before. So when prices go up, they rarely go back to where they were before. Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay, so ultimately, and I was really thinking about Suge and Diddy on this, but I want to make this clear that we ain't just talking about ignorant, ridiculous things that black people do. You know, if you white up in here, you ain't off the hook. Y'all ignorant too. Y'all do some ghetto stuff too. So don't act like it's just us, because it ain't just us. Y'all not like us, but y'all do y'all have your own way of really doing savage things when it comes to economics. So anyway, before I move on, just quick housekeeping stuff I want to share with you tonight. At 8:30 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to do Powernomics training. Everybody in the community should be educated on Dr. Claude Anderson and Powernomics. And to do this for years, every single Wednesday, I've been reading his books and analyzing his books. We've gone through Powernomics all the way cover to cover. We went through Black Labor, White Wealth all the way from cover to cover. We're going through the Black History Reader from cover to cover. After that, we'll do another book. Maybe we'll do my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, which you can get a copy at drboycebooks.com. So that's free to anybody that wants to join. If you'd like to participate, text the word greatness to the number 87948. So text greatness to 87948. I will send you a link to invite you to join us for Powernomics class. Also, tomorrow, if you're interested in stock options, we are going to meet for the prime class, and we're going to break down something coming up called the Triple Witching Hour, which is a lot of volatility in the market. It's going to happen Friday, but it also is an opportunity to make money. So if you have an interest in stock options, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, drboyceprime.com. All right, so here's one thing I want to mention. I had an epiphany today. I was just thinking about this. Stuff just comes to me. I don't know where it comes from. It could be God, or I hope it's not the devil. And I was sitting on the treadmill and I thought about, I love hip hop, right? I'm a big fan of hip hop music. I always have been. I didn't even like music until hip hop came along, Curtis Blow and all that stuff. Before that, I didn't even listen to the radio, right? Hip hop is magical in that way. And also, because of the cohort that I'm in, I'm Gen X. Um, I am about the same age as a lot of the major figures in quote unquote gangster rap. Like when I hung out and became friends with Ice Cube, we realized we were both Geminis, born around the same time. And I think something like on my birthday, he texted me something that said "Happy Birthday, Gemini" or something like that. And I thought that was cool. I appreciated that because because he's accomplished a lot, right? Dame Dash and I, it turned out our birthdays were very close. Tupac and I, our birthdays are 4 days apart. Kid you not. His birthday is June 16th, 1971. Mine is June 20th, 1971. So these are my peers, right? That's my point. These are my peers. So I was there. I saw it all as it happened in real time. When Tupac put out an album, y'all might remember, I'm not going to say it, but it was called Strictly for My Iggas. Anybody remember that album by chance? You have to be a real Pac fan to know about that album, right? Strictly for My Iggas. Yeah, I'm not gonna say the word because we don't do that no more. They 1994, and when he put that album out, I remember I bought the album. I was in college and I bought it because I was like, oh, it's strictly for my iggas. I'm one of your iggas, so I'm gonna get this album, right? That's the logic I had at the age of 21, right? Don't judge me. I'm wiser now. And so anyway, I watched everything happen in real time, and it was a real kind of blackmail experience. Also in the sense that, like, I didn't know Cube and all those guys. Then now I know some of them, right? I met them through time, but I got to know them after all the stuff happened. And but in my own life, I remember the same year that Pac died. About maybe a month after that, my best friend Greg Wilkins got killed in Louisville, Kentucky. Like some black men came in his house, shot him in the head right in front of his daughter. I've told you all about that. I talk about people I love because that's how I keep them alive, right? So Greg is in heaven listening to this podcast because I'm sure they have good Wi-Fi in heaven, and so I want to make sure I let my friend know I have not forgotten him. And so anyway, here's the deal. So as this was happening, it was like watching like a soap opera, like for men. You're just kind of watching the ups and downs. You're seeing Easy E and getting into his beef and back and forth with Ice Cube, where Ice Cube puts out that No Vaseline thing, and which was really a great song. And then you saw Pac going back and forth, and he puts out Hit 'Em Up. And that was just a kind of an interesting time to sort of be black. But here's the thing that I realized today. I didn't realize this until this morning. Some of y'all might have realized this before because you might be smarter than I am for sure. But this is something that just hit me today. I don't know if anybody else has thought about this, but I thought about the four major players in the whole East Coast West Coast thing, right? But back when you go to the Source Awards, remember when Suge gets up there and he says, if you want to come to a label where the executive producer ain't all in the videos, ain't all in the shows. Ain't trying to rap on the microphone, whatever he said. They will come to death row, right? And he's wearing the big red thing, right? And you remember that, right? Well, here's the thing that's interesting. So right then, the peak of that whole East Coast West Coast beef, um, I thought about the four major players at that time. Pay attention. This has an economic lesson, I promise. Not just me reminiscing on stuff that, maybe might bore some people. But the four major players in that whole situation were Tupac, Biggie, Suge, and Diddy, right? Right. Those are kind of the four major players, the four big kahunas in all of this. And I said to myself, I said, I'll be damned. Out of those four guys who were literally at the epicenter of gangster rap or whatever you want to call it at that moment, two of them are dead, two of them are in prison. Every single one of those four men is dead or in jail. Every one of them is pretty much gone. Suge Knight kind of gone. He's there. He'll do phone calls and stuff and they'll record it, but he's kind of out. Diddy locked up in jail. They're wondering if he's going to be alive next month. Eddie Griffin actually said that he thinks Diddy's not going to be around in September. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't wish that on anybody. But it's interesting. I thought about that and I said, I'll be damned. And the reason it hit me like a brick is because it made me think about how you have millions and millions and millions and millions of your black boys, your sons, that would give anything to be where those men were standing. They would give anything. Who wouldn't have, especially back then, and even up until recently, who wouldn't give anything to be a part of Death Row Records? Anybody remember that album cover they had? The coolest album cover ever. It was Tupac and Suge and Snoop, and they just looked like the mafia or something. Like they were like the baddest men on the planet. And then Bad Boy was actually had potential. Biggie was amazing. Didn't seem like the Diddy that we know today, and you just you had all this wealth and power, and so a lot of little black boys grow up wanting to be in that space. And I think, isn't it interesting though that how the devil plays with you sometimes, because sometimes the thing that you think is going to be your heaven is actually going to turn into your hell. It's almost like that TV show Fantasy Island. Anybody remember Fantasy Island? If you don't know Fantasy Island, let me tell you about it. So there was this guy named Mr. Rourke, and Mr. Rourke would greet people on this island. Where on this island you would arrive, you would fly in, and there was a little guy named Tattoo. He was a little person. You can't call him, you can't say midget anymore. So he was a little person, and so Tattoo would see the plane. He would go, "The plane, boss, the plane!" Right? That was a famous line. So the plane would come in, and people would land, and they'd be really excited to get to the island because Mr. Rourke can make all your dreams come true. And you would say, I've really dreamed about having a harem full of women, right? And he would make it happen, right? Or I always wanted to, spend time with my dead spouse, or I wanted to be the richest man in the world, right? And Mr. Rourke would always give you your fantasy. But what always happened in the show? What always happened is the at first the fantasy's amazing, and then little wrinkles would pop in, and then it would get so bad that by the end, the person's like, please, Mr. Rourke, let me out. This is terrible. Oh my God. Right. And there was always a lesson, right? There was always a lesson. Like sometimes you got to be careful about what you wish for because you just might get it. Or the other lessons, everything that glitters isn't gold, or the grass is always greener on the other side. Or sometimes you think you're blessed by God, but really, as D1 always says, the devil can bless you too. So to some extent, you can almost argue that hip hop and Death Row and Bad Boy and that whole culture, it was a whole culture. It was a multi-billion-dollar culture created by the industry, by the economic gods that actually had the money to fund all this bullshit. This whole culture was kind of like it was like this so-called heaven that really was a hell. Like it was like what you thought would be a blessing from God was actually a prayer answered by Satan. You prayed to God, Lord Jesus, please make me the biggest rapper in the world. I want to be invited to all the Diddy parties. I want to hang out with Suge and Pac in Vegas on the night that they're not going to be shot. And and Lord, please give that to me. And so you send the call up what you're praying for, and then your prayer gets answered, but it's like you're making a phone call and you think God picked up the phone, but it wasn't God who picked up that phone. It was the devil, right? So Satan picks up the phone and says, absolutely, I'm gonna make your album go platinum. You're gonna have all the money in the world. You're gonna have all the women. You're gonna be as famous as you want to be, and you're gonna be hanging out with Biggie and Pac, and we're gonna put you right in the middle of East Coast, West Coast hip hop. Right, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make you. You're gonna be right there in the studio at Death Row Records with Suge, sit next to Suge. Every dream that you ever had is gonna come true. And then just like Fantasy Island, you find out you get in the studio, and one day Suge Knight somebody brings 25 pounds of cocaine in the room and along with an AK-47, and then they put the gun to your head and tell you that you better sign the contract or we're gonna kill you. Or you're riding in the car with Pac and Suge one night, and next thing you know, somebody runs up and pop, 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 shoots you and kills you. Or you're hanging out at Diddy parties, and Diddy asks you to drop your drawers and put on some baby oil, and you're like, wait a minute, this wasn't part of the deal, and you're like stuck, right? You're stuck in that crazy conundrum where I'm gonna assume that a lot of people, I bet you a lot of people that if Diddy did take advantage of people, which I think that this happens a lot in these industries, it just does. He probably was able to take advantage of people that either were financially desperate, like I have no money, I have nowhere to go, or they were filled with desire and greed. Like when they say you got to be careful about what you want and how bad you want it, because I'm sure maybe at some point you can imagine Diddy asking somebody, like, hey, how bad do you want to be successful? Oh, I'll do anything, Puff. Anything you need, man, whatever you need. Well, come on, hey, Daddy, why don't you come sit on my lap? Right. And then next thing you know, you're in your therapist's office questioning your whole existence. Right. So this is the interesting thing about it. No, so that's the first lesson, right? Mr. Rourke style lesson. Maybe call me Mr. Rourke today. Is obviously all that glitters is not gold, and you got to be careful about what you wish for. So it's not just what you get out of life, it's how you get it. Do you understand? It ain't just so you can't just think about the what. You got to think about the how. You can't think about the ends only. You got to think about the means. Do you understand? It's okay to want to be rich, but you got to think about how did you get rich? It's okay to want to be powerful, but where did you get all that power from? How'd you get all that? What sacrifices did you make? See, there's always a sacrifice. There's always a sacrifice. There's always a sacrifice. If you watch even in the Avengers movies, there was the Soul Stone. Thanos wanted to control the universe, so he had to get all these stones. One of the stones was the Soul Stone, where they made him sacrifice something that was in his soul. He literally had to lose his soul in order to have that power. So unfortunately, what does occur is that if you are not financially conscious, if you're only thinking about the what and not thinking about the how, if you're thinking about the ends and not thinking about the means, then there's a very good chance you will end up losing your soul, especially when you're black. Especially when you're black. There are a lot of soulless, empty, unhappy, miserable, damn near suicidal people who are making millions of dollars in Hollywood right now. If you want to know why a Dave Chappelle, gets a $50 million contract and then has to go spend 6 months in Africa reflecting on his life, it's because somebody threw something at him that just made him question everything. Like, okay, I got to hit the reset button on the last 20 years and think about who I am and how I got here. What is it that I'm trying to do? And this is what's so interesting about money is that a lot of times we just look at the fact that someone has money and we don't actually say, well, how did you get that money? And is that really what I want? I might want what you have, but I may not want to pay the price that you paid in order to get it, especially if the price is just a price that cost me something that money should not be able to buy. So here's a couple of financial concepts you can walk away with that I mean there's financial lessons all over this in terms of just what's happened with hip hop and in terms of what it's kind of done to the black community, what it's done to so many of our children that has so much potential, could have done a lot of things, but instead they wanted to, be gangster rappers and stuff and I don't know if that is the best use of our greatest resource. Our greatest resource is our young men and young women. So you got millions of our young boys who were pulled into a space, pulled into a culture that has cost the black community trillions. Because if a young man fully embraces the toxicity of some of that culture, if they literally think about it, if you have a young man who spends all his time hanging out with Diddy, he's going to be introduced to drugs. He's going to be introduced to sexual irresponsibility, STDs. He's going to be introduced to baby mama problems. He's going to be introduced to violence. All of these variables get in the way of his ability to eventually become an adequate husband and father for someone, because it's kind of hard to have a daddy that's hooked on heroin. Trust me, I know. I got, how many of y'all got daddy hooked on drugs? I'm raising my hand. I got one. But I did not know my father because of the drugs. The drugs blocked his ability to just even say, hey, where's my son at? I gotta go find my son and spend time with him. I didn't have that, right? So this is costing the community so much. And this is one of the things where and one of the reasons why I believe that if you're pro-black, you have to be very much aware and conscious of what's happening culturally and who kind of did it, right? It's not just the rappers. You know, the rappers, they kind of just do whatever they're told. Whoever pays the money, they just tell the rappers what to do and they do it. So again, they're the puppet. So if a puppet says something crazy, don't argue with the puppet. Go talk to the puppet master. The puppet master is the people that have the money. The puppet masters are the people at the labels that are writing the big checks. So these are the individuals that we should be most concerned about, even though the rapper should not be let off the hook. I think that there is a degree of freedom and sovereignty that an artist has in terms of how he expresses his art. And I have seen artists, shout out to David Banner, who actually woke up and said, you know, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not spreading this message out to the community. Even the rapper T.I. and Lil Boosie, they saw their sons making a music video and they had all these guns in the video. And T.I., who has faced gun charges that literally almost took him away from his family for the next 25 years, did a great job giving his son a lecture on on gun charges and how they come about and how having that gun on you is could cause you a lot of problems. And I thought that was really great. I just want us to be able to get that a little bit sooner because we're losing a lot of our greatest assets along the way. So let me give you some financial concepts that you can sort of attach onto this. I'm going to become more of a researcher here. I'm going to put on my Dr. Boyce hat with this. Before I do that, I want to shout out Tierra Williams, who was on yesterday with on the podcast. She actually runs a company called Real Virtual, REEL Virtual, and they actually help people sort of get their businesses started and stuff like that. So if you have a business idea, she actually works in Hollywood and she's really good, very creative. She's excellent at storytelling. So if you want to sort of shape up your business idea, stuff like that, her URL is realvirtual.net, REEL virtual.net. So feel free to go to realvirtual.net. That's REEL virtual.net and tell her Dr. Boyce sent you, and they'll sit down and do a consultation with you. They can help pull together a team to help you get stuff done. Also, if you wanted to be interviewed and share your Black Business School story, they can actually do that too. So a lot of you have great stories. You're doing amazing things. And it also helps us actually too when you share your story, because I want people to know that the Black Business School is the best Black wealth think tank on the planet, that we are the best on earth when it comes to training Black wealth to our people. I have a whole PhD in finance. It's not fake. You can go look it up on the internet, but I blackified that sucker because I said, you know what? We don't need a casual discussion about economics. We don't need a generic discussion about economics. We need to do surgery on our community. We need to be very specific about addressing the very specific challenges that specifically are facing Black families in a specific way based on specific things that were specifically done to us by other people. So I'm not here to be an economic analyst. I'm not here to be a financial advisor. I'm not here to be a financial influencer. I am an economic scientist and a financial surgeon. So that's what we do in the Black Business School, and there's no place on earth that does it better. So if you have a story in terms of how your life has gotten better, I'd like to hear that story. So if you could reach out, go to Tierra. I'm gonna give her website one more time. If you reach out and say, "Hey, I'd like to share my story, tell you about our family, tell you about what we're doing with our kids, tell you about how our wealth has grown, tell you about how great we are at investing now, our family business meetings," I want to hear it all. So the website one more time, it's realvirtual.net, REEL virtual.net. She's actually in the Zoom chat, and she's putting the URL in there too. REEL virtual.net. All right. And so anyway, let me hop back in and finish up this thing. So just so you know, I'm not talking crazy about Suge and Diddy and Pac and all that. I know that there's disagreement, but just that epiphany that all four of those major figures, all four of whom should have been billionaires right now, all four of them, they're dead or in jail, right? So how is it that you're on track to be a billionaire, but you are dead or in jail? Well, there's a few financial concepts I want to introduce you to. One of which is called jump risk. Jump risk is basically this type of risk that you don't know is there, but it's actually there. Jump risk is this thing where you can think everything's wonderful and this bright and sunny and perfect, and then suddenly everything goes bad, right? Almost like weather in Florida. You ever been in Florida where one minute it's like 100 degrees, and then the next minute there's like a hurricane coming? Right. So think of jump risk as just something where things can suddenly change on you, especially if you're not aware of all the risk factors that you're facing in that particular situation. So with this investment, which Pac and Diddy and Biggie, all of them were making an investment. They were investing not just money, but they were investing time and energy and really investing their lives in this whole thing called being a rapper, in this whole thing called the hip hop music industry. But I think what they did not understand is what a lot of young artists do not understand, which is the risk assessment of what they're walking into. If you think about the fact that literally a rapper dies almost every single month, like literally a rapper dies about once a month. I was just looking at the whole thing about the poor rapper down in Memphis, Young Dolph. He got killed. I think they paid the guy $800 to kill him. And then Yo Gotti's big brother Jook got killed, which is all sad, right? It's just so much death, so much death. And if you think about this, right? I had a talk with a young artist who was blowing up. He was actually very close friends with one of the artists, PNB Rock, I believe, who was actually killed in a Denny's in public or something after his girlfriend tweeted out his location or something. It was kind of crazy, right? And he was friends with him, and he was about to actually blow up. And we had a conversation, a private discussion, and I said, you need to really think about the risk of the industry that you're going into. You got to think about this. Like, do you really want to blow up in this space? Because you're going to have a whole lot of enemies, that you don't know about, and you're about to have a child, right? So I'm not telling you what to do, but I am telling you to really think about this, and don't just think about the fame and the money and the women and the power and everything else. I need you to also think about your son. Like, factor in that. Think about your mental health. Think about what it feels like to live your life where you constantly have to worry about a hater rolling up and killing you like Nipsey Hussle, right? Is that the life that you want? And after that conversation, he did kind of back off. He actually, he still does his music, but he actually does other things to help him make money. Because one thing I helped him understand was I said, there's a lot of ways to make money, man. There's so many ways to make money. Making music is not the only way to get rich. I mean, in fact, it's a hard way to get rich because there's so much competition. So jump risk is that risk that anything can sort of happen, out of the blue. Or another example might be, let's say that somebody says to you, let's say that you don't know anything about the drug game, and someone says, "Hey, if you carry this package down to Pookie's house on Tuesdays, I'll give you $1,000 a week." Right? So you can think that that is a risk-free job. Oh, this is easy. I just carry this package down to Pookie's house once a week and it's fine. And it may seem that way for a really long time. For years, nothing bad will happen. For years, everything's fine. But then one day, there's that one day where everything falls apart. There's that one day where you get 30 years in prison. There's that one day where, or maybe where you get killed or get shot at. And then you're like, oh, there was risk here all along. I just didn't see it. That's an example of jump risk. Hip hop has a lot of jump risk, and the way you deal with risk in general with investing. And this is an investment decision. Biggie and Pac, unfortunately, were investing something more valuable than money, and they lost something more valuable than money. Suge Knight lost something more valuable than money. Diddy lost something more valuable than money. He's lost his mental health. He's lost his freedom, right? He's lost his whole legacy, right? So that's so much bigger than the $1 billion he's going to lose because they're going to take all his money. Believe me, they between lawyers, courts, lawsuits, white women, like they're just literally gonna be eating off of his wealth, almost like a group of parasites. And this is what happens, right? But with that said, though, he's gonna lose a lot of money, but that's not a fraction of what he's actually losing if you consider all the things that he's losing that money cannot buy. So one way to kind of manage various forms of jump risk or other forms of volatility in whatever choice you make, whatever industry you invest in, whatever investment you make, whether you're investing in a stock, whether you're investing in a business, whether you're investing in a relationship, is this concept, very simple concept called due diligence. Anybody know what it means to do your due diligence? What does that mean? What does that mean? Every business that makes an investment does their due diligence. They all do. They all sit back and they say, okay, let's go through this. Let's look at all the risks. Let's look at all the things that could go wrong. Right? Okay, Suge Knight. Suge wants me to sign with Death Row. What could go wrong? I don't know. Suge could have a bad day. I could get caught on a gun charge. I might get shot in the face. I might get caught with the dope in the studio at the same time. He might hang me over the balcony like Vanilla Ice. I don't know if this is something I want to do. I actually there's I was really proud of that D1 is an artist that I love. I just love this guy. That's why I talk about him so much. And he is the only artist that I know who actually was invited to sign with Cash Money Records with Lil Wayne and Nicki Minaj and Drake and all those people down there in New Orleans. Most artists would jump at that opportunity. They would jump right into it. But D is smart. D did his due diligence. He thought about the risk factors and did a risk assessment and said, I don't really know if that's a culture that I want to be a part of. I don't know if that is going to really work for who I'm trying to be. I don't know if I can. Is it D1? I mean, you talk about selling souls. His soul is not for sale. There's no price that could be paid that I've seen that could get him to sell his soul. Whereas for some people, for a lot of us, when we haven't really gained financial consciousness and we're thinking about the ends as a justification for the means, it's like, okay, where do I sign? What do I need to do? How do I fit in? Because I really want to get this money. And what happens, unfortunately, is that when you have individuals that have a massive amount of economic power, like say a Birdman runs the whole Cash Money thing, or a Diddy or whomever, in many cases they can smell that just the same way a pimp can smell when a young lady has some sort of emotional void, when she has an insecurity, when she is struggling, when she's not sure of herself, when she doesn't know what's going on, when she has an addiction and she's not able to be conscious and aware of what's happening. Like, they can smell these things, and those are the individuals that they choose to manipulate first. They're not going to manipulate the person that's wide awake, fully aware, doing their due diligence, who says, "Hold up, let me go think about that for a while, and then I'll get back to you." They don't mess with people like that. They don't want to talk to the good lady that went to college. They don't want to talk to the girl that's got high self-esteem. They don't want to talk to the person who understands all the different ways to make money. They don't want people like that. They want people that are vulnerable, not just financially vulnerable, but also emotionally vulnerable, intellectually vulnerable, and vulnerable in whatever way is necessary for that allows them to kind of wiggle in and turn you into something that you didn't want to be. So that's what I kind of see. If you believe that Diddy is guilty of some of these things that he's accused of doing, I'm going to tell you the truth. I believe he's done some stuff. I do. I still thought he was connected to Tupac's death. I'm sorry. I've always felt that way. And so if you believe this, then you would know that, yeah, him having wealth and power was definitely a key factor in this. In fact, I'm gonna tell you one last Diddy story, and then we're gonna be done for today because I've sat up here yelling and screaming, and I need to go, and I got a thing I got to do in a minute. So I'm gonna try to be efficient with my words here. There was a young lady I met one time, who went to an HBCU, and she told me that when she was in college, that her grades were really bad. And I said, but you're so smart. Why were your grades bad? She said, because I didn't study. And I said, well, why didn't you study? Like, you're supposed to study. And you know what she said? She said, um, I only moved to Atlanta because I wanted to be in the music industry. And I knew that once I got to college, I was going to go and meet Diddy or Jay-Z, and they were going to hire me because I know what I'm talking about. I know I'm good at what I do. They're going to hire me, and I was going to leave school anyway. That was her plan. That was her plan. So do you understand when I tell you just the irritation I think we should have with the way the culture, this fake culture that was created by an industry, has infiltrated, it has poisoned, it has infected the minds of millions of young people. This was a very smart young lady. She wasn't no dummy. She wasn't no goofball hoochie mama, like, thug like, she didn't know. She had good parents. She just, but in her mind, she'd formed this fantasy that Diddy or Jay-Z was going to sign her and she was going to be able to go into the industry. And what actually did happen, from what I understood, was that she spent enough time in the industry to see how women were treated, how women were abused, how women were being assaulted, and all these other things. And they kind of had created this space where it was almost like you were dealing with people that felt like they were above the law, and they would do horrible things to people, to men and to women, and they didn't believe anybody would hold them accountable. The thing about being famous sometimes is that famous people, if they're spoiled, are can be the absolute worst people to have in your life. They can be the worst friends to have in your life because in many cases they feel like human beings are disposable. Like, yeah, this girl's mad at me. I could just find another one. Yeah, yeah. We fell out and I screwed you over, but it's okay. I'm just gonna move on to a new person who's gonna be so enamored and intoxicated by my fame that they're gonna trust me all over again. And I'm gonna go through the same process all over again. So you really have people that will literally just screw one person after another, literally and figuratively, like sometimes with the baby oil, sometimes not, and they just can kind of go from person to person because we have a society that's so infatuated with fame, power, wealth, and success. And that's why I would say generally, I would say if you're getting married or something, be really careful about trying to have a healthy. I always laugh when people tell when I hear someone say, "Oh, I married this NFL player and I'm really mad because he wasn't faithful or he didn't treat me well." And I'm not saying that NFL players are incapable of being good, decent, loyal husbands, but I'm sitting there thinking, do you really understand how many thousands and thousands and thousands of women that they run into who kind of will bow at their feet, right? And so the relationship, what relationships require is a degree of humility and sacrifice and compromise. And it's hard to get people to compromise if they've never had to compromise anywhere else in their life. Or if nobody ever gave them a core value system that tells them that, look, you should compromise even if you don't have to. You should be a good person, even if it's not required. Do you understand? So I would just say in general, I'd never understand. I would always kind of think it was a lack of strategic thinking to try to form certain kinds of relationships with people that are in certain spaces. We really do spoil celebrities, and Diddy. I think it's interesting with Diddy to see how he's going to respond to living life as a prison inmate when he literally for many years has been able to basically do whatever he wanted, right? And so just think about these things as you kind of work with people and deal with people, because some people are great human beings, and because they consciously and intentionally work to do that. And then there are some people who are just spoiled, rotten, broken, torn to pieces. And if you're attracted to them because they look good or they sound good or they smell good or they talk good or they're famous or rich or whatever, then you're unfortunately that lack of due diligence, it can cause you a lot of problems down the line. Just like that young lady I told you about who told me that her dream was to get signed by Diddy and Jay-Z. What if her dream had come true? What if Diddy saw her and said, "Oh my God," like what if he ignored all the other thousands and thousands of people trying to get into his face, trying to come work for him, and picked her and said, "Oh my God, you're just you're just everything I've been looking for. I want you to come to my mansion. You're gonna come live with me. I want you in the bedroom next to mine because I just need you to be nearby because you're so smart." For a little while, she would actually feel like she was blessed. For a little while, she would say, "Oh my God, my dream came true. I'm working with Diddy now." And then slowly but surely, just like Mr. Rourke on Fantasy Island, the dream slowly unravels and turns into a nightmare. And next thing you know, she's becomes Cassie, filing a lawsuit 10 years later talking about how this person destroyed my life. Do you understand? So a lot of times I believe that your worst nightmares show up dressed as a dream, right? This nasty turd is in this beautiful box with a bow on it and it's wrapped in gold. But if you take the time to open the whole box, you're going to find that the box is full of shit. So don't allow yourselves to end up in those situations. Do your due diligence. Open the damn box. Make sure you understand the substance of who you're dealing with, the character of the people that you're working with, the risk factors of the situation that you're involving yourself with. Don't just go chase the money. Do you understand? Are we clear? Give me a yes if we're clear so I can feel like I did something good today. I hope I did. I hope I helped somebody today because I love all of y'all and I want to see you succeed. All right. So last, if you allow me to share a couple things we're doing in the Black Business School, I would appreciate that because we're trying to build our institution here. Number one, All Black National Convention, October 25th through the 27th. We are officially 30 days away. I hope you'll come to Chicago. It's in Lombard, which is a suburb of Chicago. Beautiful place, beautiful hotel. Spent the whole year planning this. We have over 60 experts in all different walks of life coming together with amazing Black people to just have a great time, to learn, connect, and be in a space where you are persuaded to elevate in every way that you imagine, whatever that means for you. And I'm pretty vague with it. I was in the car today. Taylor, our baby, she missed the bus, and we were talking on the way to school, and I know she was feeling bad already, so I didn't want to rub it in. I was kind of upset because I was like, why didn't you set your alarm clock? But instead, I was like, you know what, Boyce, let's not talk about that. She's already mad at herself. So I said to her a couple things. I said, okay, so I want you to remember, what do you think is the thing that I want for you the most in your life? What do you think that that is? And she said, to be successful. And I said, no, 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 no. That's no. I want you to be successful, but I said, I really want you to be happy. I want you to be happy. Right? And success and happiness tend to be connected. That's where the strategy comes in. That's why I'm going to encourage you to do your best, because success and happiness tend to be connected. I said, but I know a lot of successful people who are not happy. Right. So let's get you happy, content, and have your mental health together and make you successful, because that will help your mental health. Do you understand? So that's kind of my philosophy on life. I want you content and happy, but I also want you to be successful. I want some black excellence up in this sucker. I want you to reach your potential, whatever that looks like for you, whatever that means for you. I want that to happen. So that's what the convention's all about. That's kind of the energy that you'll be in. That's the space you'll be in. So if you want to learn more, go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Number two, if you tomorrow night, Asada, Sister Asada, I don't have her last name, but she has a great math genius program for kids. We educate our own kids up in here. That's going to happen tomorrow night. So I will text you all the link to join Asada's event if you'd like to join. If you want to be on the text list, make sure you're on the text list. Pull out your phone, text the word morning to the number 87948. So if you text morning to 87948, I'll send you some of the stuff so you can join. Also, don't forget that tonight we're doing Powernomics training at 8:30. That's completely free. I'll also text it to you guys as well. Tomorrow we're doing stock options. I'll text that too. And that's pretty much it. So thank you guys for hanging out. It was great to see you. God bless you, and I hope you have a wonderful day. And I love every one of you. And I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Take care, everybody. Bye bye. As we are making reparations a topic of discussion, we're forcing the issue. Politicians are required to talk about it. And I haven't talked to Dr. Anderson for a couple of weeks, but I'm going to call him, and I'm sure he's going to talk about how proud he is of the fact that we are demanding some of the things that we deserve. Oops, sorry. And that was my phone. You know how phones just jump out and start doing stuff on their own. Anyway, and I think that this is something where the momentum's there. The politicians act like they don't hear it and they don't see it, but I think it's worth pushing forward with this, because even things that seem impossible right now, can become quite doable in a short period of time. So first thing I'll say is, if you want to know my opinion on reparations, it's very simple. If you take something, you're supposed to give it back. If you owe something, you're supposed to pay your debt. What we went through was unique and terrible, and somebody should be paying the piper for that, right? That's something. I hope you agree with that. Give me a yes if you agree that reparations should be on the table for discussion, and we should just consistently talk about it. I'll give you an example of a topic that I talked about for a long time that was very far away from becoming a reality, but now it's a reality. Over 25 years ago, I used to write articles regularly about why college athletes should be paid. And I used to say this all the time, and it was very logical, it was very simple. And again, just repetition really makes a difference. I just kept repeating the talking points over and over. I was like, it's very simple. They are doing a job that's really hard and they're generating millions of dollars. They deserve some of that money. You should not be able to keep all that money. It makes no sense that the coach and his family, that they're showing up in the games in private jets, and they got a mansion and a yacht, and the star player's mother is living in a housing project. That doesn't make any sense. And in fact, there was a basketball player named Fernando Garcia that played for the University of Louisville. I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. Shout out to Louisville and Muhammad Ali and Lamar Jackson. He went to school there. So we produce some of the greatest athletes ever. We get to claim Lamar, even though he's not from Louisville. We still get to claim him because he's one of the great ones. Allen Houston, people like that. Anyway, so the one thing about that is, why did I bring up Louisville? Oh gosh. Oh, you know what? I lost my train of thought. Holy crap. That was so bad. That was just terrible. I can't even remember why I brought up Louisville. Maybe I was just bringing it up just because. Oh, well, okay. I'm going to swivel back into it, and y'all got to just bear with me and pretend like I didn't mess that up. Okay, got it. All right, so that's the game we're gonna play. We're just gonna pretend like I didn't mess it up. So anyway, let's go back to Louisville, and I'm gonna go right down the road to University of Kentucky. And so I was writing these articles and explaining why athletes should get paid. And I remember when I was at the University of Kentucky, which is near Louisville. Maybe that can be my excuse for why I brought up my hometown, other than the fact that I just like talking about my city. And I remember it seemed weird, it seemed radical. It made me into kind of a troublemaker. Fernando Garcia, thank you, Elizabeth. God bless you, Lord. You know, I'm too young to be having these senior moments, y'all. Y'all got to help me. So Fernando Garcia actually played down the street at the University of Louisville. I went to Kentucky, but he played at Louisville. I was a big Louisville fan, and I remember while he was playing for the University of Louisville, the athletic department that year I think made about $20 million. And I remember his brother got murdered in a housing project while he was playing for Louisville. And I remember saying it's crazy that this kid is making millions of dollars for these people, and he's got family members getting shot in the projects. Rick Pitino, who was the coach at Louisville at that time, I believe. I was like, his kids ain't getting shot in the projects. His family members aren't dodging bullets. Why should his star players be going through that? And I just stayed with it consistently. That's what I talked about all through my years at Syracuse. I did a lot of television appearances to make the point. It was very logical. I remember even checking. I was like, well, maybe I'm the only person. Maybe common sense is just strange for people. Maybe people just don't know that 2 plus 2 is 4 anymore. And I saw Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the airport in Syracuse. And I was on my way to go give a speech actually about why I think college athletes should be paid. And I remember asking him, I said, do you think, I said, I'm about to go speak about whether or not college athletes should be paid. What do you think? And he sat there. He's a real serious guy. He looks real mean. He's very serious. And he thought about it. He said, well, of course we should get paid. He said, we made millions of dollars for UCLA when I played for UCLA. And I said, well, thank you for confirming that. And you know what would happen is every time, this is how you know when you get people on the ropes is when they just don't want to talk about it anymore. And so I remember when I would have debates about that topic on a show, they would always say, well, we invited someone from the NCAA to defend their perspective. And unfortunately, they didn't send a representative. And I remember thinking, well, of course they didn't, because they don't want to sit and try to defend this. Definitely not to a professor who's a black man who understands both education and economics. Like I understood a few things that they didn't want brought up, like the racial aspect of it, the fact that you're stealing billions of dollars from the black community. I understood the educational aspect of it. I saw students in my classes flunk out of college because their athletic schedules were so grueling that they couldn't come to class. And also, and don't touch me when it comes to finance. I mean, I'll dunk on you when it comes to finance. I'm the Michael Jordan Tupac of finance. I have the skill, and I will talk crazy to you while I tear you down and break you into little pieces, because what you're doing is wrong. You're stealing money from the black community, and that is not appropriate behavior. That is not cool. And I know that maybe for some people this is okay. Maybe some people think it's great. Maybe some people are just appreciative for whatever little crumbs you're giving them. But some of us got to be crazy enough to get in your face and kind of pop out and show you and say, "Look, this ain't right. You need to stop this. This is ridiculous." And here's the crazy thing about the NCAA that was interesting to me is I said it's so sad that they're that greedy. Remember, I told you all this is why I'm not a capitalist. You got to be careful about labeling yourself a capitalist, because capitalism, unfortunately, in its most extreme form, becomes a type of really nasty greed. The NCAA was always greedy. I was like, you could literally just give these guys $1,000 a month, and they would be really grateful. And literally, they're bringing in the kind of revenue that an NBA player brings in. So imagine if you took LeBron James and only paid him $1,000 a month, and you got to keep the rest of the money. That's a pretty damn good deal. I said, so if they would just give the athletes a little something, something, not let them starve to death, not let their mamas be in the projects, send their mama a damn plane ticket for the championship game, you could at least do that. But they were so extreme that it was just sad, and it was very ridiculous. So that was one of those things where I remember when I would talk about it, I just sort of hung on to what I felt was right, even though most people did not. I'd have to argue with people, and I'd be like, why am I arguing with you about this? You wouldn't work for free. You don't work for free. You get up and you go to work at UPS or McDonald's or wherever you work. You're expecting your paycheck. So what about the athletes? And so through the years, what happened was the argument gained momentum. I wasn't the only one. There were others who kind of picked up on it. I shared my argument with millions of people because I probably wrote 1,000 articles about this topic. I gave probably 500 speeches about it. And then there were others though as well who talked about it. And now the athletes are being paid. Now you got college. Now they got another problem that money can cause. Now you got coaches that have to coach a quarterback who, it lives in $1 million house or something, which is a whole different dynamic for college sports. And that's a whole nother conversation. We can hit that in Money in the Morning. And by the way, if you're not invited to Money in the Morning, I think you guys would like it. It's our morning financial consciousness training. It's 100% free. We do this in the Black Business School for anybody that wants to learn. You don't have to pay money. You just got to pay attention. So if you'd like to join Money in the Morning, you can go to b1moneytips.com, be the number one moneytips.com, or you can also text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. So so the second area that really took a lot of time, a lot of repetition to kind of get to the point that we are now is really the whole conversation about generational wealth. And I've talked to you guys about this, so I'm not going to belabor this point, but I want to get to the third point in a second, which is what we're going to read about with Dr. Anderson. So the second thing with that generational wealth thing, if you go back to about 2006, when I was on the faculty of Syracuse, and I would go on radio stations and say, we need to talk about Black wealth. We need to get Black folks invested. We need to start talking about generational wealth. And at that time, not many people were talking about it. Not many people were interested in it. I would go on to urban radio stations and they would say that's stupid. Black people don't care about wealth. You should be talking to Chinese people, Jewish people, and white people. And I said, well, I teach white people, Asian people, and Jewish people at Syracuse University. I'd rather talk to Black people and keep repeating myself until they finally get what I'm saying. And so literally for 16, 17 years, I've been repeating myself on the generational wealth thing. And over time, I saw the changes. I saw the transformations. I saw when Jay-Z put out 444. And it was interesting because that happened, that song came out shortly after I had a 3 hour conversation with Beyonce's road manager. And I said, why is it that you have rappers here that are living in an intelligent life, but they are promoting a stupid life? Like, why would he not talk about his business decisions? Why would he not talk about how he's building his family and making these moves? Why are you keeping our people on the street while you're going to the penthouse? And he said, well, don't worry about it. Doc, actually, Jay-Z's really conscious. You just don't see it. And I'm like, well, if I don't see it, then it don't exist. If you don't see it, I mean, if you're not showing people what you are, then you are whatever they see. Right. So I said, if you're rapping about ignorant things, if you're rapping about things that are going to get young people sent to prison, that are going to ruin the lives of young Black men, that are going to destroy Black families, destroy Black communities, then you might as well be the devil or the joker. Like you may pretending to be a devil pretty much means you're gonna do devilish demonic shit. So you might as well be the devil. Don't say, well, I'm really an angel. I'm just pretending to be the devil, and I'm going through the world wreaking havoc on people. No, if you whatever you're acting as, whatever you're doing in front of the world, that's what you are. That's what you so we had a long conversation about 3 hours. I don't even remember the guy's name, but he was like a road manager for Beyonce. He did something with the Beyonce tour. And then later on, like that 444 song came out. And I was like, I wonder if our conversation had an impact on that. Maybe it didn't, though. I can't take credit for that, but I was really happy because that was part of the shift in the culture. That was about maybe 2014. And then over time, I think that just that repetition, talking to millions of people and repeating myself about fundamentals of wealth and why wealth matters. And I really had always concluded that if we get our wealth thing together, we're going to solve about 80% of the problems that we have in our community. Not all of them, not every problem can be solved with money, but money helps. Being broke definitely makes it harder to fix the other problems that you may have. So if we really, really as a community, really embrace economics, like just hold it tight, like squeeze it and grab it and embrace it as much as we embrace basketball, football, rapping, and everything else, then I guarantee you we'll be the best in the world at this. We're not done. Like this is the beginning. This is not even, we're not even halfway there. Halfway there. In 2013, I remember thinking, okay, let's create something like Project 2070. That was something I wrote up in 2013. And I said, okay, we got 57 years to do this. Is that right? Yeah, that's the math. And we're literally only in like year 11. So I personally will tell you that whatever we've done so far, you haven't seen nothing yet. Just wait until you see what your kids do. Wait till you see what your grandkids do. They're going to take it to the absolute next level because they're not playing catch up like the rest of us are. A lot of us went through a school system where we were miseducated. A lot of us didn't even learn about investing until we were 40. A lot of us didn't have any wealth to work with because the only thing people left us were generational curses. I talked to a young brother today. I had a consultation with him and he was 33 years old. I had so much respect for him. Hope he doesn't mind me bringing him up. I'm not going to say his name, but he was a veteran. He'd done 10 years in the military. and he had three sons, and he was really, really, really motivated to nail the generational wealth thing. And we talked about his sons, and he got really emotional. He started to cry when he talked about his sons, and I respected that. And I said, "Well, what's going on? Why are you emotional?" He said, "Because I don't want my sons to go through what I went through. I refuse to allow them to have the same experience I had. I refuse to allow them to feel unloved like I did. I refuse to allow them to go through the abuse that I went through. I refuse to allow them to go through the trauma like I went through. I refuse to pass down generational curses to my sons. I refuse to leave them broke the way somebody left me broke. That ain't going to happen." And I said, "Exactly. That's exactly what you do as a man. That's exactly what you do as a black man. You are on the right path." So everybody who has the same mindset, if you have the same mindset, if you agree with what I just said about this young man, raise your hand. Let's be intentional. Raise your hand. Say yes in the chat if you align with his views. If you feel the same way, if you're tired of it, you ain't letting it happen no more. It ain't happening with your kids. The buck stops with you. You're not going to let it continue. You are going to elevate no matter what it takes. If you are in that category, raise your hand. And I want to applaud you because you are the foundation of this community. You are the backbone of the black community. You're the backbone that you are literally like the whole buck stops with you. I mean, who you think's gonna do it? You think these celebrities gonna do it? I mean, the celebrities, they all been running back and forth to Diddy parties, and now they all scared because they don't want the videos to get out. You think the politicians are gonna do it? No, these politicians, they don't even give a damn about America. They're destroying their own country. What makes you think they're gonna come and do anything for you? So you are it. You are the solution to your own problem, and that's both a blessing and a curse. It's an opportunity and it's a burden. It's an opportunity because you got the juice. You have the right ideas. You're focused. You're in it. You're locked in. You're putting your energy into it. You're pouring into the bucket. Everybody else is missing the bucket because they're trying to do everything else. They're trying to make everybody else happy. Celebrities out here trying to kiss Hollywood's ass. The rappers are trying to do whatever these record label owners are telling them to do. The politicians are out here just trying to get. They're trying to serve the corporations. So you're the only ones actually who are really sitting around thinking about what's going to happen with black men, black women, and black children. You're the only ones. So that's a burden, but it's an opportunity. And I encourage you to embrace that opportunity and keep doing what you're doing. Okay. Now, the third area where repetition and consistent conversation is really going to benefit us, in addition to what we mentioned earlier about athletes getting paid, in addition to the conversation about generational wealth, there is that discussion about reparations. And the thing about it is that it's one of those things where there were people long before us who were talking about it, and it was almost like talking about colonizing Mars. It was such a foreign idea. It was so far-fetched, but they were smart because they just said, well, let's keep bringing the issue up. Well, now it's really reaching, it's bubbling to the surface now. I think the politicians are a little bit concerned because they're sitting here thinking, okay, we used to be able to control the black community. Now we've got these people that we can't control. And so now you hear people at the very top, whether it's Trump, Kamala, or anything in between, they're kind of talking about it now, which is to me a great first step. And so I think this is where Dr. Anderson's guidance on these issues can be extremely beneficial. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read on page out of Dr. Anderson's book. It's called The Black History Reader. I'm on page 199, the Black History Reader, page 199. His website is powernomics.com. So I hope you'll go to powernomics.com and get copies of his books for you and your family because these are the best books out here. All right, so here's what he was talking last time. We were talking last time about why black unemployment tends to be higher than white unemployment, and one of it is that he just believes that the unemployment rate is just structural. That there is just a structure that keeps black people more unemployed than other people. He talks about race. He says race is the second structural economic factor. Andrew Hacker, in his book Two Nations: Black, White, Separate, Hostile, and Unequal, highlights the major role that racism plays in keeping black unemployment high. Hacker wrote, quote, "For as long as records have been kept in good times and bad times, white America has ensured that the black unemployment rate imposed on blacks, that the unemployment rate imposed on blacks will be approximately double that experienced by whites. Stated simply, if you are black in America, you will find it twice as hard to find or keep a job." Hacker underscored the familiar rule that blacks are the last hired and the first fired. Throughout the nation's history, if whites or other business owners had job openings, they would first hire members of their own group. Unfortunately, there are no incentives or benefits for whites or others to gain from providing jobs for blacks. In the public sector, nearly 70% of the nation's employed blacks work in some level of government, federal, state, and local. The trend of downsizing government has resulted in many blacks being downsized out of work or forced into retirement. As blacks are forced out, positions are filled by incoming immigrant groups. Downsizing government meant de-employing blacks and helped to increase black unemployment. So a lot of the reason your unemployment rate is high is because America is a racist country and the infrastructure is managed and controlled by people who don't look like you, and you have to be conscious of that. The third point he brings up, which is really important, this is where these HBCUs need to pay attention. Anybody who's part of an HBCU, please share this video with them. Share this part of the video with them so they'll hopefully bring some of this into their curriculum. He says that a lack of black business ownership is a big part of the reason black unemployment is so high. He says the third structural factor that drives up black unemployment, and perhaps the most important, results from the failure of black Americans to own businesses, a natural source of employment for their own people. Only 2% of blacks find jobs in the few black businesses. Moreover, the few black businesses that do exist typically employ only 1.5 people. An important cultural trait that holds down the unemployment rate for whites, Asians, Arabs, and other immigrant groups is that they hire their own people in their own businesses. They do not need to seek employment outside their group. Their businesses, on average, employ 5 or 6 people. Compare that set of facts to the circumstances of blacks. Black Americans have some control over this unemployment factor. They could do they could do what other groups do normally, build businesses and hire members of their own group. While immigrant group behavior can be instructive to blacks in America, building a business has its own set of problems. The majority of whites, Asians, Arabs, and Hispanics work in their own businesses within their own communities. Blacks live in neighborhoods, not communities, and they are conditioned to look for jobs rather than to make jobs. Blacks look for jobs outside of their neighborhoods. So how many of you had that experience where when you were coming through school, the best thing people thought they could do for you was teach you how to apply for a job? Anybody remember going through that where you'd have mock interviews and they explained to you how to fill out the job application? They explained to you how to dress for the job, how to code switch properly so you can make sure that you get the job. Right? We all went through that. That was the dominant training. So what I really think is, what if we supplemented that? Or what if we said for every second we spend teaching our kids how to get a job, we're going to spend 2 seconds teaching them how to create a job. Like, what if you did that? I mean, I want you to really think about the math here. It's very basic math. It's really simple stuff here. Look, there's 24 hours in a day, 8,760 hours in a year. In the course of a 10-year period, you have 87,600 hours with that child. Over a 20-year period, you have about 174,000, about 175,000 hours that you get to spend that this child is on this earth. Now, a big chunk of that time, they're asleep. So out of 175,000 hours, the kid has about 100,000 hours of time where his little brain is taking in information. And for whatever reason, after he spends his 100,000 hours of time taking in information, a lot of our kids, for whatever reason, never learned how to read, write, do math, never learned how to start a business, but they know how to dribble basketballs, throw footballs, and repeat lyrics from Cardi B or or whoever, or Offset, right? And I personally think that this is something that we should be very conscious about. This is more what I would refer to in our class as an economic consciousness exercise, because I've always told you all that time is not money. Time is not money. Time is more valuable than money. So when I say that you're wasting time, that's worse than me saying you're wasting money. Money you can kind of get back. Money's a piece of paper that has questionable value, but time always has value, and time is always something that can be invested just like you invest money. So even if you don't have money to invest, you do have time to invest. And that kid who's a big ball of time, 100,000 hours approximately, is something that we're not investing in. We're under investing in it. And any asset, and your children are an asset, whether you know this or not. Every financial theory on earth I can put up a chalkboard and explain to you why your children are an asset and why some of your kids are multi-million-dollar assets. Every asset requires investment. Every asset is designed such that if you don't invest in that asset, the asset is going to fail. If you look at even a major corporation, Starbucks, for example, is struggling because they invested incorrectly and now the company is having problems. So it's a big asset where the investment was done very poorly, and now Starbucks is in repair mode. That's why they fired their CEO and got a new one. Nike is struggling. They just fired their CEO because Nike's this big multi-billion-dollar asset that did not receive proper investment. So whatever you don't invest in, you will not get a payoff, but the things you do invest in will come back and have an ROI for you. So when I was talking to this young brother today who's a veteran, a father, he had 3 sons, and he moved to a certain city so he could be with with his sons because unfortunately he went through a divorce. I had so much respect for him, and I said, you got to understand that your sons are an asset to your family. You are their hero. You are their superhero, and it ain't nothing you can do about it. And until you decide to mess it up, which you're not going to, but understand this, that if you're pouring into these boys and you're teaching them to be smart, strong, and loyal, then guess who's going to be sitting next to you in 10 years helping you run that business? Guess who is going to be able to give the family business millions of dollars worth of free labor or low cost labor every single year just out of sheer loyalty? That's exactly how the Rothschilds became very wealthy. He had one asset. His asset was he had five sons, and he told all his sons a couple of things. One, you always help each other out. Number two, you always remain loyal to the family. And then he sent them all out to form banks in different parts of Europe. Next thing you know, the Rothschild name is so powerful that people shake in fear when they hear it. It is the name scares people. Okay, so ultimately, what I'm saying to you is that these kids are assets, right? And unfortunately, the corporate plantation and our capitalist backward society taught us to stop investing in our own asset and start investing in the corporate plantation, right? So what happens now is you spend more time at your job than you spend with your kids. So your job gets an overinvestment. You know, that's the place that's stressing you out. That's the place that's getting all your time. That's the place that's getting your labor. That's the place that's going to send you to an early grave. And then you come back and your kids are sitting at home getting into only God knows what because mommy and daddy was at work all day, right? Now I'm not judging that dynamic. I know we got to do what we got to do, but I think that sort of just analyzing that and at least understanding the sacrifice might help us make a different decision in terms of how we invest going forward. Okay, so I hope that it's okay for me to bring that up. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just telling you what it is. That's all I can do is tell you the truth. So the lack of black business ownership is, according to Dr. Anderson, the number one reason why black people don't get jobs as much as other people do. So, what does that mean? Well, part of it means he talks specifically about not just increasing the number of businesses, but expanding the number of jobs that can be created within those businesses. That's where in our Black Millionaires of Tomorrow program, where we talk about building sturdy children, STERDY. Sturdy stands for Systems, Technology, Entrepreneurship, Relationships, Delegation for the youth. The delegation piece, the D, means having that ability to delegate tasks to other people so you can get more done, basically creating jobs. You pay for people's time, you give them a task, they do that task. Next thing you know, instead of working 60 hours a week, you're working 6,000 hours a week because you've got help. You've got other people working with you. Also, the R, the relationships piece, which is often ignored, is a critical aspect of being able to build that kind of infrastructure because it's hard to delegate to people and run a business with people if you don't have a good relationship with people. And then also the S, systems, is very important because if you think in terms of systems, then you're in a better position to confront systematic racism or you have a better ability to make money. Most people that make lots of money make money with a system. They don't make money with labor or trading time for money and all this other stuff that we're trained to do. They have a system. They say, oh, I make 50 boxes of cookies and I sell all 50 boxes and I can sell them in 5 minutes. So I can make more money in 5 minutes than a lot of people make in a week, right? That's systematic thinking. So these are things that can be taught to kids at a very early age. And by the way, if you want to take a look at our Black Business School for Kids, feel free. The URL is blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. That's blackmillionairesoftomorrow.com. And then also we have financial flashcards and workbooks. If you go to drboycebooks.com, you can take a look at all that. So drboycebooks.com is where we have our stuff for kids. So, all right, so let me keep reading here. I'm on page 199 of the Black History Reader. He says, these trends and public policies ensure that the unemployment rate of blacks will be twice that of whites. This nation needs a positive race-specific employment policy to correct these structural defects and to protect blacks in accordance with the equal protection provision of the 14th Amendment. Question 69 is this. Should blacks withdraw from affirmative action programs and instead pursue racial reparations? Well, you don't have a choice about withdrawing from affirmative action or DEI programs. They kind of took that away from you. So that's not even on the table anymore. And that really sort of, I think, reflects the flaws in depending on other people to give you freedom. Freedom isn't something that others will give you. And if they give it to you, then they can easily take it away. So the person who has the ability to feed you also has that ability to starve you. So if you let somebody feed you and that's the only food you eat, then unfortunately you could actually be nominated for Sucker of the Week. I'm not making fun of you. I'm just telling you, we're not trying to be boo-boo the fool up in here. And I'm not here to say things in a way that is going to make you feel better about a decision that I don't agree with. I personally think that little basic things like saving money, investing money, having having multiple streams of income is not just a matter of building wealth and buying a new Ferrari. It's really a matter of survival. It's really a matter of insulating yourself from economic stress. And it's really also something that needs to be taught to kids, and also preparing for the future. It has to be a critical aspect of how you raise children. Preparing them for the future isn't just feeding them and taking them to cheerleading camp and and making sure they go to school. Preparing for the future also means investing for them so they have some capital and some resources, because when that child is 30 years old, they're gonna have to pay some bills. They're gonna, in fact, check this out. My wife, my wife is a relationship therapist slash mental health professional. She's good with she trains therapists on how to be a therapist. That's how heavy she is in the game. She's a full professor, all this stuff. She was mentioning today, she showed me a stat. She said, "Come here, boys, look at this." I said, "What?" And she showed me something that said that by the year 2030, 45% of all women are going to be single. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? That by the year 2030, nearly half of all women are not gonna have a husband. And husbands ain't gonna have a wife. And I'm gonna tell you, I was like, "Ooh, that's bad." Now there's different interpretations. What the scientists in that particular statement said was, they said that it's because women are making more money and they have more higher relationship standards, and they're able to pursue their own needs and their own goals more actively than they could in the past. And all that's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It is what it is. And because I think men have always had that ability to do that to some extent as well. But what I thought about was, I said, this is interesting. So what's going to happen in this society is that you're going to continuously see more and more of the breakdown of the family. And the reason I believe that capitalists really love this is because if the family unit is broken into pieces, they can control you and extract wealth from you much easier as a split up unit than they can if you are a unit that's been able to work together. And why is that? Well, because if I have my wife and me and my wife and our three kids, if we all split up, if I tell my wife I'm getting out of here, and I tell the kids you get the hell up out of here, you go, you go, you go, then all five of us are going to end up working for our own individual white man. We all got to go find a sponsor to take care of us, and so we're going to serve the corporate plantation. But then after that, after we get our money, we'll all have our own separate set of bills. Every one of us is going to have rent, utilities, cell phone, car note, all these bills to pay, which is going to stimulate the economy because consumer spending is 70% of the economy. And then all of us are also going to have our own separate landlords and all that. Well, that's part of it too, right? So, oh, and then also all of us are going to have our own separate consumer spending when we go out and buy stuff, right? So you won't have the economies of scale that occur when you pull together a family where the cost of the bills go down because you can have kind of like the same amount of stuff for two people that you would have had for one person, but instead you got to kind of get duplicates of everything. And I kind of think it's interesting because I told you all about how I noticed on TikTok there's that trend of people going on TikTok and crying because they cannot pay the bills. And I guarantee you that 99.9% of the time, 99% of the TikTok criers who can't pay the bills, who are struggling, are usually single people. Now, I'm not telling you that there's something wrong with you if you're single. I'm not saying go out and find some terrible person to get into bed with. I'm saying that pursuing and choosing the right relationship and managing that relationship is a skill that has a huge impact on your economic survival. That's what I'm saying. I told this brother, I'm sorry that you had your divorce. And I said, but you're a great man. You're an amazing guy. And I could tell, and you're doing therapy and you're doing the work. I said, I want you to keep going to therapy, not because something's wrong with you, but because I need you to be the best person you can be. And then after that, I want you to do your due diligence when you invest in a woman, because a relationship is an investment. Pick the right woman, and then also you work on yourself so you can show up and be the best man you can be in that relationship, because your relationship will be one of the biggest economic investments that you ever make. If you don't believe me, look at how many people get wiped out, in a divorce, wiped out financially, emotionally, and otherwise, right? So ultimately, I personally think that the relationship stuff, I don't really know if we meditate on it enough to understand that it's about more than just finding somebody cute to have sex with, or having a lot of fun, or feeling loved, and all these other things. These things are nice. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying these things are not important, but you got bills to pay and you got kids to raise. Like, I love my wife. She's really great and all that, and she's the sexiest thing I ever saw. But on a day-to-day basis, we're sitting down having business meetings basically about stuff that has to get paid, stuff that's going on with the kids, stuff that's going on with the family, delegating tasks and responsibilities, and kind of running the household, right? So I don't I personally just think that that trend of most Americans being single, I think that's exactly what they want. I really do. I really don't think they want men and women really getting along and becoming unified and building family units that are going to override the government programming. I just don't. And so I just will say, wherever you want to be in that process, just be intentional about it, right? So if you just ignore what I just said, that's fine. But if you feel different, then be different, do different. So anyway, let me keep reading here. He says affirmative action, one of the most contentious public policy issues for nearly 50 years, provides benefits to women, immigrants, LGBT, the handicapped, American Indians, and religious groups, but only minimal benefits to blacks. Reparations should be corrective actions framed only for blacks. The initial intent of affirmative action was to correct the government approved acts that damage blacks as a group of people. To date, affirmative action has defended and preserved the inherited privileges, wealth, and advantages of the dominant white society, especially white women. According to Sally Cohn in her article in Time magazine on June 17, 2013, affirmative action has helped white women more than any other group. They have received more benefits even though they are not a minority. They are a majority. Consequently, present day affirmative action programs and policies are on questionable legal grounds because they intentionally target women and class groups that are more socially acceptable than blacks. These groups receive unearned and greater benefits from these programs than blacks, resulting in the debt to blacks remaining unpaid and making them invisible instead of a top public policy priority. Gender and ethnic groups profit from the exclusion and maltreatment of black Americans. How about that? What do y'all think? Y'all agree with that? It was crazy. I mean, it's just kind of one of these things where I think that a lack of political courage kind of comes back and bites us in the butt. I think that because we will let somebody come in and just tell us what to do, tell us who to vote for, and tell us to shut up, sit down, shut up, and vote, and don't ask questions and just be scared, or we gonna punish you for not doing what we tell you. I just think that that's all just terrible. I think it's horrible. I think it's absolutely horrible. It's racist. It's ridiculous. It's embarrassing, and it's pathetic. It's truly pathetic. And this is without regard to me telling you anything about who you're voting for. You know, I also get a kick out of how I was watching MSNBC and they were talking about the Diddy stuff, and I thought it was really funny that they were sort of condemning him and saying he did this and he did that, which I'm not going to say he did or didn't. It's up to you to make that decision. But I said, man, it's so crazy because just 5 years ago, the liberals were parading Diddy, like they were literally using him as a black leader. He ran a vote or die campaign, and they were saying everyone should vote for us because Diddy said so, and we were supposed to listen to Diddy. Now it's like, no, 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 Diddy's bad. He's evil. He's a bad black man. And it's like, but wait, a few years ago you told me he was a great black man. You told me he was Martin Luther King a few years ago. You were holding him up as a role model, and again ignoring all the hardworking people, ignoring all the teachers and the scientists and all the people in the community that have accomplished so much. You were just parading this rapper and telling us to all go vote for whoever the rapper told us to vote for. And now that that toxic culture has caught up with him to some extent, because he's got a lot to answer for. I'm not gonna say if he's guilty or innocent. I'll let you decide how you feel. Now it's like, oh no, we don't want nothing to do with that. And it kind of takes me back. Like speaking of rap, I remember the rapper E40 had a song called "To Whom It May Concern," and the chorus was, "They'll find a new Igga next year." And basically with Diddy, it's like, oh yeah, now we're done with him. We've used him. He's not usable anymore. Now we're gonna find somebody else to use. And so personally, I don't think you should let people use you. I think you should be the first one to use yourself. How about that? I hope that you can agree with me on that. All right, so let's keep reading here on page 200 of the Black History Reader. The copy of these books are at powernomics.com if you want to get books from Dr. Anderson. The fact that the historical maltreatment of blacks was authorized and legalized by government is the moral basis and justification for preferential treatment to correct the damages inflicted on blacks. Government has no historical practice of excluding, maltreating, and systematically exploiting women and immigrants. Consequently, blacks should not have to queue up in affirmative action programs with fabricated classes of gender and ethnic minorities. Blacks should be restored to the protected class status they had when the Freedmen's Bureau was established. Conservative whites, the primary beneficiaries of black subjection, are the primary opposition to affirmative action specifically for blacks. They argue that slavery was not that bad and that blacks benefited from the enslavement system, were treated well as well as other immigrants, and the nation has already gone too far in its social commitments to blacks. If blacks were not the victims of 360 years of slavery and 100 years of Jim Crow semi-slavery, then who were the victims? Who benefited from the exploitation of blacks and the maldistribution of the nation's resources? These questions are rarely asked or answered. So, in the context of affirmative action, blacks are the only legitimate beneficiary group. At the same time, the unearned structural racial preferences and skin color advantages for whites should not go unchallenged and unquestioned. Affirmative action has not worked for Black Americans for several reasons. One, the targeted group for affirmative action benefits are intentionally nonspecific and ambiguous. Two, women were intentionally included in affirmative action to become the dominant beneficiary group, even though historically they have been in a protected class as stipulated by the U.S. Supreme Court in the 1860s. Women constitute a majority in terms of population, wealth, educational achievement, and voting power. Women are not a minority in a majority win society. White women receive the largest proportion of affirmative action benefits. Three, newly arriving immigrants are included in affirmative action, even though there is no record of them being abused nor exploited by the U.S. government. Affirmative action policies, and this is number four, affirmative action policies are intentionally targeted to areas such as higher education admissions, contract bids, and representation in employment, rather than to correction of the maldistribution of the nation's land, wealth, material resources, preferences, privileges, and controls of all levels of government in white society. Five, this is another reason why affirmative action has not worked. Black leaders and liberals surrendered to the realities of racism and political correctness and abandoned blacks for inclusion in a movement for all people, irrespective of how they have been treated historically. Number six, most importantly, the number of benefit groups was intentionally expanded, and not unintentionally, intentionally expanded because white society was unwilling to surrender or share its inherited privileges or the wealth received from black enslavement and the preferential treatment of whites. In other words, they took your money and they don't want to give it back. He just said a lot right there. So they use ambiguous groups. They included women, all women. Newly arrived immigrants were included for no particular reason. They targeted places like higher education, contract bids, and representation in employment, but said nothing about the redistribution of land, wealth, material resources. Okay. Black leaders and liberals sold you out. Your black leadership is non-existent. And number six, the number of groups was intentionally expanded because they were unwilling to surrender or share inherited privileges. In other words, they didn't want to give you your stuff back. And that's what Dr. Anderson says is the reason affirmative action did not work. So even when you had it, it wasn't very effective. It wasn't getting the job done. For a little while, it wasn't bad. I remember it being in college, and I remember knowing that because I had a high GPA, that I had a lot of opportunities coming my way. I got great internship opportunities, scholarships, all that because I was black. That was in the past. I don't think that would have happened later. I don't think that would have happened later. And so while there was a little space for African Americans in affirmative action, it wasn't enough to elevate the community because even though we had a lot of black faces in high places, we had a lot of black people that were being elected to public office. We had lots of black people that were becoming CEOs of major corporations. You had lots of fancy black people that had fancy jobs working for big white law firms or working for universities and things like that. None of that had a structural impact and a broad-based impact on the economic condition of the black community at large. And part of that is because you really can't elevate a community without infrastructure specifically designed to elevate that community. In a way, when I visualize affirmative action, even when it was at its best, it's almost like you've got 50,000 people that are in the water. And someone pulls up and they say, we've got a boat and we've got 300 seats on this boat that, and we're going to let y'all compete amongst each other to get these seats. But after that, we can't bring in any more of you. So as a result, you have with the 50,000 people in the water, now you got 49,700 people still in the water and 300 Negroes on a boat. That's what happens. And then even worse than that, you get crabs in a barrel syndrome. Has anybody ever had a competition with a black person who needed to be the only black person to get the position or got jealous because they wanted to be the only black person in the department, or ever seen that, right? Like, because you're basically positioned in what I refer to as the Hunger Games. It's the Hunger Games because you're basically they're throwing you a little piece of meat and you are fighting to the death to get that one little piece of meat. And so ultimately, this creates a space where Black people are competitive with each other instead of being collaborative. See, collaborative energy requires you to have an abundance mindset. But in order for you to have an abundance mindset, it kind of helps for you to have an abundance of resources, right? It's hard to have an abundance mindset when you know there's a scarcity. It's hard for me to act like there's plenty of food when there ain't nothing but one piece of chicken and we both hungry, right? So what we're gonna have to do, so what has to occur, this is why consciousness is so important, economic consciousness, black consciousness. That's a big term, right? Because if I'm conscious, I step back and I say, oh, wait a minute, what's going on right here? What's happening right here? What did you just do? You threw the piece of chicken out here and now you over eating good, and you got me fighting against my sibling, my brother. Me and my brother are about to fight to the death over a little piece of chicken that you just dropped on the floor and it dropped it in the dirt. And we supposed to be happy about that. Something I don't like this. I don't like this at all. So here's what's gonna happen. First off, I see all that food you have back there that you're keeping for yourself. That's the first thing. So I just know I've noticed that. And we might get together and beat your ass and take your big piece of chicken because we both are going to eat. I'd rather feed him. And I'm willing to fight you so I can feed him. Right. That's the first thing. The second thing this is also where they get nervous is I might say, we're not even going to play this game with you. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to fight my brother for a piece of chicken you dropped in the dirt. Me and him gonna get in the car. We heard this, like we went to school and we got some knowledge, and the knowledge told us that there's a KFC around the corner. So I'm gonna get in the car with my brother. We're gonna go around the corner and get us some chicken so we can both eat good. You're not the only person who has chicken availability in this neighborhood. So this is the same thing with economics. When they get you sort of seeing the world through a lens of unconsciousness, when they get you seeing the world through a one-dimensional straw, then what can happen is you look at what's in front of you, and that it seems like that's all that's there. A lot of us were raised in a world where all there was jobs. And if there wasn't enough jobs, you would turn to master and say, you need to give us more jobs. We need more jobs. But business owners are able to think outside of that. They have a consciousness. They can go to multiple dimensions. They say, no, actually, we can develop an economic engine that allows us to create jobs. So we're not all fighting each other for literally for literally something that isn't even going to give us enough to survive anyway. That's the interesting thing, right? To process this. When you have a community where 99% of your economic consciousness stops at the word job, that is a horrible condition to be in. That's just depressing. Why is that depressing, boys? Why would you ask? I'm glad you asked. It's depressing because jobs in America don't really pay you enough money to really build any wealth or really live your best life. They don't. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me if you agree. Most jobs in America are not designed to give you any type of economic surplus. They are designed to basically feed you crumbs of food while you in the trap so that you don't die. So you got just enough energy to bring your black ass back to work. That's all most jobs do. Some jobs are the exception for sure, but most jobs don't pay people what they did. I looked up, I saw the Boeing workers are going to go on strike. I'm very pro union, by the way, because they deliberately destroyed the unions because they didn't want the unions getting together and collaborating, right? They want the workers kind of scattering individually. I couldn't believe when I wonder how much they make. I bet a Boeing machinist probably makes good money. That's a hard job. Very, very skilled. The company makes a lot of money. They said the machinists were making like $22 an hour in living in Seattle. And I was like, who the hell can survive in Seattle on $22 an hour, especially when everybody's single? As a single person making $22 an hour, living in Seattle, I mean, I guess it works if you're homeless or something, right? So again, if you're anywhere near this condition, please don't think that I'm in any way like trying to push my finger into the wound. I'm not doing that. I'm just here to tell you that really just the way we were kind of trained to even think about this economic game was screwed up from the jump. And what I really hope in terms of breaking generational curses is that we don't do that to our kids. We just don't do that. Don't even have them play that suckers game. No, with the game we're gonna play, sons, we're gonna talk about real estate. Sweetie, we're gonna talk about owning a business. We're gonna talk about the hair care industry and how much money there is and all the people that gotta get their hair done and owning a hair salon. We're gonna talk about owning stock. We're not gonna look to work for Boeing. We're gonna go buy stock in Boeing, right? Yeah, whatever it is. Well, don't buy stock in Boeing. I don't reckon Boeing is a terrible company right now. But still, you get the point. You get the point, right? So it's really a different mindset. And maybe that's the gift I can give you as somebody who's thought about these things for a very long time, is to say that you cannot forget that despite the racism, despite all the oppression, you live in the richest country on earth. That's what you do. That's what you got. That's what you got to work with. But the thing is that you got to let go of the Negro package. Don't let them sell you the Negro package of economics. The Negro package of economics is Negro, be happy with what we give you. Make sure you show up to work every day. Be on time. Do what we say, and then maybe we'll keep you on this job. That doesn't work. The Negro package doesn't work. You want the wealth builders package, whatever that looks like for you. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read a little bit more from Dr. Anderson's book, and then actually, I admit I have a tiny headache, probably from all this yelling. So I probably need to go and lay down next to my wife or something. She can rub my head and calm me down. And I want to remind everybody that we do have something called Dr. Boyce Real Estate that we're going to do on Friday. And we're bringing in a brother that I met named Daniel Jennings. And Daniel Jennings he makes these tiny homes and he ships them all throughout the country. And I was really fascinated. I met him. I went down when I was down in Atlanta, and I went to Invest Fest, and I also went to the Black Business League conference headed by the great Dr. Ken Harris, one of the greatest leaders out here. Smart brother. He has a PhD in economics from Michigan State. I just love this guy. He's going to join us at the All Black National Convention, by the way. And I met Daniel, and he's in his 30s, and he's literally making these tiny homes, and he can ship the houses like to wherever you want to go. So anyway, so he's coming into Dr. Boyce Real Estate, and so if you want to try to participate or do a month free trial or something like that, then make sure you get on the text list. I'll text you guys a link to see if you want to join us. It's up to you. Make sure you get on the text list. The way you get on the text list is you text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. So text morning to 87948, and I'll send you a link. And if you can't do it that way, just go to b1moneytips.com and you can get invited to Money in the Morning. That's B1, be the number one, moneytips.com. And I know some of you were mentioning about tiny homes, and I know there are a lot of people doing them. What I liked about what Daniel's doing with tiny homes is that they didn't cost that much. I mean, some people have tiny homes that they're selling for quite a bit of money. And I hadn't seen anything also that was mobile. So he makes them in Mississippi where he can keep the cost down, and then he can ship it to wherever you are. So it's worth looking into, not just as something you may want to buy at some point, but also an investment. I mean, I don't know. I personally think that it's interesting that we have so many smart people. This is what always happens whenever I go to conferences like the Black Business League and stuff like that. I just meet all these amazing people from our community that are doing these extraordinary things, that have figured out the solution, that know the answers. But these are not the people you see on TV. For years, all you would see is, when they talk about black wealth, they talk about Diddy, or something, right? And I personally think that that's a huge injustice to the community. So anyway, if you want to get a notification, just make sure you're on the text list, and I'll send you a link. And if you guys want to do a free trial in Dr. Boyce Real Estate, you can. There's also other trainings of experts that have come through for the last several months. So there's plenty of stuff in there. All right, so let me read this last couple of paragraphs, and then we will finish up. I'm reading The Black History Reader by Dr. Claude Anderson. I'm on page 202. His website is powernomics.com. That's where you can get his book. It says here, as evidence that affirmative action was not corrective action for blacks, racial disparities between blacks and whites continue to widen in the 21st century, and Black America is sinking deeper into a permanent underclass status. An underclass group is one which by nature is at the very bottom of socioeconomic conditions and has no means of escape. Black Americans and their unique socioeconomic dilemma have been rendered invisible by various decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court, the de facto guardians of the nation's racial status quo, with conservatives historically dominating the bench. The court has narrowly interpreted the U.S. Constitution and civil rights laws to strip out the nation's debt to blacks. Blacks have never been any more or any less than what white society has wanted to or made them to be. If blacks are going to change their status and become self sufficient and competitive, it is time to use a new strategy. They must begin to demand correction for injustices of the past based upon group exceptionality and unique historical experiences in America with no religious, ethnic, gender, or immigrant group can claim. Exceptionality must become the base for black reparations, black American descendants of slaves, separate from everyone else. That's what he's saying. So don't just throw a black person in front of us and say, "Hey, this is for you." You have to address our specific issue, our specific claim. Black Americans should extract their group out of sham programs and policies that are not corrective action for them. Until race is reinserted as the primary corrective focus, blacks ought to boldly disengage and withdraw from affirmative action and diversity programs. Until race is reinserted as the primary corrective focus, blacks should jam up the system by filing lawsuits and staging nationwide protests, then proceed directly to mobilizing a new strategic movement to demand national reparations for Native Black Americans, or foundational Black Americans is another term that's been used. I've heard people say American descendants of slaves. I don't have a problem with that term. B1, whatever it is, right? Well, B1 is more Black first, but still, to me, if you are a descendant of slavery, you are different from other people. It doesn't mean that we don't love everybody, but you have to make sure you get what you deserve. White America owes a debt to Black Americans. Reparations is payment made in compensation for wrongs committed against a group of people, such as reparations paid to Jews for the Holocaust or American Japanese for their internment camps during World War II. Reparations for blacks should be in the form of cash rewards, community redevelopment funds, redevelopment banks, land grants, and fulfillment of the Adams-Onis Treaty. Reparations based upon the exceptional historical experiences of blacks and only blacks is a more specific way for America to repay its debt to blacks than affirmative action programs that benefit nearly everyone. There we go. Shout out to Dr. Claude Anderson. He's given us something to think about. I don't tell you what to think. That's not my job. I do encourage you to think about something and I will say, that what I would add to what Dr. Anderson said is I do believe that there's a way out. I do. I think that it's the thing is it's not going to be, all black people sort of getting on the same agenda and all doing the same thing. I don't know if that's really completely possible, but I do know that there are millions and millions and millions of black people who understand things like building wealth. You understand the flaws of the educational system, and you understand, and you also are learning the value of family, right? And I think that if you study these things and become very intentional about this, about breaking those generational curses, I think that you can actually create an extraordinary race of people. Remember, tough times create tough people. There's no tough experience I've ever had that when I took the right attitude did not make me stronger or better. And in fact, there's no great person, no great man, no great woman who did not become great by going through tough experiences. So who's gone through an experience tougher than yours? Nobody. Nobody's gone through anything tougher than what you've gone through. So in my view, you are positioned, you are very well positioned to be the most exceptional, most impactful, most powerful group of people on the entire earth. It's just going to take time, and I think that so we have to be patient. I don't think you should judge the future of Black America by looking at where we are in the year 2024. Remember, you got the year 2034, the year 2044, 2054, 64, 74, 84, 94, 04, 14, 24. You've got this game is not nearly over. So don't give up hope. That's what I'm saying. Don't give up hope. Definitely don't give up hope on yourself. Because I know all of you are special because that's why you're here. I mean, why else would you be investing the time that you're spending right now hearing what I have to say about this if you weren't already committed and 10 toes down into certain ideas? So you're already exceptional. You are the talented 10th. The buck stops with you. You're the ones that are going to make black people great again. And so I want you to keep on doing what you're doing. Keep raising them kids, keep building that business, keep working hard every day, keep reading those books, keep taking in the knowledge, keep breaking the curses, and I guarantee you it will pay off. It always pays off. Why? Well, because you are investing directly in you. You are making you and your community the top priority. You are representing the essence of what it means to be B1, Black first. You're putting yourself at the top of the priority list. That which you invest in is what will pay off. The things you don't invest in don't pay off, but you're investing in you. So you can't help but to have a greater version of you. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I hope that you get what I'm saying. So anyway, guys, that's it. Let's bounce out for tonight. Tomorrow we meet at 10 a.m. We do this 7 days a week. The class is free. If you want to join us for financial consciousness training, just go to b1moneytips.com, be the number one moneytips.com if you are not registered yet. Also, tomorrow we're going to do stock options. If you are interested in generating income from stock options, we have a great program for that. So you can go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime, prime.com if that's of interest to you. Also, don't forget, last but not least, in 1 month, the All Black National Convention is where we gather once a year. It's going to be our ninth one. We did this. We didn't get no help from nobody. Like we paid, and this it cost millions of dollars to do this thing over several years. So we've raised this money. We've made it happen. We've gotten it done. This is an institution now. So year 9 is coming up in Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. We have 60 experts in a wide range of topics that are coming together. It's a big Black family reunion for anybody that wants to be pro-Black and proud of that. And also we have the B1 ball, which is a lot of fun. So we're going to do fun stuff. We're going to have a spades tournament and all that. And I'm going to win, by the way, because I'm damn good. And I will always have, I'm going to make sure I get all the big jokers I'm playing. But anyway, what I am going to play with my wife, I just said I had to pick my partner because you know how spades is. You get a bad partner, you'd be ready to hurt somebody. And also on top of that, though, there's going to be a ton of learning, networking, lots of business gets done there, and you're around the right people. So I hope you'll join us. The URL to take a look and see what's on the agenda this year is allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. So feel free to take a look and join us in Chicago. And I hope you guys have a good night. God bless you. I'll see you in the morning.
In general, you know.
Mm. Yeah, well, the reason Alicia and I were talking about it, because y'all know my wife is a relationship therapist and a mental health expert, is that what you really saw was just mental health problems on full display, right? I think the internet provides this really insane opportunity for us to take all of our family dysfunction and just, puke it out onto the internet for 100 million people to see. And so they've really been getting messy with each other. And it's not just costing them in terms of the things that money can't buy, like, like the stability, psychological stability of your children. And the fact that your kids are going to see all this and know that mama slept with daddy's best buddy 5 years ago, that kind of thing. But also, these two together, each of those individuals has a corporate brand that's probably worth at least a couple $100 million. So you're also destroying the economic potential of your family empire. When you're two of the biggest artists in the world and you're married, you could become billionaires like Beyonce and Jay-Z, or you could just, destroy it all in public. And that's what I kind of saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, for me, what I saw was, I'm no relationship therapist, so I feel like love is one of those things that nobody teaches us, and business relationships in love. A lot of people don't teach us growing up how to resolve conflict. Every marriage that ends in divorce is irreconcilable differences in some capacity. So you find like we've learned how to drive a car. We've learned how to, you know all the finances. You have all these theories to get to an answer, right? But mathematically, but what the hell do you do when somebody cheat on you?
Mm,
It feels very much like this doesn't, how do you regulate your emotions? How do you figure out how to go to the elders? And I feel like we missing that. Offset and Cardi B should have elder relationship advice to guide them. Like you young people in love with millions and millions of dollars. Why would they be figuring this out via Black Twitter? This is something that requires true leadership. If they had the insight, they would be like, well, we could reach out to Dr. Boyce and Alicia and see if we can get some kind of guidance on how to reconcile. Who teach men how to have sexual discipline? Who teach women how to have sexual discipline? These are all internal things that either you have it or you don't. So I personally
Wow.
believe that divorce doesn't have to be the end if someone taught us how to resolve conflict.
Wow, I think that's a great point. That's really interesting when you talk about that. Just and maybe this is another area where the Black community, in my view, has lost trillions in wealth just from because knowledge is a form of wealth. And we have elders, who have a lot of knowledge, who have a lot of experience, who have a lot of expertise, who are specialists, who have degrees in this stuff. But there's something about the culture that's promoted most heavily in the Black community that is very youth centered. That
Mm,
pretty much almost acts like if you're above the age of 35, you ain't got nothing interesting to say or do. But if you're a 22-year-old with a mental health issue, then you're going to have 100 million followers and you get to go online and just throw out all this chaos. And that's what people are looking to for advice. I think there are a lot of people that would take relationship or business advice from a broke, dysfunctional rapper before they would take relationship, business, or mental or physical health advice from a specialist who was trained in those areas. Somebody who's older, who has experience, who's made mistakes. And I think that that's really costing uh, us in terms of opportunities. You know what the word poor stands for, right?
no,
Do you
tell me.
know? Everybody tell in the chat. Put it in the chat. We have a little thing. Poor stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So
Ooh,
so whenever
very
you see a Cardi B and Offset, or if you go back 30 years, you had Suge Knight and Tupac sitting on top of something that could become a multi-billion-dollar opportunity, and it ends up with chaos and dysfunction and problems. That pretty much is an opportunity that was passed over. Every time an athlete goes broke, he's throwing away $1 billion because that 100 million could have grown into $1 billion by the time he retires. And so instead of this lasting generational wealth legacy that could create hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs, generational wealth for 3 or 4 generations down the line, instead it just becomes this opportunity where we're like, dang, that was a whole lot of money y'all wasted.
yeah.
What are your thoughts on some of that?
Well, the reality is, I've been saying this for years, and we talked about this at the last All Black National Convention when as it related to the Black family. What happens is, in the 1600s, the 1800s, the white man was getting so much money by separating the Black family. He take the father, sell him off. He take the woman, sell her off. She breeds children, take the children, sell them off. And if you think about this aspect today, it's still happening. You get the man, the woman, and the kids, and I own them all. And so
Mm,
you have to ask ourselves, what are we doing? What are we doing? One of the things that we are doing is we are not giving our community the value system that lasts a legacy. I see a lot of people talking legacy through monetary in a monetary way. They say, "Oh yeah, I want to leave my kids something. I want to leave my kids." Leave your kids what? Because you haven't left your kids integrity. You haven't left your kids honesty. You haven't left your kids, intrinsic motivation. So that means you leaving your kids money. They ain't finna do nothing but give it back to the people that you was working so hard to keep it away from. So it's like we
mm.
have to understand our own power. This is why if you think about the rappers and both of these rappers, no, nothing personal to them, but it's like if you think about what they produce, you a woman who talking about popping pee, and that's not a very positive outcome. It's hard to spit that kind of stuff or regurgitate that and then go home and be a good wife. It's hard
Mm.
to do that. You
Mm.
think about being a hoe all week. You in the studio talking about, robbing niggas, taking their money, and without any compassion, without any, you know, um, compassion or sincerity or compassion. So it's like, yeah, I just really don't see how you're supposed to speak so negatively about love and life and also have such a positive outcome. I don't think it's possible.
Well, what's really funny, anybody know that poem? Remember that poem where they talk about what love is and they say, love is patient, love is kind. Let me see. What how does it go? Love is kind. The whole verse. I'm gonna look up the verse because I think it's important to kind of. And actually, it was in the Bible. Actually, in
Yeah,
Corinthians,
that's
it says,
biblical.
Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes in all things, endures all things. Love never ends. I think that's a powerful statement because I think about the culture. What we're told is the culture that's promoted to us. It's not a patient, kind culture. It's patience is delayed gratification. Our culture is instant gratification. The culture marketed to us. It's not our culture. It's not kind. A lot of the culture is built on gangster stuff. Even I heard Cardi when she was going off on her husband in front of like there was 100,000 people on the live stream listening to mental illness when 100,000 people could have been in the live stream listening to wealth building strategies, or they could have been 100,000 people could have been in a live stream listening to how to heal from trauma. 100,000 people could have been listening to how to educate your children. 100,000 people could have been listening to how to build a strong family. But instead, 100,000 people were listening to you F that ego over there and you SOB and you ain't nothing and I'm a gangster and I'm a gangster bit that type of thing, right? That's what 100,000 people were attracted to and wanted to. That was the energy that they wanted to connect to. So if you think about this, pay attention now, and I want y'all to think about these words and compare it to the culture that's promoted to us. Patient, the culture is not patient. Kind, the culture is not kind. It's gangster, right? And mean mugging, all this other stuff. Culture, it says love does not envy or boast. There's a lot of haterism that goes on, a lot of jealousy, a lot of boasting. And unfortunately, hip hop is all about boasting and bragging and telling everybody how great you are. It's not arrogant or rude, right? Arrogance is everywhere in the culture that's promoted to us. I look at me, I'm popping my this and I pop in my collar and I'm better than you and better than whatever, right? And you can keep on going. I mean, you can really keep going down this list. So it's almost, Madam President, it seems to me that it's like it's not just the economics that's missing. It's like the spirituality. We like some parts of the culture have zapped us of our spirits and turned us almost like into animals when it comes to dealing with each other. And animals can't really have healthy relationships.
Yeah, I agree. The what you're saying from the Corinthians is not the same that's being pushed through the airwaves on the radio. And sometimes too, I just like to say that it's hard to be that kind of love sometimes. It's hard to always operate in that. This is one of the reasons why I think that, you find so many Christians, they read the Bible and they got this probably plastered in their bathroom, in their kitchen, but they do not have that plastered in their behavior. So being those things is one thing. Just saying it with your mouth is another. But, if we go back to the value system, these people do not think about this. What rapper that's Asian rapper gets away with basically being a thug, drugs, selling drugs, shooting shooting a nig, all of that? None. There are none.
Mhm.
Jewish rapper, none. There are none. So all that to say that we've swallowed this culture and it's ruining us on the inside. I mean,
Mhm.
even like the kids having access to this kind of music. And I remember growing up listening to Lil Kim. And I remember my mama was like, wait, 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 wait. I kid you not. I like to say my mama still owe me a cassette tape of Lil Kim. I was literally like in fifth, sixth grade, and my mother came back home from the beauty shop, and she comes home and she says, "I heard about this rapper named Lil Kim. I know. I think I saw a tape in here." I said, "Mom, it's just the rapper." And my mom took that cassette tape, and she said, "This is garbage," and she put it in the garbage. And
Wow.
I still feel like, let me just tell you, my mother did not know gentle parenting. So I don't know when that came out, but it did not come around me when I was growing up. So I was,
Wow.
but all that to say that because I had a mother that put a seed on the inside of me that this is not that appropriate. This is not okay. I couldn't go and participate in Lil' Kim like behavior without some kind of consciousness in my head. This is not okay. This is not all right. So that's
Mm,
the thing. It's too many of us who feels connected to this bullshit. It's being
mm.
how you feel connected to being slaughtered? How you feel connected to being drugged? How you feel connected to, to the disconnect and discourse of somebody that you're sleeping with? And this is what I was listening to. You listen to Taylor Swift, which I don't, but if you listen to pop culture, you'll hear the white girls on the guitar strings, making my way downtown, walking fast. Sure, just making her way downtown, walking fast, having a good time. And you got Glorilla. Oh yeah, buckle nigga, ho, yeah, yeah. Like what? Why are we
That's so funny you say that. The first I listened to Glorilla, who, by the way, in case y'all don't know who Glorilla is, she's a rapper, and I like to listen to the music just so I can. Before I criticize something, I allow myself to appreciate it so I can understand why people like it so much. And so let me just tell you, Glorilla's talented. She's got that Tupac swag in a way, dare I say that. And but the first verse I heard from her was uh it's 7 p.m. Friday, 95 degrees. I ain't got no Igga, and Igga ain't got me, right? And then she goes into everything that you would kind of expect in the music in terms of the killing and the animosity and just the toxicity, right? And so she literally starts off by getting young black women proud of just being completely disconnected and independent of men in every way, right? And that's become like a badge of honor in a way, right? So rather than making your badge of honor something that relates to love and connection and building of family, building of some sort of institution that's going to build something generationally, your badge of honor is that I ain't really got nobody. And don't nobody got me. I do what I want. I serve myself. I'm selfish. I don't give a damn. I think she says I got 1,000,001 haters, and y'all can kiss my ass. Like that's all. I want everybody to go through it. Like if you really analyze hip hop lyrics, you learn a lot about the mindset of the person who created those lyrics. And words have power. Words are real. Words manifest. So, like for example, when Biggie and Pac were around, let's go back to my generation. What was one of Biggie's most popular albums right before he died? Does anybody remember? Anybody remember what one of Biggie's biggest albums was? It was I don't remember how many he put out, but one of his last albums, if not the last, was called what? Anybody remember? How many Biggie fans we got? They're Ready to Die. I think there was Life After Death. I think that was, didn't he have one called Life After Death too? Right? So it's all about death, 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 death. Tupac, same thing. Constantly, constantly wrote about death. And what happened? Both of these guys died before the age of 26. Right? So what you're putting into the universe, it doesn't just circle back to you, but also it creates an environment around you. Rappers are not products of their environment. Their environments are products of them. So I personally would say to young people, be real careful about what you talk about, what you brag about, what you want to be connected to, and how you carry yourself, because that's gonna shape your life, right? If I'm shaping myself as a toxic person who's ready to fight with everybody, who's got this undiagnosed, untreated trauma where I refuse to go see a therapist to make myself better, to heal from the things that happen to me, then I'm never gonna have love. I'm only gonna have war. You cannot build love with a warrior mentality where you're always like this, ready to fight everybody, including the people closest to you. And this is killing families, which ultimately kills black wealth. Madam President.
No, I totally agree. We are as how we are connected through wealth is through togetherness. So if there's this deep separatism between us, then we lose our money. I think I heard one of the brothers say that every billionaire company in the country is a family. It's not a LeBron James. It's not a Jay-Z. It's, Heinz ketchup. It's a family name.
Mm.
It's Walmart. It's a family name. Chick-fil-A. It's a family enterprise. So the value system works. Hilton brand. It's a family. People talking about Paris Hilton. You got to look up her grandfather and her father. She's not sitting around at the front row of Fashion Week because she was a model. She's sitting around at Fashion Week because her father and her grandfather took care of the business. So we are all under this impression. If you think about this too, Dr. B, everybody in the Black community is pulling their own generational start, which is problematic, because you got a grandmother and grandfather. Hey, we know the stories there. Maybe they was able to secure homes and loans and all of that. But hey, then you got kids that branched off. Man, I got to get out of here. I got to go start something up. And then, hey, then the kids, hey, I got to get out of here. I got to start something up. And I thought about this because I grew up in a very what is it called? Like a multi-family home. Like my grandmother, my mother.
Multi-generational, right.
Multi-generational home. So in my multi-generational home, it dawned on me when I got into the spirit of entrepreneurship, it dawned on me. I said, why do we go out to work every day when I was a young girl? Why didn't we come home and start talking about what we bring into these companies and how we were going to bring it together? And this is the problem that I have. I tell people this all the time. In our community, if you want to have a cookout, you want to drink, hey, bring the Hennessy, y'all. We're going to kick it. You can get everybody and their mama come over, play a game of cards. But if you tell them, hey, y'all, we finna read, we finna take care of the tax. We finna read. We finna take care of our taxes tonight. This is what we're gonna do. You're gonna figure out how we should formulate our business, whether it's an S corp. Look how many people don't show up. Nah, man, I'm tired. I have worked all week, man.
You acting white.
Yeah. And it's like, and this is real. This is real, y'all. This is real because the reality is, ask your children. This is what made me think about. I was rushing out the house probably a few days ago. I'm rushing out the house and I just heard the voice of my stepfather because I was leaving out the house and I had things everywhere. I had things in the kitchen that I hadn't put up. I had my bedroom out of place and I heard the voice of my stepfather say, where do you have to go that is so important that your house is not in order? That made me turn around.
Wow.
There is nothing I have to do, nowhere I have to be that's more important than having my house in order. Y'all feel like so often, so frequently, we feel like this other side of success is like this, is having dinner with Jay-Z. No, the other side is you really taking in all that you know. Even when you think about this, Dad, like our say for instance, growing up, your parents say, hey man, you can't go outside until you make your bed. You're like, man, I don't got time to be making no bed. I'm ready to go outside. It's like you want to do those things, but then when you grow up and you start making your bed and you don't need nobody telling you, you're living a life of discipline. You're living a life of taking care of business before you hit outside. But people don't tell you that. They'll have you thinking, and mind you, all of the rappers, I ain't heard Megan Thee Stallion is the only rapper that I know that is possibly a college graduate, right? And I'm not the one here to say that being a college graduate makes you more of anything. But just think about this. If you want to work at a music industry, at a music label, you got to have a prerequisite probably of a college degree. But if you want to rap for the label, you don't need no form of education. You don't need nothing. You can be felon, don't matter. We don't care. To be in the forefront. And I feel like we as a people, we've agreed to all of this. This stuff isn't just happening to us. If we was the type of people that was like, hell no, you can't put this music on our children. Guess what? Those labels will stop doing it. But for years, these labels, they pick the worst of the worst to go out and spread. And we do it. We do it willingly.
Wow. Well, by the way, everybody, for those who came in, this is Madam President, is the one and only. And you might have, if you were listening carefully, you might have heard her call me Dad. That's because she's also my goddaughter, and so we don't get to talk about that much. But yeah, we've been rocking together for a very long time, and care about her very much. And she's super smart, as you can tell, and has great energy and has a lot of powerful things to say. And so everybody, you should follow her on social media, by the way. Her Instagram, is it one Madam President? Is that right?
Yeah, one Madam
With a
President.
Z.
What
But
is
make sure you use a Z. All right. So one Madam President with a Z. So you can follow her there. She's also going to be at the All Black National Convention. And I see Tierra Williams, actually, who's another person that we see on a regular basis, who we love to death, is also in the chat. And so you will see everybody's going to be at the convention. It's a big family reunion. And there will be reading. There will be lots of reading and writing and all those things where people gonna think we acting white, but that ain't acting white. That's called acting black. So Madam President, one thing I wanted to talk about in addition to that is you've talked a lot about things like corporate trauma in terms of just you were talking earlier about how we celebrate our jobs, and which is fine, but we're not necessarily celebrating ourselves, right? The same energy we're putting into masses business, we could be pouring into our family business. We could be putting into our generational wealth, and our generational legacy suffer because of that. We don't have anything. You bust your butt. You spend. I don't know if y'all have heard me share this or not, or if you've heard me share this, Madam President, but I heard somebody say that the biggest scam on earth is a job. And I was like, huh, why is that? And they said because the job's the only place where you can work as hard as you can for 50 straight years and then end up with less money after you're done than you had before you started. And I thought that was really powerful. If you think about how many people, and we've talked about this in class, like there's a retirement crisis that's happening right now. It's only going to keep getting worse because most baby boomers don't even have enough money to retire. Gen X's definitely don't. And then millennials are really in bad shape. And so the question is, what are we doing all this for? What's the deal with all the trauma that we experience from being black in the workplace? And why are we so committed to that pathway to what really doesn't seem like success?
Hmm. Well, I think the commitment is to, having some money. That's the first thing. Like most people, I think you told me and taught me about this study where they had given kids a quarter or a dollar or something along those lines in like second grade. And but majority of the classroom spent the money. But the younger ones who didn't was probably maybe about 3 out of 20 students. They had something called delayed gratification. And because of that delayed gratification, they were able to just kind of have a life that was better than others. So one of the issues that I believe that happens in the urban communities, because I grew up in the inner city of Chicago, and I just think about where all the places that I have gone, whether it was Tyler Perry Studios, the Oprah Winfrey Network, Array Films over with Ava DuVernay, or if it was, working on Star with Lee Daniels, what I've learned was people and achievement all takes effort, right? It takes a lot of effort. But if you don't have effort, esteem, a belief system in yourself, which I'm sorry, guys, that stuff starts early. Some of you all are close to 40 years old and you still don't believe in yourself. That's a problem. You have got to believe in what you can offer this world. That's just number one. Number two, I believe that it's too many of us. I think about this from a film aspect. It's too many of us that was trying to be the movie star. But when I got to the industry, I learned that the cameraman is making the money. I learned that the boom operator, the person that's responsible for the sound of movies, is making the money. Think about all the Black actors that you know, and how many of them were able to reach the status of a Denzel Washington. That's not easy. But then I want you to think about the cameraman who works on films, regardless if it's a movie of Denzel or whoever else. They work for 40 years. And the work that they put into the whatever, it has built the legacy for them. So I believe that we get this esteem from being able to work for others that people haven't taught us working for ourselves. And if you look into our communities, you got the Asians providing the nails, the hair, the Dominicans brushing the hair, the Africans doing the braid shops. The store would have the Middle Eastern men, Arabic men at the corner store. So you literally do not see yourself in entrepreneurship in the ghetto. It's not a visible thing. So we don't even grow up with seeing a whole bunch of entrepreneurs. If you don't have it in your immediate family, you don't see it visually. So you don't even know that that's something that you can do. Like, who taught our kids that, baby, you can own the store? Because everybody got to get something from the store. You can own that. You can own, the school. You can own the school. You don't have to just be a principal. You can build a school. You can start a school. We didn't see it that way because of social media. Now I think we're seeing more. We have access to more, a visual to more, all these different social groups that I think that we never had previously.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely think entrepreneurship that's another culture, right? You have various forms of economic culture, and I talk about culture a lot. My book is The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. If you want a copy, go to drboycebooks.com. And one of the things that we have to really think about is that culture is stronger than education, because education it explains to you how to do things. It gives you information. It gives you the what and the how. But what education doesn't really give you is the why. Like, why are you doing this? What's your value system? Culture tells you what your values are. Culture tells you why you do certain things. So if you have bad culture, like if your culture is that I want to just look fly and I'll go rob somebody to go get a Gucci belt, then you're gonna figure out how to be great at carjacking. You're gonna figure out how to be great at scamming. You're gonna figure out how to be great at robbing banks or whatever you got to do because you have the why. The why is I do this because I need all these material possessions. But same thing is true with entrepreneurship. If you have a culture of wealth and entrepreneurship, then if someone says, well, why do you believe in these things? If you ask rich people, why do you believe in wealth? They'll say, well, because we want our children to be safe financially. We want to have stability. We want to have a quality life. We want to have peace. Right. And so when you have the why, then you go into the what and the how. Right. Okay. I know why I'm doing this. Now, what do we do? At that point, you become an expert at things that will fulfill your why, that will fulfill your because, right? So because I believe in having financial peace, I'm going to make a long-term plan. Because I want my children to be economically safe, I'm going to invest for my children. Because I want to have a peaceful life, I'm going to go start that business. I'm going to go and find a good spouse that is able to help me grow economically, right? So you got to understand, like, what is your culture? And I want you to ask yourself that question. And so, Madam President, in terms of that, in terms of culture, I want to ask you about another kind of culture that was a little bit toxic and has been kind of talked about a lot lately, and that's kind of the Diddy culture. I know a lot of people. Now, again, I'm not here to say if Diddy is as guilty as they say or not. I wouldn't be surprised if there were ulterior motivations for why they chose now to kind of do what they're doing. It's not coincidental, in my opinion, that they also got the black man who's running the DA's office in New York or the Southern District of New York. He was also doing a press conference on taking down Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City. I don't think all this is a coincidence. I think that a lot of it's politically motivated, and there are ulterior issues going on here. And I say that because Diddy's been doing Diddy type stuff for a very long time in terms of it being a space that wasn't healthy. I know people that worked with him and wanted to work for him who said, "Oh Lord Jesus, I'm not going over in that place because it's too crazy." But the point that I want to ask you about is culture. I know a lot of people who have a lot of potential who grow up saying, I want to work with a Diddy or I want to be in that particular culture. And we see what that culture gives us. The culture gives us a lot of trauma, a lot of death. Whether you're talking about Cardi B and Offset, fighting and going crazy, and then she says, "Yeah, your dead friend from your group, take off. I slept with him too," right? Or you go into the rapper who died last week from a drug overdose, not last week, but last month, a rich homie Quan. You've got what happened in Memphis with Yo Gotti's older brother getting murdered right after a young Dolph gets killed. Right, it's just death and chaos and dysfunction everywhere. And so what do we how do we confront that part of the culture in a way where it's where you're able to go around sort of all the criticism of like of people accusing you of either being anti-black or being a hater, or you don't want to see a black person getting money. There's some things more important than money. How do we really address that culture? What's going on with that?
I think that's an excellent question. I think the best way to address that culture is start to separate from it. And I think that we are the answer. I don't think that there's an external answer to this because I believe, just like when perms became popular, people started perming their hair. Men would get the perm so that their hair could be, straight. And then it became unpopular. You still wearing a perm? And what are you doing? So men said, "No, man, you don't wear that stuff no more," because women didn't like it, right? So women, sometimes they say, "Well, I keep myself together. My man like this, so I need to behave like this." We have lost even interest in showing up for one another. So
Mm.
that's the problem. You got people who feel 100% validated in abandoning their own children. And like, there is no, and I say this to every woman on the planet, no matter what your color is, you should have a problem with laying up with a man who has not seen his children. You should have a problem with laying up with a man who don't take care of his children. So it's like we are the answer to one another's issues, even in the hip hop sector, because guess what? If we decided that we don't want our children to listen to this, if we decided that, if women decided, oh, I don't date men who are drug dealers, I don't date hustle boys, then guess what? Those men start, man, no, that ain't cool. I don't do that no more, man. No, that's how it works. We show up for one another in that way. We don't, it's not like a thing where it's like, oh, you still doing that? That's how people are. Think about this. Food, veganism, and all these different, movements that has happened. It has to become a distaste. But what's happening in our community is we can be as trifling as we want to be. Pookie and them can go and shoot up everybody and be a terrorist in the community. And then your grandmama will come and say, well, what he had, and let me fix him something to eat. Let this nigga starve. Get him out of the house. He does not need to be here. This is something that I will never forget. I heard someone say, when you have a child that is no longer interested in being your child, then you don't have a child. That means that if we are not listening, then our parents cannot guide us. And if our parents can't guide us, then we're not being childlike, okay? I mean that. I mean that. I don't want, so a lot of times as a woman, people feel like I'm being hard on women, but no, I'm trying to hold women accountable because I'm in the space of women. And men to hold men accountable because they are in the space with men. So if I'm in a space with women, and I'm talking to a sister, and I'm telling her, like, what do you mean? How you busting it wide open for a dude, who mind is gone? You don't see the mental delay. You don't see what's going on. Drug addict. I don't have a friend on the planet that will be, caught up OD'd. It's not that I'm better. I don't have friends that do drugs. In fact, because of who I am, if my friend did drugs, I'm not the friend that they will say, hey, do you want to do drugs with me? That's not who I am. But whenever we walk around and we want to be lukewarm on everything, we want to straddle the fence on everything, it's a destruction to us. This is the thing. White folks learned hundreds of years ago, in order for us to have complete power in this country, then what we need to do is we don't hire Black men. We don't hire Black women. We don't let them at our school. This was their thinking. I'm not here to say that it was accurate. I'm here to say that they would decided to do mean and inhumane things for their own personal agenda, for their families, for their segue, for their world. And you have to ask Black people, what are you willing to do for your family, for your world? Because a lot of us, we're not really willing to do anything besides say, man, yeah, that's messed up. Dr. Watkins, if you look at you, you built the Black Business School. You showed me how to do media. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, if I would have listened to him, I would probably have about $5 million right now because he told me early on, before this stuff became even popular, he told me, this is important. Let me tell you about media. I knew nothing about media. I was a college student. He informed me, like, hey, this is what's going on. People that I used to blog with in 2008, they sold their blogs for millions of dollars. I could have did the same if I would have stuck with it. But that's the power of listening. The wealth is in listening, so all that to say that, we have the power to make the choices, but we keep on looking externally and not realizing that it's your uncle, it's your cousin, it's your brother, this your sister. My sister, let me just tell you, my sister, she ain't no hoe. And if she was, my mama would be telling her, no, that's not how you behave. We can't even. And then here's the thing about our community too now. We sensitive to each other. We sensitive. We like, you can't even say anything without Black people talking to other Black people about cancel culture. But they won't cancel white supremacy. When you gonna do that? How you gonna cancel? And then the culture of I'll do anything for fame. Now, listen to this, and I'm going to be honest, and I have to say this, and I know you all may not agree, but you have a whole culture of music of women that is sexually provocative. Now, if the music producers say, well, you've been talking about sucking dick on the, for the last 10 minutes on the track, I got one for you. Why are you surprised? This is the behavior. This is the introduction to it. Why are you surprised? And let me tell you something about this raggedy media that we have. Ever since the beginning of time, since when they did the birth of a nation, they have vilified the Black man. Every bad thing that goes on in America, they always find a Black man to make the face of the crime, to make the face of making bad decisions. Diddy and Bill Cosby, you can't make me believe they the worst thing that Hollywood got going. I don't believe it. Not now, not ever. And not to mention, we don't have any media besides this to even offset it. We don't even have media of people that say, hey, you work with Diddy. Did he try to sleep with you? None of those people get a voice. None of them, because the media is hammering. New York City is the dirtiest city I've ever been to in my life. And it got rats the size of toddler children. They got way more issues than what they present right now. Eric and his conduct and misappropriating funds. I just really believe that it is always the agenda of white supremacy is to make a Black person responsible for heinous crimes, because it completes their narrative about Blackness, that we don't have the capacity to be righteous. We don't have the capacity to be fair. We don't have the capacity, but we do. And a lot of us do, but you can't pay CNN to sit down with us. You can't pay MSNBC to sit with those who do.
Wow, that's really powerful. I mean, I think that's a really valid point in terms of kind of understanding, when Dr. Claude Anderson talks about Black people sort of being this permanent underclass, and there is kind of this belief that being Black sort of means that you're always gonna be kind of the scapegoat of society, and that's what makes it complicated, right? When you look at what Diddy is accused of, or you look at Cosby or anybody, a lot of Black people will say, yeah, I think where there's smoke, there probably is fire. But then it's sort of like, yeah, but what about all the fire that's in your community? Why are you not holding your people to the same standard that you hold ours? And it's very easy to label black people's criminal. In fact, one wealth strategy that's used right in broad daylight against the black community is to find wealthy black people, particularly the men, and find something that they did that can either get them canceled or that could be interpreted as being against the law, right? And so you have a Gloria Allred who loves to find women who dated rappers or slept with them and then sue them, based on some accusation that in many cases can't even be proven. But the guy might end up writing that $10 million check just because the accusation alone is enough to destroy him, right? And in fact, actually, right now, Gloria Allred's got a victim lined up, and he's probably got more that's suing Diddy, right? And again, I'm not saying Diddy didn't do something inappropriate, but I am also saying that there has to be proof of these things, and in many cases, there is no proof. So there are so many different avenues through which wealth can get lost with a combination of racism and bad culture, right? When you have us making bad choices, even though we trying to do better for ourselves and taking accountability, but then also you have this racist society that encourages us to make bad choices and through the music and everything else, and then likes to vilify us for making those choices. Like Malcolm X used to say that the white man will sell you the liquor bottle and then lock you up for being drunk, right?
Hmm.
So that's what we have to be thoughtful about is that if you're going to talk about Diddy, for example, you got to look at, well, who empowered Diddy? Who made Diddy a black leader, so to speak? Because he was a black leader. Diddy was a guy that was not just iconic culturally. He had a lot of wealth. He was on the cover of Forbes as an example of black excellence in terms of economics. He was a political leader. He had a whole vote or die campaign. The Democrats, all the prominent Democrats have pictures of Diddy. They've been to Diddy parties. They're all connected to Diddy on a very deep level. They act like it never happened, but we saw vote or die. We saw that campaign. He ran a media outlet. He was trying to become the Black CNN. He had Revolt TV. And so it's interesting to me that it's like, yeah, well, this guy we've been feeding y'all all these years. Oh, just forget about him because he's bad. He bad. He bad. But we got somebody else around the corner. We're gonna start feeding to y'all. They're good. Diddy bad, right? And I think that there are a lot of people who are just kind of sick of that. Like, stop feeding us our culture and telling us who we are, and because ultimately, if you follow those blueprints that are laid out for you by white society, you're going to fail. You're not going to be an empowered black person. So anyway, Madam President, you know what I'm gonna do? I want you to have the last word. And I want everybody to know before I let Madam President kind of close us out for today, I want to mention to everybody, number one, everybody should follow her on social media. Her social media is one Madam President with a Z. With a Z. She's very, very good. She's going to be at the All Black National Convention, by the way, along with about 60 other people that we're bringing in to speak and just speakers from all different backgrounds. We're there to think through our issues, solve our own problems, connect with each other. We're not anti-white. There's nothing anti-white about the All Black National Convention. It's just be one as in black first, right? There we go. I'll put it over here, right? So that's what we believe in. That's what we do. So that's going to be October 25th through the 27th in Lombard, Illinois, right outside of Chicago. So if you'd like to join us, just go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. You can meet Madam President in person if that's something of interest to you, as well as so many other people that'll be there. Brother Nuri Muhammad on down, just doctors, lawyers, my wife, Dr. Alicia, a lot of great people. The second thing I want to mention to everybody is we've been talking about this retirement crisis and the fact that most people have not been saving and investing for retirement, and that is an issue. So you guys asked me to do this. So I put something together called Retire Rich and Early, a Dr. Boyce blueprint on retirement. That is a program where if you want to jump in and into that, you get lifetime access for $299, and it's yours for life. You can share it with your family, share it with your friends. And also, because you're in this class, the first 150 people can get in for $99. So the price will drop to $99 for lifetime access for anybody that wants to join. And as kind of a kickoff of our retirement program, I'm doing an event Tuesday night at 8 o'clock where I'm going to break down the fundamentals of retirement planning, what that should look like. So this is great for those of you that are older, that are thinking about retirement. Also, those of you that are younger, you have to think about this stuff because retirement isn't just saving for when you get old. You're investing investing for while you're young. That's your capital base. So you got to build that capital base. So if you guys would like to join or be a part of that, I'll put the link in the chat and you can actually join for $99. That gives you access now and forever. And you can share it with anybody in your family that you'd like if that's of interest to you. All right. So, Madam President, close us out. Where do we go from here?
Oh, well, first of all, I would just like to say I'm so excited about seeing everybody at the All Black National Convention. I am from Chicago, born and raised. Okay. I am a Chicago girl, Shot City, Shot Town, stand up. That's me all day, every day. So I'm very excited that we had this. One of the things that I think we do moving forward is home. You are the president, the madam president, the CEO of your home. Get your house in order. Stop with all the external ideas that, I got to get to this person and that person in order for my family and I to have a better life. In fact, you have a Dr. Boyce Watkins who could very well be on just as powerful as Diddy in society if the world didn't want Black men who didn't have discipline, if the world valued and appreciated Black men who want one wife, one family, who don't have, sex shows and all of that. So integrity in how we move is important. I believe that the best thing to do is follow the creator. I don't go to no parties where people start taking off their clothes and people start looking crazy because there's no place for me there. And I think a lot of us have that understanding. I believe that have your esteem, your belief system in place, and the only way is up. And I can't wait to see everybody at the convention. I'm one Madam President on all social media platforms, and I am 100% politically incorrect.
All right, all right. Well, everybody, please give a digital thank you to Madam President for coming in and hanging out with us. I didn't know that some of those words, those cuss words was coming out, but I like authentic communication. I love it. I think it's great, and I think that generally speaking, what I like about what Madam President does is I think we need a wake up call. I don't know about y'all, but I kind of feel that we as a community we need people that are going to tell the truth, not be scared. I know these are the people I rock with. I rock with people that are soldiers that believe in this sort of thing. My wife. I don't know if I ever told you that, Madam President, but Alicia, Alicia was talking about how Cardi B blocked her husband, right? And she said, "Yeah," she said, "and I got blocked by Cardi B too." I said, "Oh, that's right. I forgot that you did," because Alicia was kind of doing an analysis on the epidemic of fetal alcohol syndrome in the Black community and how so many of us are unaware that when a woman is pregnant and she doesn't know she's pregnant, even if she drinks small amounts of alcohol, that gets into the baby, causes severe neurological problems, behavioral issues, the ADHD, the ability to even think and process information or to have any form of discipline. And this isn't something people talk about. Instead, they promote the city girl lifestyle. Like just go out, be wild, party, do whatever you want, no consequences. Now, I'm not one to tell somebody not to be a city girl or a city boy, whatever it is you want to do. But I am a person to say that you are a damn fool if you think that you can live an undisciplined life and not have a consequence. You a damn fool. If Massa done tricked you into believing that you can make just irrational, crazy decisions, not plan for the future, not save, not invest, not get an education, not have discipline, sleep with whoever you want, take drugs, just take in alcohol, act a damn fool, and you ain't gonna have a consequence, then go ask all the Black people that are now in the grave at the age of 40 because they were living their life when they were in their 20s. Look at how many people are in the clinics with STD results they'll never tell you about. Go talk to DMX, but you can't talk to him because the poor guy's 6 feet under. He could have been the greatest rapper in history. He could have been. I promise y'all, if DMX, based on how his career started, if he had remained alive and healthy, he could be as wealthy as Jay-Z, as big as Tupac, because he had that much talent. But now all that is buried 6 feet deep. No legacy for the children, no wealth for the kids. They got a couple of songs that they can get royalties from, but he could have been as big as Michael Jackson. Anybody who remembers that era will agree with me, because I don't think there's hardly any other artist I ever knew of who released 2 debut albums in the same year that were both number one. That's how powerful he was. And we lose. And again, Remember, poor, passing over opportunities repeatedly. Every time you see somebody throw it all away, we are passing an opportunity to have wealth. It's time for us to wake up and take accountability. So thank you for taking accountability, Madam President. I appreciate you. Love you very much. And love y'all as well. So, by the way, everybody, if you're not on the text list and you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning, we do this every single day, 7 days of notification. Get on the text list. You can get on the text list by texting the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. That's morning to 87948. Or you can also go to b1moneytips.com. If you live international, just go to b1moneytips.com and you can also join that way. So, have a good day, everybody. God bless you. We'll see you next time. Everybody, how are you today? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and you probably recognize the brother that is here with me today. I have the great honor of having an opportunity to speak with the one and only Dr. Cornel West. How you doing today, brother?
Brother, every time I set eyes on you, I know I must be doing something right. We go back a long, long time. As young as you are, people wouldn't know that. You're so well taken care of, Sister Alicia, making a big difference. That's a beautiful thing. I know you're taking good care of her too, but it's always a blessing, man. You've been one of the real, for me, just pioneers of all of this new technology, going back with your professorship, and was willing to make that kind of break for the people, man. And your love for Black people is undeniable. I'm telling you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. That means a lot coming from me, or coming from you, and also coming from me. I wanted you to know. I don't want everybody to know. I do not invite anybody really heavily associated with politics on my platform. I don't. The Kennedy brother reached out, and I like some of his ideas, some of them, And when they reached out, I said, "What's the point in having this conversation? I care about what's happening with our people." And it seems like in this whole political game with the elephants fighting the lions, that we get kind of left behind. And
Right.
and when I spoke to your vice president, Sister Melina Abdullah, I felt her energy was exactly what I thought it would be, because I know what kind of man you are, and I love speaking with her. And I was very honored that you decided to join us today. So you're one of a kind, sir, and I definitely have to say that. And also, my wife sends her regards. She and I went to one of your events at the University of Chicago in 1999,
Wow.
and you didn't know me from a can of paint at the time, and you had a long line of hundreds of people waiting to talk to you, and I still remember that. And then also, I don't know if you remember the day we spent about 7 hours together in New York City in 2013.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I saw you at Flager's Church in Chicago.
That's right. That's right. Now that's a great man right there, Father Michael Flake.
Brother Flager. Yeah, I've been going to his church for 35 years. They canceled me this last year. Wouldn't allow me to go. The Cardinals wouldn't allow me to get in his church. But we broke bread. Me, him, and Tavis just broke bread a couple of weeks ago at the convention. But no, Flager's my dear brother, man. He's my dear brother. You were there. That must have been about 15 years ago, right?
It was quite a few years ago. I stopped counting because the years go by too fast.
I understand, my brother.
I can't keep up, but I'll tell you what, I was really surprised when it was announced that you were running for president of the United States. That sounds exhausting. Tell me about that.
It is. It's been 15 months now, brother. I wouldn't recommend it to too many folk because, event after event after event, I've done 600-700 interviews and hundreds of talks and things. And of course, the campaign's been broke as the 10 Commandments financially. And so I haven't been able to do as many as I would like to do. But I started in Mississippi, tribute to Sister Fannie Lou Hamer there in Lexington, Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, Brandon, Mississippi. And I've been going at it ever since. And it was really based on the same calling. You and I got the same calling. How do we tell the truth, seek justice, how to be of service to the people? We're not here that long, and we want to be able to be a force for good as long as we're here. When I looked up at the electoral political system, it's so rotten, it's so corrupt, it's just so hard to gain a foothold for any truth, any justice, any serious love for Black people and poor people and working people. I said, been running for justice for 50 years. Now it spills over into this electoral political context just to make sure there was a voice that raises the issues of reparations, mass incarceration, of poverty, wealth inequality, genocide in Gaza, AFRICOM in Africa. Just be able to have voices that are raising those issues with a power and a purpose. And so it's something that I'm glad I did, because it's a certain kind of calling. But you can imagine catching hell, man. Legal suits coming at you. Oh, yeah, trying to get ballot access. You got legal suits. You got spies and operatives in your campaign trying to undercut you. I mean, it's a contact sport. I mean, Machiavelli, when he wrote The Prince, and I know with your PhD and everything you read and reread so many of these classical texts, man, he wasn't playing with all of the treachery and betrayal and lies and mendacity. But we had to be willing to go through anything for our people.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, you talk about the treachery, and in politics being a contact sport. I still remember, and of course, we can. I definitely want to hear more about where you stand on things right now. But I still remember how disappointed I was in terms of what happened during the Obama campaign, when I know for a fact, and I'd love for you to share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. But from my perspective, you were instrumental in getting Barack's Black support. You played a big role in that, because he didn't have that support in the beginning. A lot of people don't remember that. And then things kind of went left. And what bothered me about their approach was they didn't just say we disagree with Dr. West. They said we want to dismantle and discredit and destroy Dr. West. And they used some of your former friends to do that. Dr. Michael Eric Dyson. I hate even having to say that, but I didn't like that. Can you kind of speak to some of that? Clear the record, because I'm not you, but I'd like to get your take on some of that.
Well, no, you're absolutely right about that, though. I mean, early on when he first called me, it was after his speech talked about America's a magical place. I said, this brother's going to have a Christopher Columbus experience. He's going to discover that there's a whole lot of social misery and a whole lot of suffering in America. And nothing magical about America at all. Yes, indigenous peoples. Ask those who descend from and enslaved Africans, Jim Crow, Jane Crow, lynched Black folk, and so on. But we had a long talk, and I told him, what is your relation to the legacy of Martin King, Fannie Lou Hamer? And he said, I know I'm not as radical as you, but I'm hoping we'll be able to work together. I said, well, we shall see, but I was willing to do it. And you're right. I did 65 events for him that first time he ran. And when he talked to me, he had like 4% Black folk behind him.
Wow.
Because most of the Black political class was over against him. And I didn't do it all by myself, but I was one of the early ones out there in Iowa. And I ended up in Ohio, trying to get Black folk on buses and things. I knew, in fact, that he was a kind of moderate. I just felt that it could be a breakthrough and could generate more democratic possibilities for poor people across the board, both here and around the world. But once he brought in Larry Summers, he brought in Tim Geithner. That's Wall Street right there. He kept so many of the counter-terrorists in Pentagon and State Department that had justified torture in Latin America and Caribbean, Guantanamo as well. So it was clear that it was just another Black face in a high place that was not going to speak to the serious plight and predicament of Black poor and Black working people, of poor and working people across the board. And so I began. So from the very beginning, I had a strong critique, and then, the vicious attacks took place. And then Brother Dyson, of course, that was a special thing, because I've known him for so many years. I've known him since he was 18 years old, and he was my close brother and friend. And when he turned on me in that vicious way, I just said, well, what can you say? Folk sell out in a variety of different forms. And it's one thing to have a genuine disagreement with somebody. We all disagree with each other, and we respect each other, and we wrestle it through. But when you get these ad hominem attacks, especially when you pay big money for it, that was what, New Republic? They paid, thousands of dollars for him to do that. That was low, but I mean, he's a human being like everybody else, and he's got a precious mama and daddy and lovely wife, Marcia. So that it is what it is. You keep moving, keep bearing witness, brother. You don't let nothing get you down. You're not surprised by any evil. You're not paralyzed by any despair. We come from a great Black people who have known every form of terror and trauma, every kind of abomination. And as Curtis Mayfield say, we keep on pushing.
Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. That in case anybody's listening, I assume you know I'm speaking with Dr. Cornel West, and I'm gonna tell you that's the thing that I always respected about you. And when I heard you were running for president, my first question was, why would he do that? That's and my second thought was, I said, I've sat next to you on many occasions, and it's fascinating. One thing that really tells me a lot about America is the fact that you don't approach people with any form of hostility. It's always love, and use the word brother a lot, no matter who you're speaking to. And I said he's a good man who's trying to do a good thing. What makes him radical and dangerous in the eyes of other people? It's almost, it reminds me a little bit of how the world sort of views Minister Farrakhan. I say, look, you can disagree with him. I mean, that's fine. We disagree with each other, but the idea that he's dangerous and some of these other people out here are not, when they are dropping bombs on people and destroying our entire community, and engaging in mass incarceration, literal extermination of our people. At least they would if they tried. But you don't see that. You see that as safe, but these guys are dangerous. That's a big problem there. So tell me about that part of your experience, Dr. West. How do you feel about that in terms of how often I believe you're misinterpreted by the world?
No, I think that every generation produces certain kinds of people who have a profound hatred of injustice, and in our case, a hatred, the vicious practice and legacy of white supremacy, a hatred of seeing people economically exploited. And that hatred is predicated on a love for those people. And the history for 400 years of Black people is any Black man or woman or sibling who has a genuine love for Black people and a genuine hatred of white supremacy will either be assassinated, incarcerated, misunderstood, misconstrued, rebuked, scorned, and marginalized. And I think your witness, it bears that out too, though, brother. From the academy, the courageous break from the academy. We won't go into all the history for everybody, but we go all the way back. I remember Syracuse. We can go on and on, right?
Yeah.
And you just been consistent in your courage because you got a deep commitment to the enhancement and empowerment of a hated and terrorized and traumatized people called Black people. But we bounce back. Yes. Every generation. Here come a new cloud of witnesses. Every generation. Here comes some more freedom fighters. Here comes some more love warriors. Here comes some more wounded healers. Here comes some more joy spreaders. That's who we are as a people. That's part of our greatness. Now we got Black thugs, we got Black cowards, we got Black gangsters and so forth. That's part of our history too. Ain't no doubt about that. You got lukewarm moderates, don't know what to do, waiting to find out, follow a piper. No, think for yourself. Work it out for yourself. Just be a force for good in your own way, on your own terms. That's all a serious spokespersons and leaders all about. It's like a jazz woman, Mary Lou Williams, like a jazz man, of Count and Duke. They ain't talking about follow me like I'm the Pied Piper. No, if Gonzalez want to play a 22-minute solo in Newport, let that brother blow. I'm gonna sit at the piano and listen to it. And it's my band, right? That's Duke's band. Because we lift every voice. That's the Johnson brothers from Florida, not the Johnson brothers playing I'll Be Good to You. That's another Brothers Johnson. I'm talking about the Johnson brothers of Rosamond and James Weldon, right? Lift every voice. You've been lifting your voice. I've been trying to lift my voice. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we change our minds. That's what it is to be human. Minister Louis Farrakhan raising his voice. Jesse Jackson raising his voice. You saw just died today, James Earl Jones.
Yeah, R.I.P.
93 years old. He raised his voice from Mississippi, stuttering for the first almost 18 years of his life, and ends up the most eloquent person in the country, like Demosthenes in Greece, who was born a stutterer and ends up one of the greatest orators in Greece. That's James Earl Jones. That's our tradition.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
We are at our best, my brother. Oh, yeah.
Yes, yes, that is true. And R.I.P. to James Earl Jones. I don't know if anybody knows that he passed today at the age of 93. But everybody type his name in the chat or put an R.I.P. in the chat for brother James Earl Jones. So, Dr. West, let me ask you about the campaign trail so far. First question I will ask you is, has anything about running for president surprised you relative to what you thought the experience was going to entail?
I wouldn't say surprised, but I've been able to see much more closer just how rotten and corrupt the system really is. That it's such a raw quest for power that either party will do anything and attack everybody in order to keep their power. So that to find a space for some integrity, honesty, decency, some truth telling and justice seeking, it's very, very difficult for it to have traction, man. And so you end up with a system that really doesn't care for poor people, really doesn't care for poor working class black folk at all. It does care for some black middle class folks to the degree to which they need to be incorporated in order to reproduce the system. But when and they certainly don't care about Palestinian babies. They've made that very clear. You know, you got 16,000 babies killed in a matter of months, and you don't give a damn. And everybody knows if those babies were white babies, if those babies were Israeli babies, then the U.S. government have the exactly opposite response. So you see the anti-Palestinian racism going on. And here we come along, you know, I come out of Shiloh Baptist Church, Vacation Bible School. Jesus loved little children, all the children of the world, red or yellow, black or white, they are precious in his sight. So a Palestinian baby got the same value as an Israeli baby, got the same value as a black baby, got the same value as a white baby. I believe that. I still believe it, which means you got to raise your voice. When you raise your voice, what happens? Repression hits. You see, I was head of the student for Palestine at Harvard, the faculty advisor. You know, we could hardly get a room on campus. You think they were concerned about repression of voices? Now, all of a sudden, they got studies in anti-Semitism at Harvard because some of the Jewish students feel they haven't been treated right. We want all the students to be treated right, but a Palestinian student got the same value as a Jewish student. And we won't even get in, you know, my battles with Harvard and getting pushed out twice, directly and indirectly and so forth. Hey, that's part for the course. But you can just see the rot, man. You can see the corruption. You can see the hypocrisy, the mendacity that hides the criminality. These are crimes. Mass incarceration was a crime against humanity. Biden, who was the architect, homelessness is a crime against humanity. We 12% of the population, 13% of the population, what? 50% are homeless? We 9% here in Los Angeles, 40% of the homeless. So when I come out and call for the abolition of homelessness and unhousedness, abolition of poverty, that's just extension what Martin was talking about. Martin King, that's just what Fannie Lou Hamer was talking about almost 60 years ago, my brother.
Wow.
Almost 60 years ago, same struggle. When you talk about how do you empower black folk, how do you make sure that black folk understand what it means to have access to resources, use your resources in such a way that you're a good steward, so it's not just individualistic, but it's tied to community empowerment, and you figure, how is that radical? Boyce Watkins supposed to keep truth and love and justice, right? How is that radical? Man, they come at you swinging.
Well, you know what's funny, Dr. West, is that because my doctorate's in finance, I often run into people who assume that I'm a capitalist, and I have to correct them instantaneously. I say, no. I am not a cap. I know too much to ever want to be a capitalist because I think that a lot of the issues that you mentioned, where bad becomes good and good becomes bad, is rooted in a type of capitalism, especially this practice in America, where money becomes like a god.
That's right. That's
right. So if it doesn't make money, then you're not going to get the political support. And also, because so much money has been allowed to enter into politics, it has really just tainted and poisoned the system in horrible ways. The fact that it costs a couple $2 billion to run for president, when you have what's going on with AIPAC and their manipulation of politicians, things like that, you can go down the list. The food that we get served, you know, I got both my parents right now dealing with some cancer related issues,
Ooh,
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And it's if you look at the food we eat, it's poisonous food, and nobody stops it because of the money. So let me ask you about this. What's that been like for you in terms of just dealing with the financial side of run for president? It's very expensive. How have you and Dr. Abdullah been able to raise the money you need to do what you got to do?
Well, I mean, it's been a massive volunteer affair in many ways because I mean, over the 15 months, I've been able to raise about 1.2 million, whereas of course, you know, Sister Harris got 540 million in 1 month.
Wow. Wow.
And Trump gets 350 million in 1 month. So they're gonna both end up in the billions. And I'm lucky to get 1 million over 15 months. And then they still come to me and say, "Oh, Brother West, you're gonna be the cause of American fascism because because your votes are gonna take votes away from this particular candidate, and therefore it would be your full responsibility and culpability as to which way the nation goes." And I said,
wow,
that's something. I'm that powerful. If I was that powerful, black folk wouldn't be poor. Black folk be full of access to resources, self-love, self-determination, self-defense. Poor people, oppressed people all around the world. I wish I was that powerful. So what happens, so you can imagine, you know, that I just pay a major salute to the volunteers that have come forward. And then, as you know, when it comes to ballot, you end up with all kind of gangster activity. You know, people say, "Oh, we heard the right wingers behind your campaign." We have nothing to do. We have no connection whatsoever. You got different kind of folk, some of them left, some of them right, trying to make sure they organize for ballot access. And actually, and no doubt, some of them are gangsters. There's no doubt about that because they'll do anything for power. We've seen the Democrats do that with Kennedy. First, they fight to keep him off. Now they want to fight to put him on. Back and forth, put him on, keep him off. It's all power, power, power. You just can't become cynical. That's the thing. You see it for what it is, and you say, I still believe that there's a role for truth and justice. I still believe there's integrity and honesty, moral consistency across the board here and around the world for oppressed people.
Wow. Well, you know, I love that. And yeah, I wish I had $1 billion. I'd love to, you know, write whatever checks need to be written because I believe in what you're doing. And I met Sister Dr. Melina Abdullah, who used to look as your vice president. Yeah, she came in and we had talked on the phone for about an hour. It was my first time speaking with her, and she reminds me, she's similar to my wife. My wife's a professor of social work. And Dr. Abdullah, I can't remember exactly what a doctorate's in. Maybe you can let me know. I know she was
in political science.
Political science.
USC. But she's a professor of Pan-African Studies at California University, LA, but she's trained in political science at USC.
Yeah, highly qualified.
Went to Howard undergrad.
Say it again.
She went to Howard undergrad, just like Sister Harris.
Did she? She didn't cross paths with her, did she?
No, because she's not that old though. She's not that old, and they both AKA sisters too.
Wow, that's very well. You know what? Shout out to the AKAs. My sister's an AKA.
Lord, yes, no. Toni Morrison. I mean, AKA's got some serious folk now. There ain't no doubt. Irene B. West, my mama was too. But I was just blessed to have Sister Melina say yes. When Anahita, my wife, and I sat down and thought about it and prayed on it and said, we just want to put a smile on Fannie Lou Hamer's face. Who of that generation put a smile? She's had a house, as you know, attacked 3 times with the police. She's out there every Wednesday marching to make sure that you raise the humanity of these precious black folk getting brutalized and murdered by the police. And she's a scholar and intellectual and a thinker, but she's courageous. She's visionary, and it's been wonderful working with her.
Yeah, she is. I love her as your selection, and I think that she is. What was most impressive is that I got this sense that she is somebody who wants to do the right thing for the world. That's what I admired the most in that conversation. I mean, sure, she's got the academic credentials and all that, but you know how academia is. Unfortunately, sometimes you can have some educated fools up in there.
Educated cowards and conformists. Ain't no doubt about that.
Yes, yes, and that is a great woman, and I definitely want to mention that. I have a lot of respect for her, and I want to ask you about this. Let's talk about reparations.
Yeah.
That is that's a topic that seems to be something that is growing in terms of interest and conversation in our community. If the politicians are starting to slightly acknowledge it, I think that they're. I think it's almost like a surface acknowledgement, right? You know, Kamala, when she speaks on it, she talks around it in a way where she won't really directly address it. But do you feel that there is are you happy with the progress that's been made in the fight for reparations? And I'd love to get any other thoughts you have on that in terms of
Mhm.
how that battle should be fought.
Yeah, I just find it hard to see how people could have a commitment to truth and justice and not have a commitment to reparations, given the kind of economic and otherwise forms of damage against precious black people,
Mm,
hundreds and hundreds of years. How could we not want to find the truth about who constitute the economic foundation of American democracy?
mm,
Our descendants. And when you find that truth out and you find out what the damage, what kind of repair? Well, that's where the justice demand comes. And that's why Dargady and the wonderful work that he's done with his academic team, you know, as you know, from here to eternity. I forget the sister's name, but she played a very important role too in that book. It's right over here. But that book itself, from 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 uh, from here to equality, the strongest case for reparation. Now, see, I sat at the feet of Queen Mother Moore in Harlem. She was the mayor of Harlem in the kind of colloquial sense, who was one of the great proponents of reparations. And that was way back in the 70s. And then with Randall Robinson, God bless him, he just passed, who wrote The Debt and founder of Trans Africa. I was on that board with Charles Ogletree and others. We had the struggles in Tulsa, reparations. We lost that case. But reparations is something that's been part and parcel of my life for over 45 years. I'm just, it has to be an integral part of any serious talk about truth and justice in the country. And that's true for the Japanese. That's true for Jews in Germany. There's a whole lot of different cases that any Truth and Justice Commission would come up with a recommendation of justice demand for reparations. Now, we were making some progress in California, as you know. Then we got again the political cowardliness of the Black Legislative Council. They passed the bill, and the governor says, "Don't put it on my desk because it's embarrassing. I'm running for president. If I sign it, I'm going to have
mm,
trouble. If I don't sign, I'm going to have trouble. So don't even put it on my desk." And what did they do? Here's $6 million for another commission. They didn't even put it on his desk. So that's just political
wow.
cowardliness, you see.
Yes.
All that work, all that struggle, put it on his desk and see what he does. Is he
Mm,
committed to truth and justice or not? This ain't no
mm,
game. No, most politicians locked into legalized bribery and normalized corruption, they playing a game. We ain't
mm.
playing no game. There's human beings down here under all these games you playing.
Yes. Yes.
Precious human beings down there. They're suffering and they fight.
Mm.
They
Wow.
exploit it, they oppress, but they're also resisting with tremendous resiliency. And part of our challenge these days, my brother, is deeply spiritual. And this is why I've always, everywhere I go, I always have something very positive to say about you, because when it's a spiritual question in terms of, are you willing to raise your voice and
Mm,
take risks and bear burdens in being in solidarity in your truth telling for people who are catching hell? And what has happened is that selling out has become so normal and become so natural that everybody just concerned about getting a deal. Everybody's concerned about getting money, more status,
mhm.
more position. I mean, I had this with the Harris campaign just a few weeks ago. You know, they kind of reach out and want to be able to set up a deal and provide resources, a possible position. Hey, you got the wrong black man for this. I'm not in no deal making activity. I'm trying to speak the truth. At first, I was trying to win the election, but if I don't win the election, I want to win the cause. If I can't win the cause, I want to win some integrity for myself before the worms get my body and my soul ascends.
Mm,
This is not no game. This is not no deal making for me as an individual. Why
mm,
would I want to be part of an administration that's denying genocide, that is facilitating genocide, that's going to be tied to Wall Street, it's going to be tied to Silicon Valley. It's going to be tied to the Pentagon. It's going to expand militarism. That's going to have the most lethal, what did she say? The most lethal army in the world. No, that's Alexander the Great. I'm with Jesus the Great. That's a qualitative shift in understanding what greatness is. And then what my dear sister said, what the other day in Chicago, the greatest story ever told is the American story. I said, get off the crack pipe, my sister. Lord, the greatest story ever told. I think greatest story ever told got something to do with a Palestinian swarthy Jew named Jesus. But my Muslim brothers and sisters would say Muhammad and Jesus and Moses. But the greatest story ever told is so much deeper than anything having to do with America. Hey, the greatest privilege of being alive is to be an American? No, it's to love and be loved. You can get that in Ethiopia, you can get that in Guatemala, you can get that in Brazil, you can get that in Haiti, you can get that in Iran, you can get that in Korea. To love and be loved, that's the greatest privilege of being alive. Quit lying on the public stage like that. You think this brother played a Love Supreme for nothing? That wasn't just a song. Come on, sister. You didn't learn that at Howard. Sterling Brown was there. Mary Baracco came through. Stokely Carmichael came through Howard.
Wow.
You know what I mean? That's the highest standards. We ain't playing no game here.
Wow.
You're too hard. The politicians have to say all kind of things. I'm not just isolating her. I know most of them lie, but we talking about particular one. Now, Trump, of course, is gangster of all gangsters in so many ways. So we know what he is. We have no expectation.
So the greatest story ever told, America. You know, I'm gonna tell you what, if America continues to smoke the crack pipe of capitalism, it is going to be a very short story. This country is a young country, and we are headed to hell in the handbasket in several ways. And the reason I think someone like you is so important, and hopefully people will listen, is because we are headed in the wrong direction in so many ways. I could even start with something as basic as $37 trillion in debt. Over what? And then you're sending these missiles across to Israel to kill children. And you're doing all these things where every day I wake up thinking, when are the chickens going to come home to roost? When are we going to, there's going to be a consequence for this kind of behavior. And as you said, it's always so much of it's driven by money. And I know enough about money to know the dangers of money and to say, this ain't it. This isn't how, you have to respect the power of money. Money can get a lot of good things done, but money is it's like driving a really powerful tank. You can use it to break through barriers, or you can kill people with it, and it depends on who's driving. And so Dr. West, I know you are a busy man and you are on the campaign trail, so I'm not going to take much more of your time, but I want to ask you a question. Specifically in terms of reparations. I'd love to get let everybody hear your perspective on what you think reparations should and would look like. If you've thought about that with your campaign, and just a framework, so that as we move forward, we'd be able to say, okay, this is what we're looking for. Because you know how it is in politics. Eventually, if we make them submit to giving something, they're gonna start out by offering us something silly. A bag of potato chips and a hot dog, and So what would you say reparations should look like, Dr. West?
Yes. Well, one is we have to begin with the notion that no amount of money could ever repay what Black people have been through in 400 years, beginning with the bones on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. So that this is not a quid pro quo exchange kind of situation. We're talking about trying to get as much justice based on truth as we can, but the level of barbarity and bestiality and criminality visited upon Black people can never begin to be repaid. So we had to just be clear about that. So then you say, okay, now given that, how do we proceed? And you got slavery, you got neo-slavery with Jim and Jane Crow and American terrorism and lynching. Then you got Jim Crow Jr., which is now de facto segregation, with discrimination still taking place in a variety of different ways. It might not be legalized, but people have a way of getting in and outside of the law, under and above the law. So that the reparations is not just about barbaric slavery, but it's about the subsequent forms of bondage that have continued, the aftermath of slavery, as people would put it. Now, given that, and again, you know, I follow my dear brother Doherty and others, you know, they come up with 258,000 for each descendant of the dignified Africans who were enslaved. That strikes me as a reasonable starting point, a reasonable starting point. But then we've got to make sure we have a strong enough culture and infrastructure in place that the money that is given is not simply kind of just recycled and recirculated right into the same corrupt system that has been exploiting Black people and poor people and working people all these years. So that there has to be some kind of massive transfer of wealth. There's no doubt about that. And I believe in just redistribution of wealth downward for citizens, no matter what color they are. I believe in free education. I believe housing ought to be a right. Healthcare ought to be a right. Safe communities ought to be a right. And that's true no matter what color you are, just a citizen in the American empire. But when we talk about reparations, that has to do with Black people, specifically Black folk, who just became citizens in 1964 and have still had to deal with mass incarceration, police brutalization, police murder, still have to deal with vicious images that circulate and therefore affect the hearts and minds and souls of Black people, still have to deal with various forms of social marginalization and so on. So that I think the financial dimension has to be noted and it's integral, but it's not the sole one that I talk about. Because you see, for me, in the end, you know, we are spiritual people, man. And it depends on what cultivated capacities for love we have. And if we're taught to hate ourselves, they could give Black folk each one $1 million. And within a matter of months or years, we'd be right back where we were because we haven't loved ourselves enough, respected ourselves enough to forge institutions, to forge infrastructures, so we would be able to flower and flourish over time as opposed to that one particular transfer of cash. And so it's got to be holistic. But I mean, this is something that you've been talking about and writing about all these years, and I've been learning from you about, and all of us have been learning from you about. But it's for me, it's very important. It really is. And it's a way of connecting us with other people all around the world, especially oppressed people around them. When you talk about American empire going under, that American empire would take the whole planet. Fossil fuel, short-term gain orientation, the whole planet goes.
That's right.
3 individuals got wealth equivalent to 160 million in the country. 3 people. That level of grotesque wealth inequality, no society can sustain that. Nope. Chickens will come home to roost. You're going to reap what you sow.
Yes.
No lies live forever. Truth crushed the earth will rise again. That's one of the fundamental laws of history.
Wow. Well, you know what, Dr. West, you've given us a lot to think about. And I agree with you, and I want everybody to know that, you know, those who come in here regularly know that I'm not into Democrat Republican stuff. Every election I vote for Black people, whatever that means, and you also are a person I would vote for, and I'd like to ask you just a final question because we are also action oriented. This space, people that you know they are people of substance, and I respect you, everybody in here watching. I respect you all. How can people help with what you're doing? I got your website up here, cornellwest2024.com. Is there anything in particular that individuals can do to help you and Dr. Abdullah continue on your courageous campaign?
No, I mean, I would just say, you know, if you so choose, provide whatever kind of support you can, but always understand that, you see, as a jazz man and a Jesus-loving free Black man, I don't believe any of us are Pied Pipers. I don't believe any of us are simply there to be followed. I just want Black people to think for themselves, to love themselves, to affirm who they are,
Mm.
to accent the best of their relation to their mamas and daddies and granddaddies and grandmamas, and then to find their voices, not be echoes.
Mm.
Our anthem is
Wow.
not lift every echo, it's lift every voice. You can't be a jazz woman or a blues man if you just an echo. James Cleveland told Aretha, quit being an echo of Marion Williams. Marion Williams, one of the greatest voices of the 20th century. So Aretha had the right model, but Aretha had to find her voice so she wouldn't have been Aretha. And James Cleveland understood that. And her father, Reverend C.L. Franklin, understood that. Brother Boyce, you couldn't just be imitating and emulating. Boyce got a voice nobody else has. That's true for every black person that listening or anybody else who's listening. And I just have one voice among others. So the important thing is you think for yourself, understand what are the moral and spiritual grounds upon which you engage in living a decent life. And then you come down on the ground, wherever it is. It might be a poet, might be a trade union, might be a businesswoman, it may be a hip hop artist, it might be a politician. Find your voice and then pursue it with integrity and honesty. That's all I'm trying to do before I go. That's what we need to do. But right now, brother, we got a culture. What is it about? Stimulation, titillation, distraction, addiction. You keep folk addicted to the cell phone, addicted to all of those short-term pleasures. So you end up with a joyless quest for insatiable pleasures. You can get any kind of pleasure you want. That's American capitalism, but you still don't have no joy. Your grandmama had more joy than you do, and she was broke as the 10 Commandments financially, but she knew how to love her people and love her kids and love her church or love her mosque or love her sisters in the deacon board or love her sisters doing other things in the nightclubs or whatever was happening.
Yes.
That's why our music was full of so much love. Tremendous love of a hated people. That's part of our greatness. Let's keep moral, spiritual greatness of our people at the center of who we are. That's what I say to black folk. That's very different than just following me, voting for me. No. This is much bigger. This is grander.
Yes. So now, y'all here in the chat, I want y'all to give me a yes if you understand why I love this man so much. I want y'all to just let me know if you understand why. When I told y'all, I said, when it comes to Dr. West, don't ask me no questions. There's certain people, not to even question my support for, and it's yourself and Minister Farrakhan. And it's not because we agree on everything. It's because this is something bigger than just you as a man running for an office. When you said think for yourself, love yourself, if we embrace that as a people, nothing could stop us. So everybody put that in the chat. Think and love. Think for yourself. Love yourself. And ain't nobody in here telling you who to vote for. No, that's not what we do here. I want you to vote for you. Vote for your family. Vote for your community. Serve the people that matter for you, not these people in Washington and these corporations and all that. You're better than that. So I want to say thank you, Dr. West, for honoring me with your
Let
presence.
us continue to pray for our dear minister, Louis Farrakhan, because he's getting old. It's unbelievable how he's been able to sustain the level of energy, vitality, and vibrancy. But he is getting old. The same is true with our dear sister Khadijah, both of whom I have great love and respect for. So let us keep them in our prayers. Very, very much so. And I salute you and Sister Alicia. Oh yes, indeed.
I will send her your regards 100%. I will tell her, she did, when I mentioned I was talking to you today, she said, remember that time in 1999 when we talked to him at the University of Chicago? So she still remembered that. You have an impact everywhere you go, brother. And I want to say thank you. Wow. Yes, sir. That was such a long time. Time goes by fast, don't it?
That's true.
Yes. So I want to give everybody, here is Dr. West's website. If you'd like to go support his campaign, it's CornellWest2024.com. So feel free to go there, check out the policies that are there. Think for yourself, love yourself. That's the message for today, among others. Also, feel free to share this with anybody in your family who's looking for something else to understand what's going on in this world. And also, I want to remind everybody who likes to think for themselves, the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th to the 27th, and that's going to be in Chicago, in Lombard, Illinois, right outside Chicago. And Dr. West, I want to just also let you know, I know this year your campaign schedule is busy, but maybe next year or something, I'd love to have you in. I know Dr.
If
Abdullah.
you were there, then I'd love to be there, my brother. I can tell you that.
All right. Well, I'd love to have you, and the door is wide open. And I know Dr. Abdullah is going to come down. I think she's going to be on the panel and speak a little bit. But yes, and the door is wide open for you as well. And the All Black National Convention was basically something we put together for for Black people that just want to improve our community. The message is real simple. If you believe that Black people should be mentally and physically healthier, then the convention's for you. If you believe that Black people should love each other and have better relationships and build strong families, the convention's for you. If you believe Black people should also have economic strength and power, the convention's for you. Very simple. So when you get the time, Dr. West, I want to just publicly state the door is open. You have my support unconditionally, and God bless you for all the sacrifices you make, and I appreciate you very much.
Oh, love you, my brother. You stay strong, though. We still here after all of these years and decades. We still here, my brother.
Oh, they can't kill us. They can't kill us. you might kill the body, but you can't kill the spirit.
Right. You can't kill the spirit. That's the truth. That's the truth.
Yes,
indeed,
sir.
Indeed. God bless you, though, man.
Bless you as well. And everybody have a good day. And we're signing out for now. And I'll see you all really soon. And don't forget that tomorrow we're doing our free financial class as we do every morning, Money in the Morning, Economic Consciousness. That's what we do every morning. So if you'd like to join us, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. So take care, everybody. Have a good day. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you, Doc. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Come on in. Come on in. Great to see everybody. Welcome to Money in the Morning. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I got up this morning, and I'm sorry to say that I was not in the 5 a.m. club. I got up super early yesterday, went to the gym, and did a lot of weightlifting and running and all that stuff. And today I decided to give myself a rest day. Because I don't know, I'm sleeping next to the most beautiful woman in the world, so I thought that it would be nice to kind of cuddle with her for a little bit. And so, but then again, that was part of the plan, right? I think that you should have a balance between working hard and being nice to yourself. Work hard and play hard, because I think that's what gives you a happy life. So today I played hard a little bit. Anyway, I hope everybody's doing well. And speaking of playing hard, sometimes you may come by my YouTube channel and see me kicking it with the brothers and actually playing Call of Duty. I found a group of really cool brothers between ages 30 and 55 that love to play video games like I used to. And I got into it because I wanted to hang out with our son a little bit more, because I've been teaching him stuff like stock options and all that. And when you're a bonus dad, you find every way you can to connect with the kids. So we bonded around money and video games. And so I learned how to play Call of Duty because I wanted to give us something to talk about. And I love this so much that I just said I'm gonna keep on playing because this game is fun. So every now and then, what I'll do is I'll go on my YouTube channel, Dr. Boyce TV.com, and I'll be playing Call of Duty, but I'll be talking. We talk about all kinds of stuff. We'll talk about politics and sports and money, so if you ever wanted to sneak in and ask me a question, that's a good time to come in and ask me a question. Come in and hang out. In fact, there's one doctoral student, Jordan Cagle, that I did an interview with, and he's doing really great work with Black boys. I don't know if Jordan's in here today or not, but I really had a lot of respect for him, and he was in the chat, and he came in and played with us, and we just had a blast. So I'm telling you, if you haven't ever tried it, you don't know what you're missing. But if you ever want to come by and hang out and see what we're up to, feel free to come by the channel. It's actually kind of fun. I just had to explain that because some people are like, why are you having fun? You're supposed to be talking about finance. I'm like, I don't talk about finance all day, every day, fool. Like I live my life. I'm a human being. Or on my Instagram, people are like, why would you post that? You're a professor. You shouldn't. I'm like, well, because I'm a guy. I'm a human being. I'm a Black man. I'm a dude. I just do regular dude stuff. But then also I happen to have a PhD in finance. But if somebody works at UPS, you ain't delivering packages 24 hours a day. Am I lying? Give me a guess if you understand where I'm coming from. If you work at Ford, you're not working on Ford motor trucks 24 hours a day. So no, I have fun. And also the other thing that's really cool about life in the internet and social media is that it kind of makes itself conducive to the point where conducive to the idea that you can just talk to people. I like just talking to you. I mean, sure, I can share knowledge and information, everything else. And again, if you want to drill into that stuff, I'm loaded with all kinds of information that can help you. There's stuff that I do for myself financially and for my family and my wife um that I am happy to share with you. In fact, later on today at noon, we're doing a stock options income event for beginners. So if you want to come by at noon, I'll give you guys the link where you can actually come on in. It's called Prime 101. It's kind of for beginners. And then actually, if you are in the Prime program, I encourage you to come to class on Monday. You got to come to class on Monday because I ran the numbers on one of the options income strategies. And what I found is that you can actually make your portfolio much safer. You know how you have the ups and the downs, and it's really hard to kind of deal with the volatility. Well, I found that you can make your portfolio super safe and still generate a really high ROI, like a really high profit on your options business. So I hope you guys will join us on Monday. If you're in the Prime program. If you're not in the Prime program, I'll send you guys a link to do a $1 trial if you want to try it out for a month, and it's $3.99 per month after that. So, but the goal is, this isn't like college where you go and you spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars and they give you nothing in return. What I want you to kind of measure is ask yourself this basic question. Am I making more money than it cost me to be in this program? If the answer is yes, then that's a definite. And if you don't, if you don't expect at some point that you can make more than you're spending, then that doesn't make sense for you. So I want you to be in a position where you say, yeah, this isn't free. This does cost some money, but it's a fair price. It's because I see people charging tens of thousands of dollars for stuff, and just I would just be really careful about that because a lot of people are really good at kind of getting you hyped up to sign up for something, and you're not really getting the kind of value that they promise, and they charge insane amounts of money, and especially when you talk about stocks and options, a lot of these people just aren't qualified. To be honest with you, like, they don't. I can identify quickly if somebody knows what they're talking about with the stock market. And there are some people who literally will take one class on stocks and say, I can show you all everything you need to know about stocks, but they don't really understand what's going on. So anyway, if you want to join us today at noon, you can sign up at Prime 101. I'll send you guys the link. I don't have the URL. Actually, I'll put something in the chat if you guys want to join us today. I think I have the $1 trial link, and you guys can try that out. And also, if you are already in the class and you're looking for stuff, don't forget you got a really great support team. We have an excellent support team. The email address is support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. So feel free to reach out to them if you can't find something, you're looking for something. I'm trying to find this dollar trial. Here we go. Here's the code if you want to do a dollar trial in the program. Some of you have been thinking about it, you've heard about it. And some of you are already in it. And so if you whatever your true honest feelings are about the program so far, feel free to share that in the chat because I don't want there's no hocus pocus here. This is not hype. This is all substance. It's not built to be flashy. But there's a lot of opportunity there when it comes to options. In fact, I'll tell you guys this. When I showed my son, finally, how your kids don't listen to you. Kids, like, you can literally have the keys to like the universe and your children just will not listen to you and they'll listen to like some stupid person on the street before they listen to you. Just know you're not alone. Like I go through this too. Our kids, me and my wife, they don't even know. First of all, our kids don't even realize how rare it is to have two college professors as parents in your house. Like I didn't meet a college professor. I didn't meet a black college professor or any college professor until I was like 19 years old. And so the fact that they have two black college professors in their house that rate is very rare. But it's funny because they think that that's just normal. So we'll try to explain stuff to them and they'll just be like, yeah, 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 whatever. Right. And so anyway, I finally got the oldest to start listening because he's now at the age where he needs money. And I was like, well, if you want me to, I can show you how I make money. It's actually easy. It's easier than like whatever that crappy job is that you have. And he was like, okay, I'm ready to learn. So we sat down and I showed him We were talking, we were messing around with like Starbucks stock, and then there was another stock. I forgot what it was. And I just kind of showed him. And after we got done, he got super excited about it. And he was, and I was like, yeah, if you're still listening, I can tell you some more stuff that I think will help you, or I can wait until you're like 30 years old and tell you after you've made a bunch of mistakes. And he's like, well, I'd like to know right now. So what I explained to him is I said, one thing you got to know about America and life in general is that the people that make the most money in this country are the people who work the least. It's not that they don't work; they just work differently, right? Wealthy people, it's not that they're all a bunch of lazy bums and sit around and just drink lattes and champagne all day. They just work differently. They have a different kind of layout. Their financial awareness is just slightly different in the sense that your awareness is driven partly also by your exposure. So because so if you're born in a family where you're exposed to the banker, exposed to the real estate portfolio, exposed to the businesses, exposed to the stock market, then you're gonna kind of think about wealth in a different way than somebody who was just exposed to a job, who was like, okay, that's Mr. Charlie over there. Make sure you're nice to him and make sure you fill out 50 job applications, and then somebody will give you some work. Somebody will, and that awareness affects culture. We've talked about this. It affects also the standards that you set for yourself in terms of what you hope to achieve economically. So I talked to a brother the other day. Actually, I think it was the doctoral. No, it was either the doctoral student. I get it mixed up, or another guy, a really great guy named Kyle that I met out of California, and he's a businessman and he's doing really well. He does stuff in cybersecurity and IT, doing extremely well in his business. And we did a one-on-one consultation because he's looking to transition over and make money without having to get up and go to work every day. And he was telling me that one challenge that he has with young people that he talks to is when he's trying to expose them to, for example, all the money that's being made in cybersecurity, which is a growing industry. Lord Jesus, I mean, with AI, cybersecurity is going to be huge, and he'll try to get them started on it. But a lot of them, all they really want is to get some little the guard card. He said they call it, where you can become a security guard. Yeah, so he said about 80% of the black males that he works with. I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this, but he said 80% of the black males that I try to talk to about economic opportunities, all they want to do is work in a warehouse or become a security guard. And that's because of what they were exposed to. That's a consciousness cultural issue. And so really, if you really want your kids to just kind of to be in a good spot, you got to expose them to things. Maybe expose them to me, bring them to class or something. They can kind of hear different ideas and standards. Like what the standards and expectations are, that really shapes how far you go. I think that a lot of where you go is really shaped by whether you think big or you think small, where you tend to apply your effort and your energy. I know a lot of people, and it's not just about intelligence level or education. I was in academia and I knew some of the smartest people on the freaking planet with, doctorates and straight A students and all this stuff. And I can't tell you how many times I met super smart people who were broke and struggling because they think small. Like, right, like so for example, what they do to us in academia, the way they brainwash us in academia is they train you to put all your intellectual energy into solving some tiny little problem. Like you might be a person who is an expert on infertile worms from Ecuador or something, right? Just something so tiny and obscure that 99.9% of the world doesn't give a damn about what you're working on. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, right? So if you're a researcher on infertile worms from Ecuador, I'm not disrespecting what you do. But what people forget is that the training is almost like a pyramid. For you to get to that point where you can really analyze whether a worm from Ecuador is going to be able to have children or not. I don't even know if worms have kids. This is an analogy I'm literally making up as we go along. You have to learn a lot about biology. You have to learn a lot about science. You have to do a lot of processing of high level information in a lot of fields to be able to narrow in on that specific tiny little niche that you're in. So if you get caught to the point where you're mentally trapped in your niche and you don't see all the other amazing skills that you've developed along the way, then that can put you into a horrible, ugly economic trap where you end up like a lot of people I know that have advanced degrees, PhDs and stuff. who are literally on welfare. Like there are college professors that are on welfare. There are professors at major universities that can barely pay the bills. And, or definitely like community college professors, maybe who went to great schools, worked extremely hard, spent a lot of years in school, and are making the same amount of money as a McDonald's manager. I think that should challenge you a little bit in the sense that it doesn't mean that you're goofy, stupid, or that you wasted your time. I'm not here to say that at all. I don't want you to feel bad, but I want you to know your worth. I want you to understand that sometimes we think that we have no value because the place where we're applying our value doesn't see our value. Right? I'm showing up speaking eloquent Chinese, just extremely wonderful Mandarin, but you only understand Spanish, so you're telling me that I'm speaking gibberish, and I believe you. I'm like, well, damn, all these years I spent studying Chinese is a waste of time because to the people that matter to me, they think it sounds like gibberish or almost like being in a relationship where you could be the greatest catch in the world. You could be the most beautiful woman on the planet, but your man is like, I don't like skinny women. I don't like thin girls. I want them big, and so you're kind of gross to me. And so you think you're gross because your man likes the big girls, and then you don't realize that there are men out here that love a thin woman. Right. So the same thing is true in professionally speaking. A lot of us get in the economic trap where we don't understand how to extract the value out of the skill set that we've developed, and we become beholden to the people that we're dependent upon to extract that value for us. Meaning, if I'm a PhD and I've spent all these years in school and I've hustled my butt off, studied 8, 9, 10 hours a day for the last 6, 7 years, and then my university doesn't see my worth and they don't want to pay me right or they want to get rid of me, then I feel like I have no worth. I think that's a problem. I think that is that's a consciousness issue. It's kind of a self-esteem issue. It's one of these things that requires some thought, some financial consciousness and meditation for you to realize that you are incredibly valuable. You're smart. You know how to do stuff. You know how to learn things. Your capacity for consuming knowledge and applying it is extraordinary. Your work ethic is amazing. How the hell can you tell me that somebody who's super smart, super well trained, can learn anything at lightning speed and works their ass off isn't worthy, isn't valuable, economically speaking? You're valuable. You just aren't applying the value in a place where your value is going to be appreciated. So that might mean going out and expanding your skill set. One thing I had to do was, I was sitting there and I was actually paid pretty well by my university. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I had haters on the Syracuse University campus because when I came in, because I was a superstar, I was the only African American on the planet to get a PhD in finance that year. I had the highest salary amongst all the assistant professors, and I made more money than all the associate professors, which was a notch above. That was the associates who had tenure. I made more money than all of them too. Right? So you want to talk about a black boy getting hated on? I mean, I didn't even understand it at that time. I assumed everybody loved everybody, but when I look back at it, I'm like, yeah, if I was him, I would have been mad at me too. So I was making good money, but the thing was, I didn't like the way I was treated. I didn't like the fact that they didn't appreciate the work I wanted to do for the African American community. I didn't like the fact that every time I did something that was extra black, I would get punished. I would be celebrated in the black community, but punished in my white community, in the white space. So I said, I got to get the hell up out of here. These people, this is terrible. And so one thing I remember feeling like as I said, wait a minute, hold on. If I'm supposed to have all this education, I started realizing that most business school professors have never run a business. And most business school professors don't know how to make money without getting a paycheck. And I said, that's kind of a contradiction. That's a bit of an oxymoron. I need to fix that. That's kind of weird that I can only pay my bills if this person's feeding me financially, if they're giving me this check. So I said, how do people pay their bills without a job? So I started researching that. I started listening to podcasts of people who don't go to work every day but still make money. I started, kind of really thinking carefully about my own limitations in terms of what I was and was not taught. And it led me to think about culture and just how the job culture had been so deep in my experience and deep in my family. And I said, no, I'm rebelling against that. We're going to escape that, because the thing is, if you are able to pay me money for my skill set, then I should be able to also pay myself. I should be able to also extract just as much wealth out of me as you can extract out of me, right? So my point is to say that I think sometimes when we don't have the right exposure and the right experience, we can really limit ourselves, and that's how you have these really hardworking, intelligent people who end up becoming like, warehouse guards or something because that's all that they were exposed to. I would argue, in fact, that I would rather be a person of average intelligence who thinks big than to be a genius who thinks small. If you're a genius who thinks small, you're not going to accomplish much. You're going to do very small things really, really well. Right? So you're going to do small things that no one cares about, and you're going to be really damn good at it. It's almost like me counting the number of tiles in the ceiling in my house or something, right? Or the number of cracks. 2,347,842 tiny micro cracks in the ceiling. That's hard to do, but it doesn't necessarily add value. It's a tiny task, but it's done extremely well. So I would almost say that if you are wise and you're trying to expand your thinking economically, you got to push yourself outside the box a little bit. And I think you have to maybe start with this premise that you don't know nearly as much as you need to know. And that and then also an added premise would be that there are people out there that know what I need to know. So I'm going to go out into the world and listen and hear enough stories and see enough experiences and get enough exposure to expand my thinking. But then also, I'm not going to limit my kids in their thinking. So it's because I sat there and I just was telling our son the other day, I was like, dude, to be honest with you, I said, if I'd known what at your age, what I know now, I don't even think I would have went to college. I would have went to the best entrepreneurship program I could possibly find and did a year of intense training in how to run a business. Maybe 2 years, whatever. I definitely wouldn't have spent 8, 9, 10 years trying to get a PhD so I can get a great job. I literally would spend 2 years as a black man, based on where my experience would be as a black man, where you don't get the same opportunities, you don't get the same jobs. I don't believe these white folks like us that much. I just don't. And I'm not offended by it because I just think it's human nature. And I know the history. I've read, the Dr. Claude Anderson books, and he breaks it down. Like when I see, I'm like, oh, so they've hated us for 400 years. Now I know why they treat us like this. And so in hindsight, that's what I would have done because the beauty of it is once you get past this idea that they love you and you start realizing that what matters is that you have to love yourself and love each other, then you can get to the business of really doing business and moving forward with an understanding of what your opportunities are and your limitations are, and you can apply your energy in the right way. So if I am a black man and I say, I'm 21 years old and I realize, okay, you know what? They probably will never see my true value. They'll probably never give me what I'm truly worth for the work that I do and the energy I put in. But I can get my value. I can extract my value. I just have to pick up a different skill set. I'm not a white boy. I'm not white. I'm going to have to learn things that maybe I wouldn't have to learn if I was white and had a fully developed economic ecosystem ready to receive me and to reward me for the work that I put in. Right. That's the difference. And so that to me would limit a lot of frustration. Also, the beauty of it is if you master those specific skills at an early age, the sky's the limit at that point. You then have that possibility that maybe you run across a business idea with your homeboys that generates $1 million a month, and you guys are literally living at the highest heights of society because you didn't get on the crowded freeway, you drove on the side streets where it's wide open. Do you understand? Or maybe your consciousness caused you to elevate, right? I was telling you that about like getting in an airplane and you go, instead of operating in 2 dimensions where you have limited numbers of dimensionality, limited possibilities for yourself, you rise up to that next dimension where now you're in a helicopter or an airplane and you can fly over the traffic. And what I found was that when I went the unbeaten path, see, a lot of us are scared. We're scared to try something different. We're scared to do something different from what everybody else is doing. We're scared to do something different from what we were trained to do. When I went off the unbeaten path, I found that there was no competition. When I first started doing what I was doing, I didn't have any competition. There was no other black finance PhD that was actually as passionate about black wealth as I was. I was literally out there all by myself. All by myself. And even to this day, I still am. Now fortunately, there's a lot of, my dream was to see more black men really embracing economics. And now we have that. Now we have InvestFest and all that. And I love all that. I love to see us talking about generational wealth as if that is the standard now. But it wasn't the standard in 2006, 2007. It was, I was sort of doing this thing by myself. And the hard part is that you don't have a blueprint. You don't have a lot of support. People don't really understand what you're doing or why or how or anything like that. But I was like, you know what? I'll just make them understand. I'll help them understand why Black people have to realize that it's our economics that's really keeping us where we are. That if we nail this investing thing, if we nail this wealth thing, that's going to solve a lot of our problems. It's going to take us out of that loop of frustration that so many of us feel. Where we do the same thing. We go to school, work hard on our jobs. We work hard in school. We show up and we vote every election. Think about this. You do everything right. You're not breaking the law. You are working your ass off on that job. You went to school and got whatever degrees you thought you needed to have. You then, when they tell you to get up and vote, you go out and vote, and then, but then nothing's really changing, and you're still frustrated, right? So that clearly states that whatever we're doing is not working, and I think it's not working because we're working within a system. And I don't think that system is the system's kind of designed to keep you at a certain level. And I kind of want to bust out of that. And so that means that being radical is kind of expected. That's something that you have to do. You have to either create alternative systems, tear down the existing systems, whatever it's going to take. I don't necessarily think we need to tear down American capitalism to be successful, though. I think that we can just build alternative economic systems that allow us to support each other, that will help us to become more successful. And it's not just about being successful, it's also about being free. So success and freedom are kind of linked though, right? Because if I'm economically successful, then I'm not beholden to the people who are providing for me economically. You can't really go that far in America as a Black man if the white man is always your economic daddy. That's just the reality. That's just and people just, I don't know how people feel about that. I think that when I talk like that, it jars people and people think, oh, you're a racist and you're mean. And no, it's just I just don't see that. I don't really think, because your daddy don't love you. Your daddy loves himself, and your daddy is he's been beating up on you for like 400 years. He's he doesn't really want your men to run around here all masculine and stuff. That's a threat. That's very scary for him. He needs your men to be either weak or exterminated. They're either beaten down or gone. One or the other. Either he has to be submissive and a beta or a woman, or he has to be in prison, or we got to kill him. One of those are that. If you think about this, look at the outcomes of the Black male in America. Look at what happens, especially when we start with the school system in terms of how Black boys are educated and all that. They're kept dumb as hell. They're not really pushed to excel and to be critical free thinkers. They come out where 70 some percent of them can't even read or write or do math at grade level, right? And then it's like, well, yeah, and then you have this sort of energy that's sort of pushing them toward specific areas, right? Specific ghettos, almost like what we call the ghettoization of black professionals, right? Where it's like, yeah, go over here and be a rapper, go over here and be a basketball player, or you can go over and be a thug, a street guy, or something like that. But these other professions over here, these are not for you. These are not for you. Right. And so effectively, when I look around and most of us know people in this category, you either have a guy that comes out of high school without any skills to be successful anyway, even if he wanted to be, right? Because he doesn't have the reading, writing, or math skill to even compete with people from around the world, people from Asia and India, and all these people competing for the best jobs in society. So a lot of times he doesn't have the skill set, or he's distracted by bad culture. He's off running around chasing women, getting high and drunk, or whatever, doing whatever his favorite rapper told him to do. Or if he's too radical, he'll be marginalized or incarcerated, and in some cases killed. Perhaps through even things as insidious as what they might call Planned Parenthood. I'm not saying, again, I'm not telling you what your politics needs to be about that. I can just say though that my mother was told to abort me, and it wasn't for any reason other than the fact that she didn't have a lot of money, right? And I just thought that was really interesting that it wasn't that she would have been an unfit mom. I mean, she got trained to be a mother and she did a great job. It was literally due to money, right? So if you tell every single poor single mother, like, hey, you just need to go ahead and get rid of this baby, um, then you're gonna get rid of a lot of babies because we don't have a whole lot of money. There's a lot of babies that are born without money all around the world, and their mothers, and I think that so it's not really about what the decision is and something like that that bothers me. It's more so like, why did you make that decision? Is money literally the only reason that you're deciding whether or not your seed gets to live or die? I would encourage people to think a little deeper than that, because I don't think money should decide life or death. Not whether you're talking about a newborn baby or you're talking about even, somebody who can't afford their medication, right? This is what capitalism does. Capitalism says, well, if you can't afford to buy medicine, then you should be dead. And that's just not healthy. That's not a good thing, right? We shouldn't have a society where we're told that not having enough money means you don't get to live. Life should be a basic human right. And so anyway, with that being said, though, I will say that if you have a black boy, especially, and you want your black boy to reach his fullest potential, that's really going to have to be your job. You're going to have to sort of take him off the track a little bit and kind of give him the real deal, the real conversation. You can even bring him to my class, and you know me, I'm gonna give him the real deal and really tell him how America really works. Because I think that when we are given a fantasy about how America is supposed to work, we end up getting our feelings hurt. We end up angry. Right? Give me a guess if you've seen that. Give me a guess if you have felt this yourself. Have you ever felt angry because the so-called American dream didn't show up the way you thought it would? Give me a guess if you've ever been angry, maybe because you were discriminated against. You didn't get the job that you should have gotten, even though you worked just as hard as the white girl and y'all applied for the same job and she got the job and you didn't, or maybe somebody got the less qualified, got a promotion you deserved. Just whatever, right? You get mad. You get really mad. And I think and that's what happens when somebody feeds you a fantasy from birth, and then you get into the real world and you think the fantasy will apply, then you're gonna be pissed. You're gonna be like, damn, like you ain't doing this, you're not doing it the way you're supposed to do it. I think that happens a lot in relationships, to be honest with you. I think that we give people this fantasy about marriage, like, oh, everything's gonna be wonderful and everybody's gonna always treat each other right, and women are always gonna be sweet and loving, and men will never cheat and whatever, right? And then things happen and people are like, you broke my heart. That was terrible. And but I grew up in a family where I watched my parents fight through 50 years. This is their 50-year wedding anniversary in October. Next month is their 50-year wedding anniversary. And it ain't not wasn't no fantasy involved in getting through that 50 years. It was almost like when I ran my first marathon. I thought that running your first marathon would feel really good and you'd be strong and you'd be moving through and you'd smile across the finish line. That was not the reality. It was horrible. I think I wanted to just shoot myself after mile 7. It was the most excruciating, terrible experience ever. Me and my wife were fighting in that race because she's like, come on, Boyce, run faster. I was like, I'm not running faster. Just be happy that I didn't stop running because I hate this shit. Right. So running the marathon, I got a picture. I look happy. Like it looks like a beautiful day, but it was terrible. It was one of the worst days of my life. But I did it, right? I did it. Now I get to be proud that I made it, but there was no fantasy involved in accomplishing that. And I think that that's just true in general. Like, the fantasies don't work. The racial fantasies don't exist. I think that the best thing a kid can do is to really be trained to see America for what it is and not America for what it's supposed to be or what they were taught that it is in school. And I think that you're the best. That's why I think you're the best teacher for that black child. You should be talking to that boy and helping him understand, like, look, son, if you ain't got no money, a lot of these women ain't gonna respect you. I believe that. I'm sorry. Forgive me if I disrupt your sensibilities or offend anyone by saying this. I think a lot of women have a hard time respecting a man who either isn't providing anything or it isn't trying, right? I think it's the trying part that really bothers a lot of women too. I just think that men and women are different. And I know that we want to do our best to have this gender neutral society. But if you read any biology book ever written in the history of all mankind, 99% of them will tell you that men and women are just so different. We are just, it's like a Tesla and a hamburger. Like they are two different things, two different machines, and they operate differently. And I think honesty is better than having someone sort of think that things are supposed to work the way they work in a textbook. And in fact, that it goes to the highest levels. Even a lot of professors, again, in business schools, can't run a business because they know what's in the book, but they don't know what's in the world. And I think that the world itself is a giant textbook, and I think that's the best place for young people to be taught. And if you teach them that in the right way, then what you can do is you can kill off the fantasy and then help them get fixated on understanding the reality. And at first, it's a little cynical. It hurts their feelings and makes them sad a little bit. But then once you get past that, you start to open up tremendous possibility because they're operating not based on the way things should work, but on the way things actually do work. And I can tell you, once I kind of grabbed onto that, things it was very easy to kind of get a lot of things done. I knew who not to depend on. I knew that a lot of the hard work was going to have to be done by myself. I knew that even a lot of black people aren't going to really support what I'm doing until they see that it's actually working. Then people tend to get on board with things that are actually working. And so anyway, one thing I want to mention really quickly too, before I forget, is here's another thought that I had this morning. I wanted to make this recommendation for anybody that wants to be economically successful. I'm really super convinced today, and I got to bring my wife in this week so she can help reaffirm this. I think that a lot of your economic possibilities are limited by the fact that so few people actually take the time to get some type of therapy or some type of training in therapeutic techniques. And why do I say this? Well, because I thought about this. Let's just start with just relationships. We talked about how healthy relationships are conducive to economic success. And it's just as simple as realizing that life is easier when you have teammates. If you have a teammate and you're accomplishing the same goal and you can stay on the same page, you're going to be more effective than an individual trying to do it by themselves. For example, when I told you I play Call of Duty with my homeboys sometimes on my YouTube channel, one way that we beat up that we're able to beat all these crazy 12-year-olds and stuff that are on the game is because we do one basic thing. We stick together. We work together as a team. So the kids are better than us. They're fast. There's something about getting older where you're not as quick with your thumbs and stuff. But so the kids are fast and they're really good and they come in and they can kill everything, but they can't beat four people against one. Like when we all work together, we're like, okay, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, he's dead, and you keep going. It's really sad though that you got these little kids playing these violent games. It's so terrible. Anyway, but with that point, my point is to say that we know that healthy relationships impact your economic outcomes. Give me a yes if that point is made and you understand this, and if you agree with me that a person that has healthy relationships with others is going to do better financially than somebody who's not. A wife who has a husband is on average going to have a better economic outcome than a wife without a good husband, right? A man who can work with other people on a business is going to be more successful than a person who is the solo asshole who just alienates everyone and doesn't work with other people and tries to do it all by himself or herself. Give me a yes if you understand that. Okay, so given that that's true, here's what I thought about today. It's a subtle point, and I want to make sure I make it clearly because it can almost sound like something I've said before, but it's deeper because I literally had this epiphany on this today. Your mental health is deeply connected to your ability to just get along with other people. And I was actually thinking about myself and how to better who I am. And I thought about times. Let me know if you let's have a confessional real quick. How many of you have ever had a situation where you burned a bridge with a person because you were overly emotional? How many of you maybe have a relationship that you think about a long time ago, maybe some girl you loved and y'all had a bad day and you said something you could never take back, or maybe you had a friend and your feelings were hurt, and because your feelings were hurt, you ended that friendship and you've regretted it ever since. Or maybe you've been in business with someone and something went wrong, and because you didn't know how to deal with it and your emotions got elevated, you made a drastic move where you're like, damn, if I could have really thought about that, I wouldn't have done that. Right. And well, here's what I want you. Okay, so here's what I want you to understand is that kind of compulsive thinking, that kind of highly charged emotional reaction, number one, it happens much more frequently in heavily traumatized people. Heavily traumatized people, once they're in the middle of the trauma, it's almost like being emotionally drunk and you just kind of go off. And maybe again, deep down, it might be because you are dealing with your fear of abandonment because your dad left when you were 5, or your mother never loved you. So when that woman acts like she's gonna leave or is mean to you, it just triggers you or whatever. And or maybe you alienate yourself because you don't like rejection or whatever it is, right? I think everybody's got these like weird little scars from childhood and stuff, and it can cause you to just overreact to stuff where you like, No, well, no free is it? Because really, that's your inner child kind of reacting to something that you're experiencing in adulthood. And children shouldn't be making important decisions in your life. You shouldn't. A child, your decisions are not going to be good ones if they're being made by a child. But that's what happens in my. Again, I'm being an armchair psychologist here. My wife is the one who really studies psychology, but that's what I realized. I said sometimes, man, sometimes Boyce the child is the one that's reacting to what happened to Boyce the man. And Boyce the child doesn't make good decisions for Boyce. He doesn't. When Boyce the child makes a decision, he'll cut his arm off to spite his face, or whatever they said, cut your nose off to spite your face, right? He'll burn a bridge, or he'll end a relationship when that where it's really something that's not that big of a deal, or something that could have been worked through. And I don't want the child making decisions for me, because the child makes crappy decisions. The child makes really bad economic decisions. Did you know most studies show pretty much that most of your spending decisions are very emotional. The child does not make good business decisions. The child does not make good decisions as a husband. You get your feelings hurt in marriage. You get your feelings hurt a lot in marriage. And you have to know how to process that. So here's my point. Here's what I'm proposing to you to consider. I think that those who work deliberately on emotional intelligence and emotional maturity are gonna do better in every area of life, particularly in their economics. Because what emotional maturity will help you do is when you find yourself being triggered, you can identify when the trigger has occurred, and you will be able to use therapeutic techniques to work yourself through it so that you don't blow up the building. Do you understand what I'm saying? And the more traumatized you are, the more you need these techniques. And this is what therapists can do for you. Therapists can show you basic things like deep breathing, like how to like stop, like when you're about to say something crazy, how to stop, walk away, take some deep breaths, and spend some time processing it. I can tell you, every marriage has its rough days, and if I get really mad at my wife and I'm in my right mind, when Boyce the child is not in the building and he's not making the decision, and Boyce the adult is there, Boyce the adult will have a reaction and realize, okay, I'm about to say something that I can't take back, and I love this woman, and I just don't realize it right now. So I'm gonna literally stop talking to you right now so that I can go and process this, and then we're going to talk about it later when I'm a little calmer. And almost every single time, the way I respond is different once I've had a little bit of time to separate myself from the high energy, the high cortisol levels associated with whatever we were dealing with in that moment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Right? And because here's what does happen though, is that people that want to extract things from you, whether it's a politician trying to get your vote, or a corporation trying to get your dollars, or whatever it is, they're trying to get you in that emotional state. They're trying to jab a knife right into your vulnerabilities. They're pouring salt on your childhood wounds to get you to have that emotional reaction, which will lead you to get up off of that money, to get up off of that whatever. Like so, if you listen to a lot of politicians telling you who you should vote for and why, they love to use fear. They love to scare the hell out of you, and I think they're tapping into something that's going to lead you to make an emotional decision. So I would say to you that if you can manage your triggers, I think I found that really goes a long way to being able to be successful in every area of life. There's a book out there. I haven't read the whole thing. I read some of it though. I think it's called The Four Agreements or something. And I like that book because it kind of introduces very simple ideas that that I kind of like. One of them I liked in that book was something like don't make assumptions, like so someone has a reaction or something to something, and you assume like, oh, you did that because you don't like me, or because you're jealous, or because you're mad at me, or whatever. And it's basically saying like, stop making assumptions, like just stop assuming that it's all about you, and that they did that because of something that's wrong with you. Maybe you can take some time and go find out what's going on, or don't make any assumptions at all. So let me give you some quick pointers on how therapy can help you in terms of financial decisions. First of all, there's a study in the Journal of Economic Psychology that found that emotional distress is closely linked to impulsive buying behaviors. By addressing underlying emotional issues in therapy, you can reduce your financially destructive habits. Also, therapy can improve your decision making under stress. So a lot of times when you get into a conflict or get into an argument, when you are under that kind of stress, it can cause you to destroy a relationship that might have been beneficial to you financially or whatever the case may be. I've used examples of like music groups that are making lots of money together, but one day they just have a big argument, and next thing you know, this person isn't talking to that person, and they can't reconcile because there's no desire to reconcile. So the Journal of Psychology and Aging shows that individuals under stress tend to make riskier financial decisions. So therapy can teach techniques like mindfulness and cognitive reframing, which improve decision making under high stress situations. Also, therapy can improve communication and conflict resolution. That's a big one. A lot of us end up alone, struggling by ourselves because when something does go wrong in a relationship, we don't have that ability to communicate and resolve conflicts. That's why I believe the Nation of Islam is a great group for us to learn from, because I know for a fact I've never actually explicitly asked anybody. I think I kind of casually asked about it, but I have no doubt that they have a protocol for how they handle conflicts and disputes. Then the protocol is critical because it can help avoid situations where gossip or bad feelings or somebody's feelings being hurt can destroy a relationship. You get together, you talk about it, you work it out, you figure out what's going on, and then you kind of form your conclusions from that. And so the study of the Journal of Marriage and Family found that couples who engaged in therapy reported better financial communication and reduced conflict over money, which led to greater financial stability. Also, therapy can help you build confidence and reduce your financial anxiety. A study in the Journal of Anxiety Disorders highlights how therapy, particularly through interventions like exposure therapy, we talked about exposure earlier, and CBT, can reduce financial anxiety, allowing people to take more calculated risks in investing and decision making. And that's true. When you talk about investing, risk is not the devil. Risk is fine, but it's got to be a calculated risk. It can't be a sloppy risk. And last but not least, the Journal of Positive Psychology found that individuals who engage in therapy have clarity and purpose in setting life goals, including financial ones. This clarity helps people make better economic choices that align with their broader life vision. So we talked about that before, living with purpose, knowing what your why is. If you don't know what your why is, like why you're doing this, like why are you coming to class every day? Why are you trying to level up financially? Why? When you figure out your why just drives you every day. And even I sit down, I'm like, well, why am I doing this? What is this for? And I have to be really clear about it, because that's what's going to keep you focused. That becomes your North Star in the darkness, right? If you know your why, and you have clarity of purpose, then when you're in the darkness and things aren't going right or you don't know what to do next, you look at the North Star and say, okay, that's the direction I need to go. And most studies show that this seeps into your subconscious to the point where you find yourself heading toward the North Star, even when you aren't thinking about it all the time. Okay, so find your North Star, figure out your why, find your purpose, and that'll make a big difference. Also, consider therapy. I think therapy is valuable, it's powerful. My wife actually, if you go to my Instagram, Dr. Boyce Finance, I shared a video my wife put up. She wasn't talking about particularly this particular topic. I'm going to bring her in very soon to have her talk about this, but she was actually talking about even relationships and books that she read that she believes are like among the top 3 or 4 books that you'd want to look at if you want to have healthy relationships with other people. You want to have better relationships with your children, with your spouse, with your friends, with your business partners, with the people on the street. So feel free to go to Dr. Boyce Finance. That's my Instagram, and I put the video up there, and she lists the 3 books. Also, I should shout out her website if you ever wanted to meet her and talk to her directly. It's coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Okay, guys. So anyway, I'm going to bounce out. And again, if you want to join us today at noon for our stock options income introduction class, feel free to do that. I'll share the link if you want to do a $1 trial in the Prime program. The $1 trial, we can't leave that open for long. It's open only until tomorrow at midnight, actually. But after that, now it's $3.99 per month. So make sure you understand that part. And you could try it out for $1 and see if you like it. And if you like it, you can stay. If you don't like it, that's okay too. And so there's the link right there. I'm gonna put this in the chat. And also, what I'll do is I'll text out the $1 trial link today. If you want to get on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I'm gonna send that link out in about 30 minutes or so, and you guys can do the dollar trial if you want to join us today at noon. And then I'll send out another link where you can actually come into the Zoom. So just be ready to get some text messages from me today. So I hope that's okay. Now I say 39. No, not 399. Sorry, 399 is 399. It's not $3.99. So thank you, Robert, for clearing that. Yeah, 399 per month. So anyway, and you can look around and see comparable stuff out there and see if you how this compares for you. All right, guys. So I'm gonna get out of here. Have a good day. God bless you, and I'll see you today at noon, or I'll see you tomorrow morning as well. And